Wild Irish Rogues, San Francisco, June 1932. The city was in a frenzy. Frank Igantha, once popular public defender, a man widely considered to be a future mayor, was on the run, accused of hiring two ex-cons to murder a 59-year-old widow named Jessie Hughes. Before he disappeared, Egan emotionally insisted on his innocence. "Mrs. Hughes has been like a mother to me," he tearfully told reporters. But it did not look good for the public defender. He was the widow's executor, as well as the beneficiary of both her will and several insurance policies. And before her murder, she had been shrilly accusing him of looting her finances. When one of the ex-cons confessed his role in the brutal murder, naming the public defender as the mastermind, Egan decided to pull a vanishing act. By the time he made himself scarce, Egan was San Francisco's most notorious criminal, even though he had yet to be formally charged with a crime. The newspapers were filled with grisly details about the widow's murder. The two ex-cons, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to George Raft and the other to Humphrey Bogart, had talked their way into the unfortunate Mrs. Hughes's Lakewood Drive home, knocked her out with several blows to the jaw, lugged her into her basement garage, put her under the wheel of a blue Lincoln sedan once owned by a gangster, and crushed the life out of her by running the heavy car back and forth over her body. Then they drove a couple blocks away and dumped the lifeless woman in the gutter, hoping she'd be mistaken for a hit-and-run victim. The local papers also indicated that Mrs. Hughes was not Egan's only victim, that he had made a racket of bilking lonely and aging women out of their nest eggs. One of these sad victims, referred to as a little hunchback in the press, had fallen into Egan's clutches through the unsavory auspices of a female spiritualist who recognized an easy mark when she saw one. Another victim was lured away from her loving husband by the George Raft look-alike accomplice, who was masquerading at the time as a debonair dancing instructor. While the woman's husband was away on business, the distraught man later recounted, his wife went dance-mad and fell into a life of dissolution. She ended up in a gloomy Tenderloin flat, where she was kept in a permanent state of inebriation, while Egan raided her savings and otherwise exploited her fallen condition. Finally, her husband charged, she was dispatched altogether with a poison powder by yet another sordid partner of Egan, a thoroughly corrupt surgeon named Dr. Nathan S. Hausman, who made a living by patching up bullet-riddled hoodlums when not running criminal errands for Egan. Hammett would have blushed to create villains as florid as Egan and his henchmen. Fortunately for Egan, he was represented by a lawyer who was well on his way to becoming a San Francisco legend, Vincent Hallinan, a brawling young Irishman with thick wavy hair and the battered good looks of a prizefighter. Hallinan was a rising 34-year-old defense attorney when he took the Egan case. He was also a confirmed bachelor and notorious ladies' man, having sloughed off his Jesuit schooling and, in his words, the daffy theology of the Roman Catholic Church, and embraced a pagan hedonism. But young Vince Hallinan seemed to have finally met his match with his current romantic partner, a 20-year-old, green-eyed, half-Irish, half-Genovese beauty named Vivian Moore. They were a true-life Nick and Nora, a young, stylish, dazzling couple who consorted with mugs and crooks and were always one step ahead of the cops. If Hallinan drew a bad hand with Egan, those were the breaks of the game. He never bothered to ask Egan if he was guilty. "A criminal lawyer can't concern himself with the guilt or innocence of a client," he would say years later, looking back on the notorious case. "He can't. The whole thing is a racket. The prosecution puts on its case not for justice, but for conviction, and you put on yours only to acquit. If you are unwilling to do all that is possible to obtain your client's acquittal, you are allowing a vicious system to grind him up, and you have no business on the defense side of the court. And you won't be there very long either." Later in his life, Hallinan would put his formidable courtroom skills at the service of labor leaders, Cold War dissidents, civil rights activists, and anti-war protesters. The legal victories that he and his colleagues won helped create a new San Francisco and a new America. But there were few heroes in his life in those days. Hallinan learned his rough trade in the slimy trenches of the San Francisco courts, where the defendants were often morally depraved, and the cops and prosecutors were something worse. Now Hallinan's biggest challenge was to bring Frank Egan safely to jail before he could commit suicide, an outcome that the newspapers were loudly suggesting the cops preferred, so that the public defender couldn't make good on his threat to blow the lid off the police department. What did Egan have on the notoriously crooked San Francisco Police Department? Hallinan didn't know, but he knew he had to find a way to safely convey Egan to the authorities, with a crowd of reporters to witness his surrender. Each day that Egan remained at large, the city grew more frantic. The wanted man was last seen in a car with Hallinan and the lawyer's more attractive girlfriend, as the San Francisco Chronicle called Viv, while the trio drove away from Hallinan's summer cottage on Emerald Lake, south of the city. So now cops and sheriffs were combing the hills in San Mateo and even dragging the lake. One wild rumor had Egan taking off from the lake in an amphibian plane to the open sea, where a speedboat whooshed him to a rum ship outside the 12-mile limit. How could the SFPD have let Egan slip through its fingers? The press smelled a rat. What is the matter with the city's police department? The Chronicle demanded to know in a front-page editorial. Here is a man indicted for one of the most appalling murders in the city's history, and the police did not even have their eye on him. Mayor Angelo Rossi, who had ascended to his City Hall suite courtesy of the all-powerful Irish political machine, knew he had to tread lightly with Police Chief William Quinn and his boys if he wanted to keep his job. But at long last, even Rossi's patience wore thin. While reporters listened outside his door, the mayor bellowed over the phone at Quinn that he wanted Egan in custody, and he wanted him now. Later, an agitated Rossi threatened to clean house at the police department if there was any more bungling. With the flame turned high under his ass, the police chief knew he could no longer wait for Egan to turn up stiff. He had to go find him. And Quinn knew exactly where to look first: Vince Hallinan's various habitats. After secreting his client away in a safe place while he figured out a strategy, Hallinan drove to his house, where he was immediately greeted by 4 burly plainclothes cops. The top dog flashed his badge. "We have orders to take you down to headquarters." Hallinan was unfazed. He knew the dance. "Do you have a warrant?" "No." "Then you're not taking me anywhere." The detective looked stymied. "Do you mind if we go in and call the chief on your phone?" Hallinan normally got along with Quinn, who was an easygoing sort of man for a cop. But when Vince got on the phone with him, the chief sounded hysterical. "Listen, Hallinan, this town's in an uproar," Quinn shouted. "You get Egan here right now, or I'm going to charge you with complicity in the murder of Jesse Hughes." Vince Hallinan was not the type who was easily intimidated. He grew up in a miserably poor family. Back in the old country, his father Patrick belonged to the Irish Invincibles, the terrorist fringe of the Irish Republican Brotherhood. After assassinating the agent of a rent-gouging landlord, Patrick was forced to flee to America and to a lifetime of regrets and raw deals. Young Vince had been attracted to the law not only by the money, but also as a way to fight bullies without using your fists, though he never forswore that more direct method of dealing with thugs, even if they wore 3-piece suits. Hallinan took on poor Irish clients who were being evicted from their homes or had been maimed in streetcar accidents, whether or not a big payday seemed likely. And along the way, he stood up to brutal cops, corrupt court officials, ruthless corporate executives, even the powerful Catholic Church, which he always resented for robbing him and other Irish Americans of their childhood with mysticism and fear. So Quinn didn't scare him. Speaking firmly into the phone, Hallinan informed the chief that Frank Egan would appear only if he were indicted. Until then, if the police interfered with Hallinan in any way, he would sue them for false arrest. "You'd better simmer down and realize that you're an officer of the law and stop letting your office be run by the newspapers," the young lawyer lectured the spluttering chief. Then he handed the phone back to the detective. After a few minutes of yas and ahas, the detective hung up and turned to Hallinan. "The chief says that you don't have to come down to headquarters, but we're going to stay right here with you, and we're not supposed to let you out of our sight until Egan comes in and surrenders." "Make yourselves at home," Hallinan replied graciously. "I'll cook us up a pot of coffee." Then Hallinan walked into the kitchen and promptly went out the back door. He climbed over the fence into the alley, hurried to the home of a friend, and borrowed his car. Hallinan was free, but he was in a jam. He wanted to arrange for Egan's well-publicized surrender, which he knew would not only be safer for his client, but also look better in court. To do that, he needed to communicate with Egan. But with half the city's police force now looking for Hallinan, whose face had been splashed across the front pages for weeks, that wouldn't be easy. He had to find a messenger, and the first person who came to mind was his free-spirited girlfriend. During their brief romance, Vivian Moore had already made a strong impression on Hallinan with her adventurous, some might call it reckless, exploits. The product of a broken marriage and shuttled as a girl from one unpredictable home to another in her mother's sprawling family, Viv learned early on to take care of herself. One day she terrified Vince by plunging into the icy surf in Monterey Bay and swimming halfway to the Orient. When she made it back to shore, I didn't know whether to slap her or kiss her. Hallinan hated to bring his young lover into the Egan mess. But when he laid out the proposition to her, she immediately agreed to act as the go-between with his notorious client. Of course, I was delighted, Viv recalled later. Such excitement and everything about the case all over the front pages. Soon after Vivian returned to her apartment on 14th Avenue, however, the doorbell rang, and when she opened the door, two flatfoots barged inside. "We're here to see Vincent Hallinan," growled one, a gruff, old gray bear named Sergeant Mike Desmond. "He isn't here," she shot back. "Well, he will be," retorted Desmond. "You're his girl. He'll turn up." Vivian sat down and began reading a book. She knew she had to think fast. Suddenly, she stood up and walked across the room. The bulky Desmond jumped up and got in her way. She played the one card she had, the only one that would work on a tough Mick like Desmond. "I suppose that a person might be permitted to go to the bathroom," she said archly, looking the cop dead in the eye. Desmond blushed as crimson as a cardinal's robe. "All right," he stammered, "but I'll have to stand right outside that bedroom door. I'm not supposed to let you out of my sight." Shutting the bathroom door behind her, Vivian opened the window and shimmied through it feet first. Her apartment was on the second floor, and she needed to grope for the water pipe on the side of the building, but she finally grabbed onto it and slid down like a fireman to the landing below. After descending the stairs to the backyard, she took off her shoes, tipped over 3 large flower pots, and stood on top of the rocky platform so that she could climb over the fence. Now she was on a sidewalk to the rear of her building, and the wild and sheltering canopy of Golden Gate Park beckoned to her just blocks away. She sprinted for it, taking a secret path into its thick foliage that she had known from childhood. Viv was supposed to rendezvous with Vince at the Great Highway, on the ocean end of the park, about 2 miles away. She had no money for a cab, so she took off on foot for her destination as the first cold gusts of afternoon began blowing in from the Pacific. 10 or 15 minutes later, she heard the wails of police sirens, and she dropped to the ground and crawled inside the prickly shrubbery along the path, waiting there until they faded. Then she got up, brushed herself off, and headed west again. By the time she reached Vince's car, parked near the beach, Viv was as flushed and wild-eyed as an animal that had outrun a hunting party. Vince was flabbergasted. "I'm sorry I put you in this position," he told her. She waved off his concern. "Listen," she said, still a little breathless, "I love it. Where's the message and where do I take it?" After Viv delivered Vince's message to the strange, sallow-faced Egan at his hideout, the young couple lay low. They drove out to the country for the rest of the afternoon, and in the early evening they returned to the city and ducked inside a movie palace. The whole city was looking for them, but they were snuggled together in the theater's dark cocoon watching a movie. At intermission, the orchestra leader turned around and cracked, "Is Frank Egan or Vincent Hallinan in the house?" The audience broke into laughter, and Vince and Viv laughed too. It was around this time that Vincent Hallinan, bachelor for life, realized that he was going to spend the rest of his life with this woman. It had taken him a while to arrive at this conclusion. But Viv had known all along that the mastodon, as she liked to call him, would finally be brought down. She knew from the moment she met him, with his blue eyes and crooked smile, that this was the man who would fulfill her girlhood dream, the man who would be the father of her 6 children, all boys. But before they could begin work on their brood, Vince and Viv had to navigate the mucky shoals of the Egan case. When they returned to their respective homes that night after the movies, their living rooms were occupied by armies of shotgun-wielding men in blue, who served each of them with a grand jury subpoena. When she showed up for her court appearance, Vivian, already a press sweetheart, was greeted with a fireworks of flashbulbs by the newshounds. Sweeping into the grand jury room in a jaunty flapper's cap, silky striped blouse, hip-hugging skirt, fur-lined jacket, and tight black leather gloves, Viv quickly seduced the door-faced grand jurors. Miss Moore told her version of affairs balefully to the jurors, who succumbed as one man to her charms and kept her in the grand jury room 3/4 of an hour. Not that they thought she could give them any more information of value, but because she is such a delightful girl to talk to, the Chronicle reported the next day. As for Vince, his charms did not prove so effective, the newspaper dryly recounted, as one by one the tough lawyer batted away the grand jury's questions and was quickly dismissed. Soon after, the wild saga of Egan's flight finally came to an end when Hallinan staged the public defender's surrender. Accompanied by a swarm of reporters, Egan strolled into the Golden Gate Park station and breezily greeted the cops behind the desk, a number of whom he had pounded the beat with back in his youth. "Good morning, boys. Good morning, Frank. How do you like our new jail?" "I'd like to take a look at it," Egan replied, and he was given an extended opportunity to do just that. The Egan trial enthralled San Francisco for several weeks more. Crowds jostled in the pre-dawn damp and chill before the Hall of Justice opened to grab seats in the courtroom, where they marveled at Hallinan's unique blend of flowery and combative oratory. The details of the crime that emerged during the trial only darkened Egan's already villainous portrait. One of the ex-cons testified that all he got from Egan for carrying out his vile murder plan was a new hat. The public defender had threatened him with a return trip to San Quentin State Prison if he didn't comply. "What sort of man offers a hat for a woman's life?" the ex-con's teary mother asked, and all of San Francisco wondered the same. Only an attorney with the pugilistic artistry of Vincent Hallinan could have kept Egan from the gas chamber. In the end, Frank Egan got life. By the time he slithered off to the penitentiary, Egan was such a reviled character that the press also turned its fury on his skillful young attorney for mounting such an aggressive defense. But the city's outrage soon found a new target, the SFPD. No sooner had Egan been convicted than a top police official confessed to the press that the cops knew in advance about Egan's murder plan but had done nothing to stop it. For months, the police department had been monitoring the phone calls between Egan and his accomplice, the nefarious Dr. Hausman, which explained why the police seemed so certain of Egan's guilt from the very beginning. Why didn't the cops rescue poor Jesse Hughes from a violent end? Their explanations seemed weak and slippery, and quickly raised new suspicions about the city's murky police bureaucracy. Was the brass somehow involved in Egan's criminal enterprise? Or were they sitting on evidence of his dark plots so they could blackmail him and secretly control the public defender's office? The police bombshell confirmed what Hallinan knew all along. San Francisco justice was a contradiction in terms. The municipal corridors were awash in graft and vice, and the cops were some of the biggest offenders of all. The SFPD liked to boast that gangsters could never get a foothold in San Francisco, unlike mob-ridden cities such as New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia. Good reason. The cops do their own protecting in San Francisco and keep the payoffs in the family, Hallinan was quick to explain. These unvarnished opinions didn't win Vince friends on the force, nor did his combative courtroom style make him a beloved figure in the judges' chambers. If a defendant was to enjoy any rights at all in a judicial system as deeply putrid as San Francisco's, his lawyer had to be willing to wade in with both fists. But this style of rough justice had its costs. Judges were in the habit of jailing Hallinan for disrespect. When one jurist asked the pugnacious lawyer if he meant to show contempt for his court, Vince replied, "No, Your Honor, I'm trying to conceal it." Hallinan was particularly contemptuous of the judge who presided over the Egan trial, an aging courtroom despot with an obvious bias for the prosecution. The judge made sure that Hallinan would pay for his defiance. Shortly after the Egan trial concluded, Vince finally embraced the inevitable and proposed to Viv. But as the young couple prepared to drive off on their honeymoon, a meaty paw suddenly reached into Hollinen's car and turned off the ignition. The paw and the gruff voice belonged to the old bear, Sergeant Desmond. "Sorry, Vince, we have a warrant for your arrest, and we're taking you in." "Listen, Mike," pleaded the bridegroom, "we're going on our honeymoon. Can't you hold it up for a week?" "We held it up for a week already," growled Desmond. "We have positive orders to bring you up today." "All right," Hallinan sighed. "Viv, this is Detective Sergeant Desmond." The old bear looked at the young woman who, some weeks earlier, had slipped his grasp and bowed deeply. "I have had the pleasure." Now Vivian Hallinan stood on the sidewalk in front of her mother's apartment as her freshly minted husband was hustled into a squad car. She was 20 years old and full of self-confidence. She had thrown herself into her new life with this wild Irish rogue with the same reckless abandon that she had plunged into the choppy surf of Monterey Bay. Yet as I stood there and watched the dark blue patrol car vanish down the street, a feeling of panic gripped me. Maybe I had bargained for more than I could handle. In the years to come, all San Francisco would be seized by the same feeling as the city leaped into the thrashing unknown. Despite his principled opposition to married life, Vince turned out to be an enthusiastic father, energetically applying himself to the physical, intellectual, and moral development of his 6 children, all boys, just as Vivian had always dreamed. The most important piece of fatherly wisdom he imparted to his sons boiled down to question everything in life. "I'll always give you the best advice I can, but make up your own minds," the courtroom lion told his boys. "No matter how firmly I believe something, it might be 100% false. Everything I know may be wrong." Hallinan further enforced this independent spirit in his offspring by teaching them all to box, swim, dive, ride horseback, and play a maniacal style of football and rugby at a tender age. Each boy was given a prizefighter's nickname: Butch, KO, Tuffy, Dynamite, Flash, Dangerous, in hopes that he would live up to their tough monikers. It must have occurred on a frequent basis to Hallinan that he had created a monster, or rather 6 of them. Visitors to the Hallinan home were often shocked to hear the old lion roaring at the top of his lungs at one of his wild cubs. But the thunderous paternal blasts never seemed to faze their intended target, who would shrug, all right, don't blow your top." Fortunately, Vivian turned out to be a resilient parent, weathering the crises of motherhood 6 times over, including a broken skull, KO, and a life-threatening case of polio, Butch. Somehow she also found time to teach herself the real estate game. Vivian proved to have the sharp business acumen associated with her Genovese ancestors. Her dazzling beauty didn't hurt either. She was just gorgeous. She would sit on the banker's laps and she would get the deals, her firstborn son Patrick, Butch, would recall. By the time her growing brood was in knee pants, she had amassed a small empire of downtown apartment buildings, making the family rich in the process. Despite the family's new prosperity, Vivian also became increasingly active in left-wing causes during the Cold War years, when they were least fashionable. And she dragged Vince along with her into the maelstrom of radical politics, away from his Democratic Party line comfort zone where he had been content to throw his vote to any Irishmen who were on the ballot. After the death of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the country seemed to take a sharp wrong turn toward empire expansion and militarism, and with 6 boys coming of age, Vivian wasn't about to let them die on some bleak, radioactive battleground. It was the Harry Bridges trial that really turned Vince's head around. Bridges was an undereducated, beak-nosed Aussie immigrant who electrified San Francisco and the entire West Coast by organizing the city's deeply abused longshoremen. In 1934, when he shut down the San Francisco port, and along with it the entire city, Bridges earned the undying hatred of the big business elite. Good reason. The cops do their own protecting in San Francisco and keep the payoffs in the family, Hallinan was quick to explain. These unvarnished opinions didn't win Vince friends on the force, nor did his combative courtroom style make him a beloved figure in the judges' chambers. If a defendant was to enjoy any rights at all in a judicial system as deeply putrid as San Francisco's, his lawyer had to be willing to wade in with both fists. But this style of rough justice had its costs. Judges were in the habit of jailing Hallinan for disrespect. When one jurist asked the pugnacious lawyer if he meant to show contempt for his court, Vince replied, "No, Your Honor, I'm trying to conceal it."
Hallinan was particularly contemptuous of the judge who presided over the Egan trial, an aging courtroom despot with an obvious bias for the prosecution. The judge made sure that Hallinan would pay for his defiance. Shortly after the Egan trial concluded, Vince finally embraced the inevitable and proposed to Viv. But as the young couple prepared to drive off on their honeymoon, a meaty paw suddenly reached into Hallinan's car and turned off the ignition. The paw and the gruff voice belonged to the old bear, Sergeant Desmond. "Sorry, Vince, we have a warrant for your arrest, and we're taking you in." "Listen, Mike," pleaded the bridegroom, "we're going on our honeymoon. Can't you hold it up for a week?" "We held it up for a week already," growled Desmond. "We have positive orders to bring you up today." "All right," Hallinan sighed. "Viv, this is Detective Sergeant Desmond." The old bear looked at the young woman who some weeks earlier had slipped his grasp and bowed deeply. "I have had the pleasure." Now Vivian Hallinan stood on the sidewalk in front of her mother's apartment as her freshly minted husband was hustled into a squad car. She was 20 years old and full of self-confidence. She had thrown herself into her new life with this wild Irish rogue with the same reckless abandon that she had plunged into the choppy surf of Monterey Bay. Yet as I stood there and watched the dark blue patrol car vanish down the street, a feeling of panic gripped me. Maybe I had bargained for more than I could handle. In the years to come, all San Francisco would be seized by the same feeling as the city leaped into the thrashing unknown. Despite his principled opposition to married life, Vince turned out to be an enthusiastic father, energetically applying himself to the physical, intellectual, and moral development of his 6 children, all boys, just as Vivian had always dreamed. The most important piece of fatherly wisdom he imparted to his sons boiled down to question everything in life. "I'll always give you the best advice I can, but make up your own minds," the courtroom lion told his boys. "No matter how firmly I believe something, it might be 100% false. Everything I know may be wrong." Hallinan further enforced this independent spirit in his offspring by teaching them all to box, swim.
One corporate conclave met in a boardroom to discuss hiring a hitman to get rid of the troublesome labor leader, but voted narrowly against it. Bridges' corporate enemies lobbied feverishly to have him deported as a radical subversive. In 1945, the Supreme Court ruled that Bridges was not a communist and therefore should not be deported. But this only momentarily stymied the anti-Bridges conspirators. By 1949, Bridges was again on trial, facing federal perjury charges for denying he was a communist, and Vince Hallinan was defending him. Hallinan convinced Bridges that this time he had to take the offense. They would put the U.S. government on trial for persecuting a genuine hero of American labor. Hallinan's aggressive strategy succeeded in exposing the parade of government witnesses as a scurrilous pack of con men and liars. And he made the federal prosecutor a fellow Irishman named F. Joseph Jiggs Donahue, who struck him as the sort of slick traitor that his father, Patrick, would have assassinated back in the old country, a special target of his tart rhetoric. He tells how he has been sent here as a special attorney for the United States government, Hallinan told the court, and I submit, Your Honor, that I have not seen such inferior qualities better rewarded since Caligula made a consul of his horse and Charles II knighted a beefsteak. But Hallinan misjudged the country's strange mood and the clammy atmosphere of Cold War fear and obedience. The jury convicted Bridges, and the judge cited Hallinan for contempt and immediately dispatched him to the federal penitentiary on McNeil Island, in the cold waters of Puget Sound. These were dark days for America, a scoundrel time when a man could be put on trial for his labor activism or jailed for defending the wrong client. The Hallinan family, blessed with good fortune and everything America offered, was now banished to the shadows. Red paint was splashed on the gateposts at their Marin County estate, and a hammer and sickle scrawled on their driveway. The older boys, now teenagers, were jumped by thugs who screamed, "Commie son of a jerk," as they beat them. A group of Marines just back from Korea recognized 16-year-old Patrick Hallinan at a Marin drive-in and felt it was their patriotic duty to assault him savagely. Patrick fought back, but by the time they were through with him, several of his bones were broken, and the bone of his right arm flapped through his flesh. The Marin County District Attorney apologetically told Vivian that he wouldn't be able to bring charges against Patrick's assailants. No jury in the county would rule in favor of a Hallinan, he explained. When Vince returned home from McNeil Island, he made sure that his family's tormentors would think twice before going after his boys again. He renewed their boxing lessons, in earnest this time, bringing in professional boxers to hone his son's martial arts technique in the family's basement gym. The Hallinans became accomplished fighters, especially second-born Terrence, Kaio, who would emerge as a middleweight contender in the 1960 Olympic trials. Boxing also took young Terry Hallinan out of his sheltered Marin life and introduced him to San Francisco's rowdy nightlife. When not teaching him to bob and weave and jab, Terry's coach, Tommy Egan, a West Coast pro-circuit mug who had grown up on the tough streets of San Francisco's Potrero Hill, would take him to some bars in the Mission District and teach him to drink. Vivian had qualms about teaching the boys how to solve their problems with their fists. It seemed a violation of the family's pro-peace principles. But Vince was adamant. The chief trouble with liberals, he told her, is that they hope to accomplish everything by talk. The Hallinans' fearsome boxing regimens succeeded in deterring bullies, who soon found out that they themselves would end up bloodied on the ground if they challenged the brothers. If the world was against the Hallinans, now they had a way to fight back. Terry, in particular, became a tempest. His dad would be in and out of prison during the 1950s, and he was full of adolescent rage. With his growing physical prowess, Terry began striking out at the world even when it wasn't necessary. By age 17, he was made a ward of Marin Juvenile Court after he ran 3 taunting Coast Guardsmen off the road and beat up all of them. One night, the violence swirling around the Hallinans reached a new level of terror when 3 drunken men, including one of the Marines who had beaten Patrick at the drive-in years earlier, broke into the Ross mansion and attacked Vivian. She was home alone, Vince was in New York, and the boys were out celebrating graduation night when she heard the front door open. Thinking that Vince had come home early, she ran out of her bedroom shouting, "Vin, Vin!" One of the men jumped out from the shadows and grabbed her, while the others tore at her clothing. Vivian faced them, her mind racing. She had just been operated on for uterine cancer, and the incision was still red raw. Pointing to her wound, she said, "Look, boys, this scar here is from cancer, and cancer is contagious. You don't want to get cancer. You're young boys." To her amazement, they seemed to believe her. The drunken men stood there trying to gather their thoughts. "Why don't you go downstairs," she told them, "and help yourselves to some liquor?" They hesitated. Vivian, though in middle age, was still a striking woman. But finally they left her bedroom. She locked the door, dashed for the telephone, and began to call the police. But one of the men was listening at the door, and he kicked it open before the call went through. Now the men were determined to continue their assault. They dragged her downstairs. But Vivian kept talking to them. She kept it up for 45 minutes. Finally, miraculously, they decided to leave her unmolested, though they would attack 2 other less fortunate women that night. Patrick was camping in the Sierras when he heard on the TV news that the Marine who had assaulted him was now a suspect in a serious crime against his mother. "I got a .38 and I went to kill the jerk. I didn't even go home," he later recalled. But by the time Patrick got to Marin, the Marine was in police custody. He eventually was sentenced to just 1 year in jail. Outcasts and targets in their own community, the Hallinans refused to give in and withdraw from public life. Vince and Viv redoubled their political efforts, joining civil rights campaigns and enlisting in the Progressive Party, the anti-Cold War coalition started by Henry A. Wallace, FDR's one-time vice president. To the shock and horror of their neighbors in the smugly prosperous and Republican enclave of Ross, the Hallinans frequently threw house parties for their growing circle of subversive friends, including blacklisted Hollywood filmmakers, labor leaders, peace activists, and black leaders high on the FBI watch list, such as Paul Robeson and W.E.B. Du Bois. The Hallinans' Olympic-sized swimming pool was often a churning froth of children of all races. When Wallace gave in to the mounting Cold War hysteria and left the Progressive Party, Vince allowed himself to be drafted as the party's presidential candidate in 1952. The Progressives selected Charlotta Bass, an African-American newspaperwoman, as his running mate, the first time a black, let alone a woman, had run for vice president in America.
Hallinan and Bass crisscrossed the country, calling for an end to the Korean War, denouncing the rise of McCarthyism as the open face of fascism in American political life, and demanding a halt to racial injustice. Hallinan turned out to be an effective campaigner, but the media largely blacked him out. Halls canceled his speaking engagements, and apartheid laws in some parts of the country, including the nation's capital, even prevented the mixed-race ticket from dining together in the same restaurant.
On election night, Hallinan and Bass scraped together only 140,000 votes. If Hallinan couldn't get the media's attention, he certainly got the FBI's. J. Edgar Hoover, the Bureau's Grand Inquisitor, put him on the list for custodial detention in the event of a national emergency, a Kafkaesque measure authorized by the controversial McCarran Act, also known as the International Security Act of 1950. Hoover's secret policemen tapped the Hallinans' phones, opened their mail, revoked their passports, and followed their comings and goings. The FBI couldn't determine which one, Vince or Viv, was more vile. Their union was a case of one warped personality marrying another, concluded one report in the couple's security file. The year after the presidential race, the government decided it couldn't wait for a national emergency. Hallinan was again sent to McNeil Island, this time on flimsy tax evasion charges. This latest blow nearly broke the family. While he was gone, the IRS brought them to the brink of financial ruin by putting a lien on their property and income. "We were all proud as punch that Vin was in jail for principal, but our strength was gone," remembered Patrick. "We needed a father. My brothers were going through puberty and learning to be men, and he was gone. The burden fell on my mother." Prison didn't slow down Vince. He used his jail time to lead a movement to desegregate McNeil Island, in accordance with President Dwight Eisenhower's executive order. He sat with black prisoners in the dining room to make his point, and after desegregation allowed them to mingle, he pushed his black friends to sit with other white inmates. When Vince finally returned home in 1956, the family's momentum was restored. He and Viv plunged back into political activities. By the end of the 50s, it seemed the Bay Area was mellowing toward their family. The Hallinans were convinced a new day was arriving in May 1960, when the House Un-American Activities Committee came to San Francisco and was quickly run out of town. UAC was an aging but still pernicious tool of the Cold War Inquisition. The congressional panel would show up in cities across the country like a diabolical traveling circus and subpoena suspected subversives. If a witness did not comply with the committee and betray friends and associates, his life could be ruined instantly. UAC left behind a trail of job terminations, broken families and friendships, and even suicides. But not this time. The committee, which came to San Francisco City Hall to turn the public school system upside down in search of disloyal teachers, was greeted by a flock of student protesters, still wearing the crew cuts and sport coats of the 50s, including Patrick and Terry Hallinan. While the Hallinans' parents looked on, the protesters noisily picketed the HUAC hearings. The young demonstrators were finally driven out of the building's Beaux-Arts Rotunda by police, who flushed them down a flight of marble steps with roaring fire hoses. Vince, now age 62, couldn't help himself. When he saw cops fall upon a student with their clubs, he intervened and got manhandled himself. The City Hall melee was a turning point. Unable to create its normal atmosphere of cringing supplication, HUAC fled San Francisco and soon faded into history. "We said, 'No way, not this time,' and HUAC stopped," said Terry. It was no longer just the Hallinans against the world, not in San Francisco. The demonstrations for a new society spread throughout the city during the early 1960s. And while the Hallinans were often leading or participating in them, hundreds of others now joined them. Civil rights protests broke out all along the city's exclusive auto row on Van Ness Boulevard, at the elegant Sheraton Palace Hotel, and at the more plebeian Mel's Diner, where blacks could never find jobs. Led by Vivian, the pack of Hallinan boys all began sitting in. During one rowdy demonstration outside an auto showroom, SFPD Chief Thomas J. Kahilla, a ruddy-faced, blue-eyed peace officer who still had the brogue of his native county Kilkenny, watched in amazement as the elegantly dressed Marin matron was hauled away by his men. What was the world coming to? While Vivian was being loaded into the paddy wagon, Vince, struggling to maintain his reserve as the protesters' lawyer, rooted hoarsely on the sidelines for his wife. "Atta girl, Vivian! If all the Irish stuck together like they used to, we could still run San Francisco." In fact, the Irish still did run San Francisco, but Kahilla got the point. To militants like Vince Hallinan, he was a sellout. By 1967, San Francisco's year of love, the old Irish Catholic order was holding on by its fingertips. Tom Kahilla was in charge of the police department, Jack Shelley occupied the mayor's office, and Judge Raymond O'Connor was responsible for juvenile justice, a key position in the bulwark against the youthful army that was besieging San Francisco. But because of the Hallinan family and the growing number of activists and young lawyers who had been caught up in their brawling enterprise, the seeds had been sown in San Francisco. It all came back to the Hallinans. Enchantment. Listen, my friends. Saturday afternoon, Michael Stepananian looked up from the blood and muck of his rugby game at a dazzling vision in the sky. A parachutist came drifting slowly through the wisps of fog over Golden Gate Park, his billowing paisley chute aglow in the afternoon's soft winter light. The skydiver landed in the midst of a sprawling festival that was being held at the opposite end of the polo field, and the crowd instantly swallowed him. Stepananian was a tough young Armenian-American from New York who had recently graduated from Stanford Law School and was now working in Vincent Hallinan's legendary law office. On weekends, Stepananian played rugby for the Olympic Club, the same athletic organization where Old Man Hallinan played rugby and football and boxed long after men his age were supposed to quit. All through the afternoon, as the Olympic Club rolled to lopsided 23-3 victory over visiting Oregon State University, the burly rugby players snarled at the long-locked festival-goers whenever they trespassed on their side of the field. But Stepananian, intrigued by the waves of music and good cheer, strolled over to the festival after the game and wandered around in his battle-torn jersey and muddy cleats. I looked like I was from a different planet, but nobody seemed to give a gosh. The sun was shining, the kids were beautiful, the music was magic. That was the beginning of my education. It was the Human Being, the January 14th, 1967 celebration that was billed as a coming together of every tribe in the new emerging America. From legendary beats to Berkeley radicals to the San Francisco love generation. For 10 years, a new nation has grown inside the robot flesh of the old, proclaimed the event's starry-eyed press release. The night of brooded fear of the American eagle beast body is over. Hang your fear at the door and join the future. If you do not believe, please wipe your eyes and see. Years later, some would call this event the true, if belated, beginning of the 60s. More than 20,000 people poured into the polo field that sun-dappled Saturday on the Wild West side of Golden Gate Park, where a swaying curtain of eucalyptus and Monterey pine trees shielded the tribal gathering from the raw ocean winds. On stage, Allen Ginsberg, wearing white Indian pajamas and garlands of beads and flowers, looked out over the vast human dynamo that he had helped ignite and turned to his friend Lawrence Ferlinghetti. "What if we're wrong?" It was a typical Ginsberg remark, and its whimsy and self-doubt reflected the better angels of the growing counterculture movement. The radical Berkeley component among the BN organizers, led by anti-war leader Jerry Rubin, was more certain about things. They sought to enlist the crowd in their political mission.
But San Francisco's more ethereal ethos prevailed that day. The leading icons of the emerging counterculture were all gathered on stage. Ginsberg, Ferlinghetti, and fellow poet-shaman Gary Snyder, psychedelic carnival barker Timothy Leary, the Grateful Dead, Jefferson Airplane, Janis Joplin, and Big Brother and the Holding Company. But the more enlightened among them knew that the crowd itself was the center stage. No one was really listening to the speakers and singers. The Jefferson Airplane's Paul Contner, San Francisco homeboy, and a shrewd product of Bay Area Catholic schools, got it. The difference between San Francisco and Berkeley was that Berkeley complained about a lot of things. Rather than complaining about things, we San Franciscans formed an alternative reality to live in. And for some reason, we got away with it. San Francisco became somewhere you did things rather than protesting about them. We knew we didn't have to speechify about what we should and shouldn't do, we just did. The Airplanes' White Rabbit and Somebody to Love would soon become part of the Cultural Revolution's soundtrack and make the band world famous. But Contner knew at heart they would always be a Haight-Ashbury house band, just like the Dead. He later memorialized the BN Festival in song. Saturday afternoon, yellow clouds rising in the noon. Acid, incense, and balloons. Young people sprawled on the grass, playing penny whistles, harmonicas, guitars, and flutes. Naked toddlers chased their shadows in the sun. Only 2 mounted policemen patrolled the grounds. One came trotting through the crowd on his horse, cradling a small child in his arms. The loudspeaker announced, "A lost child has been delivered to the stage and is now being cared for by the Hells Angels." It was a time when that made sense. As the sun slipped into the Pacific, Ginsberg blew on a conch shell and beckoned everyone to turn to the west and watch the final sparks of daylight. Then he asked everyone to clean up the trash so that they would leave the polo field, which he and Snyder had blessed at the beginning of the festival, just as they found it. Ginsberg, a cross between holy man and Jewish mother, was precisely the beneficent figure that the infant movement needed. Reverend Edward Larry Beggs, a 34-year-old congregational youth minister who had come to the BN out of curiosity with his wife Nina, was surprised to see the people all around him do as Ginsberg suggested. "Because I had seen how my fellow Americans could trash out even a sacred space like Yosemite National Park," he recalled, "I was amazed to see the people around me picking up not only their own discarded items, but other people's paper cups, bottle caps, orange peels, and cigarette butts." The entire polo field, where thousands had sat and munched longer than a baseball doubleheader, was now restored to its pristine green. The tussle-haired, bespectacled Beggs, who looked like one of John Kennedy's young Peace Corps volunteers, felt like Bob Dylan's Mr. Jones. He knew something was happening here, but didn't know what it was. Within a few months, the quiet lives of Ed and Nina Beggs would be turned upside down. Ed would be jailed for running a teenage shelter, the nation's first haven for the growing swarm of boys and girls who were fleeing home seemingly everywhere in America. And Nina would find herself on the witness stand, testifying for the defense in the obscenity trial of Lenore Candle, an erotic poet who roared around town on the back of a motorcycle driven by her lover, a ruggedly beautiful Hell's Angel known as Sweet William. Canda, a curvy, slow-eyed, olive-skinned goddess who wore her hair in Pocahontas braids, set off a tempest when she published the Love Book. Her poetry collection was a passionate celebration of love, filled with vivid descriptions of intimate connection and intense desire. Condell made a strong impression on stage at the Human Being, reading her passion poems from a clipboard and then tearing off each one as she finished, crumpling it in her fist and tossing it into the crowd. But it wasn't until a few months later, when copies of the Love Book were confiscated at a Height Street bookstore by San Francisco police, that she became another infamous counterculture name. Candle's obscenity trial would become one of Catholic San Francisco's last stands against the onrushing Cultural Revolution. On the witness stand, Nina Beggs made a strong impression for the defense. She was no dark-banged folk singer type. She was a pretty, blonde, pageboy-coiffed clergyman's wife. But she too found salvation in Condell's ecstatic poetry. Nina testified that she had devoured the Love Book in one gulp at the psychedelic shop after dining with her husband at a nearby Haight-Ashbury restaurant. After finishing the poetry in the bookstore, she turned to her husband and urged him to read it. "This is the way it is for a woman," she told Ed. "This is what making love does for me." Then, speaking in a slow, clear voice, Nina shared her joy with the packed courtroom. "The oceanic sexual feeling expressed in the Love Book," she said, "is one of the greatest proofs you have of your connection with God." The Human Being was the beginning of the story for thousands of people, many of whom would go on to take primary roles in San Francisco's revolution. In the crowd that day were Margot St. James, a big-hearted cocktail waitress and occasional hooker who would later found the prostitute rights movement. Stuart Brand, an Army veteran and aspiring artist who jumped on Ken Kesey's bus and later launched the Whole Earth catalog and linked the counterculture to the digital future. Peter Coyote, co-founder of the Diggers, the heavy hippie anarchists who turned San Francisco into one big stage for their radical theater. And there was Michael Stepanian in his rugby battle gear. It was Stepanian who would defend dozens of be-in celebrants when they were rounded up by police later that evening on Haight Street. He would go on to represent the Grateful Dead when their Haight-Ashbury house was raided by the drug squad, and cartoonist Robert Crumb when he was charged with obscenity. Like the Love Book trial, these legal battles would help widen the circle of light in San Francisco. When we started out, the city was anti-black, anti-gay, anti-woman. It was a very uptight Irish Catholic city, said Brian Rohan, Stepanian's legal sidekick and another brawling protege of Vincent Hallinan. We took on the cops, City Hall, the Catholic Church. Vince Hallinan taught us never to be afraid of bullies. By taking on the bullies, the new forces of freedom began to liberate San Francisco, neighborhood by neighborhood. They began with the Haight-Ashbury, Dead Men Dancing. In the mid-1960s, San Francisco was still a city of tribal villages. The Castro district and the No Valley neighborhood were working-class Irish, though the Irish in the adjacent mission were giving way to Latino immigrants. The Fillmore section still clung to its reputation as the Harlem of the West, though the redevelopers' wrecking ball was reducing its former glory block by block. The Italians in North Beach lived in uneasy proximity to Chinatown. At one time, the Chinese could cross over Broadway, the boulevard that divided the two communities, only at their own peril. The Cultural Revolution first came to North Beach, where cheap saloons and fleabag hotels and old Barbary Coast bohemianism beckoned the beats in the 1950s. Ferlinghetti was among the first. He was a World War II Navy veteran and an aspiring poet and painter when he disembarked at the Ferry Building in 1951, wandering into North Beach with his sea bag slung over his shoulder. It was a small city, nestled into the hills, he recalled. All the buildings were white, there were no skyscrapers. It felt Mediterranean. It was beautiful.
A couple of years later, Ferlinghetti opened up City Lights Books with partner Peter Martin, son of the assassinated anarchist Carlo Tresca. Italian garbage truck drivers would roar up to the curb and run inside to buy the anarchist newspapers that the store got directly from Italy. It was a cramped, one-room establishment in those days. They didn't even own the basement, which is where the Chinese New Year parade's endless red and gold dragon was tucked away the other 364 days of the year. But City Lights became a beacon to the poets, wanderers, and angel-headed hipsters who were making their way to San Francisco. You could browse forever and nobody would bother you. It was here that Ferlinghetti first met Ginsberg, who entered the store one day trailed by his usual crowd of young men, looking more like a horn-rimmed Columbia University intellectual than the Wild Whitman of Cold War America. Ginsberg would pound out Howl on his typewriter a few blocks away in his railroad apartment at 1010 Montgomery Street. North Beach's Little Italy coexisted happily with the beat underground and the new folk and jazz clubs, topless bars, and gay caverns that began popping up in the neighborhood. But it was not North Beach where counterculture history would be made in the 1960s. It was across town in the Haight-Ashbury, a neighborhood of once ornate Victorian painted ladies that had seen better days. By the early 60s, the old Irish and Russian neighborhood had become so dilapidated that, like the Fillmore district, it was slated for demolition to make room for a freeway extension along the Panhandle, the strip of greenery that led to Golden Gate Park. But the Haight was now populated by a feisty mix that included black homeowners who had already been pushed out of one neighborhood, the Fillmore, artists and bohemians squeezed out of North Beach by tourists and rising rents, gays who appreciated the neighborhood's live-and-let-live atmosphere, and San Francisco State College students who desperately needed the cheap living quarters they found in the neighborhood's subdivided Victorian flats. San Francisco State was the launch pad for many of the young civil rights activists who headed to the Deep South each summer, including Terry Hallinan, and they came back to San Francisco a battle-hardened core. The Haight's residents knew how to fight City Hall. This time, the redevelopment agency's bulldozers were stopped. The Haight was now safe to become a haven for the young, broke, and visionary. Among them was a beautiful, dark-haired elementary school teacher named Marilyn Harris, who moved into a Victorian flat on Ashbury Street in the summer of 1965. 2 years earlier, Harris had walked out on her marriage to an Arizona lawyer and hopped on a Greyhound bus to San Francisco. She knew she belonged there ever since she and her husband had visited the city in 1960, taking in slashing comedy acts like Lenny Bruce, Mort Saul, and Dick Gregory at the Hungry Eye and other North Beach clubs, and reveling in the city's breezy sense of freedom. "Oh my God, this is where I'm supposed to live," Marilyn excitedly told her husband. Would he start over with her in San Francisco? "Ah, no," he replied.
She arrived alone at the Greyhound station in downtown San Francisco with $10 in her purse. She walked to a nearby motel and phoned her parents in New Jersey, asking them for enough money to start her new life, but they refused. So she walked into a Bank of America office. Based on her word that she was lining up a job as an elementary school teacher, the bank extended her a $400 loan. This is when the bank was still a local institution, and its corporate culture still held traces of its founder, Amedeo Pietro Gianni, who began the bank in a North Beach saloon and became known for extending loans to working people and not just high rollers. The Haight was still just a scruffy, fog-bound neighborhood when Marilyn moved there, with Russian bakeries where you could buy piroshkis, but the fairy dust was already floating overhead. The year after she settled in the Haight, a young band called the Grateful Dead moved into a big Victorian across the street at 710 Ashbury. Janis Joplin rambled around the neighborhood in her scarves and boas, swigging from a bottle of Ripple with her bandmates, and Marilyn would bump into her at Peggy Caserta's clothes store on Haight. They all became friends. Nobody was a celebrity in those days. The neighborhood thought it owned the bands. Everyone took care of one another. Marilyn was careful about whom she slept with, even in those less discriminating days. But at one point, she took up with a Hell's Angel, one of the Haight's irresistible bad boys, who gave her the clap. She didn't want to go to her OBGYN, who had made her feel creepy the last time she saw him, so she went to the city VD clinic. It was 1967. Everyone was making love with everyone. And Marilyn knew at least 30 of the young people sitting in the waiting room's rows of pews. Phil Lesh from The Dead was there. When I walked in, everyone just burst out laughing. In the crush of patients, the city clinic was not taking the time to thoroughly sterilize needles, so Marilyn's blood sample that day was taken with a dirty needle. She came down with hepatitis C and became so sick that her doctor wanted to put her in the hospital, but she didn't want to go. Instead, she went home, collapsed into bed, and phoned the Dead House and told Ron Pigpen McKernan, her closest friend in the band. Pigpen might have looked like a greasy, badass biker, but he had a heart of gold. He tacked a sign-up sheet on Marilyn's front door, and various members of the band and its entourage would take turns bringing her meals and caring for her. Some nights, Pigpen slept on her couch. She would wake up from a feverish nap, and there, at the foot of her bed, would be Pigpen or Lesh or Jerry Garcia, a couple of Hell's Angels, and the principal from her elementary school, all chatting amiably and watching over her like Auntie Em, Uncle Henry, and the farmhands hovering over Dorothy. The Dead were special, she later said. They had a real devotion to friendship and care. She would soon have occasion to repay their generosity. It took nearly 3 weeks for Marilyn to feel strong enough to get up from bed. One afternoon in October 1967, she was sitting in a wing chair in her third-floor bay window soaking up the sun when she saw a small army of grim-looking men sweep into the Dead House. The neighborhood knew the band as the sweetest of its minstrels, always plugging in and playing for free down on the Panhandle. But to the state and city drug agents who raided the band's Ashbury Street house that day, the 13-room Victorian was the center of a sinister narcotics ring. Boyish and spacey Bob Ware, who was meditating in the attic as the narcs invaded the house, and Pigpen were both dragged off to the Hall of Justice, though, as it happened, they were the non-smokers in the band. As she saw the musicians and members of their extended family being escorted into unmarked police cars, Marilyn suddenly spotted Garcia and his girlfriend, Mountain Girl, ambling up the street carrying bags of groceries, unaware of the fate that awaited them. She leaned out her window and yelled to them, "I'm so glad you got my groceries. Come up right now." Garcia and Mountain Girl immediately understood. They weren't arrested that day. Michael Stepetanian and Brian Rohan rushed to bail out Pigpen, Ware, and the others. By day, the two young lawyers worked in Vincent Hallinan's law office on Franklin Street. In the evenings, they toiled downstairs in the Dead House, doing free legal work for the Haight runaways, draft dodgers, and pot smokers who were constantly being snared in police dragnets. Stepetanian and Rohan called their street practice the Haight-Ashbury Legal Organization, HALO, and it was kept afloat by benefit concerts, courtesy of the Dead and its friends.
Now the band needed its own charity. At the Hall of Justice, one of the narcs was dancing a victory jig. "I got him! I got him!" he taunted his prisoners, even though the task force had netted only a pound of marijuana and a little hashish. After Stepanian sprang his clients, it was his turn to roar. Hallinan had taught his young colleagues to take the offensive, particularly in cases of police overkill, and the rugby bruiser now did exactly that. The Grateful Dead bust was a case of selective police enforcement, Stepanian told the press. The dead live in the Haight-Ashbury. If they lived on Russian Hill, they wouldn't be busted. If they lived on Pacific Heights, no officer would go near the house. The next day, the band and its lawyers continued to take the offensive, holding a press conference to condemn marijuana laws as seriously out of touch with reality, in the words of the Dead's press statement. To his young fans, Jerry Garcia, the band's spiritual leader, was Captain Trips. But he was no hippie dandelion. He was raised in the tough outer mission by his grandmother, a no-nonsense organizer for the local laundry workers' union. His free-spirited mother ran a bar near the Embarcadero, where young Jerry was regaled by hard-drinking sailors and longshoremen with tales of labor leader Harry Bridges and other working-class heroes. When city officials and cops growled about the long-haired outsiders who were turning the city upside down, Garcia thought they were talking nonsense. His family had been here since the gold rush, Irish and Swedish and Spanish pioneers. San Francisco was as much his city as anyone else's. And Garcia, like the others in the Haight who were plugged into the city's electric current, knew that San Francisco was about to burst from its chrysalis. In the early months of 1967, after the human be-in, the national media spread the message. San Francisco was the open-armed mecca of the new consciousness. And young people from all over the world were planning to arrive in time for the resplendent Summer of Love that year. It was the residents of the little village of Haight-Ashbury, as Marilyn called it, who were the most concerned about the coming transformation. They were the ones who would bear its brunt, with swarms of homeless kids on the streets and only the city's angry, strained police force poised to handle them, or perhaps manhandle them. As the summer approached, the Haight dispatched a delegation, including neighborhood activists, head shop merchants, concerned clergymen, and physicians, to City Hall to ask for help. Marilyn was among them. I always got included in these things because I was respectable. I was a school teacher. The delegation was granted an audience with Mayor Shelley. Another neighborhood group met with Police Chief Cahill. The chief, a big, thin-lipped man with a crown of closely cropped red curls, was known as a tough but fair cop. Cahill made a point of addressing school assemblies and youth groups. He wanted to feel in touch with the next generation. Now he listened patiently as two Haight store owners described how LSD had blown open their doors of perception. One of the merchants felt certain that Chief Cahill was turning on while they talked with him. That might not have been an accurate reading, but the top cop clearly did want to understand. "You're sort of the love generation, aren't you?" Cahill asked. In the end, however, nothing came from the meetings with Shelley and Cahill. All they did for the neighborhood was tear gas us, Marilyn said. You'd go down to shop on Haight Street, and suddenly some kids would go flying past you chased by cops, and you'd be choking on gas. The old Irish Catholic Brotherhood was not willing to cede control of its city. San Francisco was still a town of blue-collar family values, its public life ordered largely around the church. People still identified themselves not by which college they attended, but by their parochial schools. St. Ignatius High School, the breeding ground of the city's legal and political elites, or Sacred Heart, the funnel for the upwardly mobile children of the city's working class. As traditional San Francisco braced for the youth invasion, the city's guardians rushed to close its gates. The Walled City. Mayor John Francis Jack Shelley was a true son of Irish San Francisco. Growing up in the Mission, Shelley would be shoved into a chair at the kitchen table by his father, Dennis, a longshoreman from County Cork, and told the way of the world. Nobody wanted to hire the Irish when he first came to America, Dennis told his son. To be Irish was to fight for every scrap, every ounce of dignity. Jack, said the old man in his thick brogue, the day you forget where you came from, you won't belong where you are. Shelley broke into politics through the labor movement, where he rose to become president of the San Francisco Labor Council and then the California State Federation of Labor. After serving a couple terms in the state legislature, he was elected to Congress in 1949, becoming friends with fellow Irishman Jack Kennedy. Shelley was not a skirt chaser, but he enjoyed his drink and he loved the sea. The two young Democrats would go sailing on Shelley's 38-foot Chris Craft cruiser.
As he rose in politics, Shelley did not forget where he came from. He remembered his labor friends, and even during the height of the Cold War, he refused to join the rest of the San Francisco Labor Council in condemning Harry Bridges for his subversive beliefs. He was an early supporter of the civil rights movement, rising on the floor of Congress to denounce all discrimination based on race and religion and linking the sufferings of black families to those of his Irish forebears. Shelley loved Congress and life in Washington, even more after JFK moved into the White House in 1961. But Kennedy's election had unleashed new forces in San Francisco, and in 1963, Phil Burton, a rising young Turk in the city's Democratic Party, maneuvered Shelley into vacating his congressional seat, which Burton coveted, and running for mayor. In November, shortly before the assassination of his good friend, the president, Shelley won the San Francisco mayoral election over conservative businessman Harold Dobbs. Shelley was only 58 when he took office, but with his sloped shoulders, receding white hair, horn-rimmed glasses, gray suits, and Homburg, he seemed like a man from the past. He reacted with exasperated dudgeon when his first crisis exploded, a controversy over his decision to eliminate birth control funding from the city's public health budget. Planned Parenthood officials accused him of bending to pressure from his friends in the Catholic hierarchy, which Shelley heatedly denied. But, in truth, he ran all major issues by San Francisco Archbishop Joseph McGuckin, especially ones like this, on which the church had strong doctrinal positions. Jack Shelley was typical of the old San Francisco breed. When it came to labor and civil rights, he was a man of progress. When it came to family and moral issues, he was a son of the church. The crises came fast and thick. The city was hit by a wave of social disruptions, including a strike by nurses at San Francisco General, the big public hospital, and a series of body trials involving the owners of topless bars in North Beach. In September 1966, the city's simmering racial tensions erupted in Bayview Hunters Point, the black ghetto that white San Franciscans saw only when they took back streets to Giants baseball games at Candlestick Park. When a white cop shot and killed a black teenager, the city's first riot since World War II broke out, forcing Shelley to declare a state of emergency for 6 days. Then things got weird. In March 1967, an unemployed circus clown was arrested for calling the FBI and threatening to kill the mayor. The police swept into Shelley's home, placing him and his family under around-the-clock surveillance.
For Shelley, who had deeply felt the assassination in Dallas, it was history repeating itself as farce. He begged the press not to make a circus of the story. It's creating havoc in my home, and it may give some other screwball ideas. By the time the hippie revolution began shaking San Francisco, Shelley felt that he no longer recognized the city where he had grown up. A cartoon in the Chronicle showed a cranky Shelley telling a beaded and bell-bottomed young couple, "Stay off the grass, both kinds." He kept coming down with colds and bronchial infections, and his drinking got more serious. Shelley was forced to defend his liquor habit in the press, insisting that he had cut out his noontime belt. One friend explained to the San Francisco Examiner that the Shelley drinking stories only cropped up because after 3 drinks, his voice gets loud and he tends to slur his words, which did little to reassure the public. As the summer of love inexorably approached, like a Pacific tsunami, Shelley lacked the energy or imagination to figure out how San Francisco could absorb the enormous shock to its psyche and infrastructure. He was being talked about as a one-term mayor. The only reason that Shelley might hang on, speculated one newspaper article, was because the mayor, who supported a wife and 2 kids on his $38,000 salary, was broke, and he needs the job. To solve the growing youth crisis, Shelley simply turned to his friend Tom Cahill and the San Francisco Police Department. Cahill was a fellow son of air who had emigrated to the United States on his own at the age of 19. The 2 men came of age together in San Francisco's blue collar south of the Slot. While Shelley was leading the bakery drivers union, the broad-shouldered Cahill was hefting 100-pound blocks of ice and representing the ice wagon drivers union. After joining the San Francisco police force in 1942, Cahill made a name for himself as an expert on the mafia, and after being loaned out as an investigator to Tennessee Senator Estes Kefauver's Organized Crime Committee, he quickly rose through the SFPD ranks.
He became chief in 1958, and he prided himself on being a modern lawman with a grasp of crime's underlying social causes. But Cahill was the product of a strong Catholic upbringing in rural Ireland. I grew up respecting the authority of my parents, and I had the wisdom of our parish priest, Father Kerrigan, to guide me, and these teachings have stayed to this day, Cahill told an Irish journal early in his term as chief. And though he made an effort to understand the 1960s generation, the truth is he never could really fathom it. Cahill bemoans society's changing mores. The swift kick in the buttocks by the old Irish policeman in the old days immediately becomes a violation of civil rights today. If cops were held in check, Cahill warned, juvenile problems would continue to increase. He urged fathers to use the rod on their children and their wives. Now, in the spring of 1967, Tom Cahill was facing the nightmare he had long predicted, an invasion of unruly children from all over the country, the progeny of America's failing family structure. And he made clear that he would greet them with the rod. Alerted by the diggers to the looming specter of homeless hordes on the San Francisco streets, some Protestant clergymen urged the city to allow camping in Golden Gate Park. But Chief Cahill would hear none of that. The laws would not be modified to accommodate youthful vagabonds, not on his watch. There would be no tents in any park after nightfall, and no playing of musical instruments. The radio was urging America's children to flock to San Francisco with garlands in their hair. But Cahill's message was blunt: stay home or face possible arrest and even injury. Law, order, and health regulations must prevail, the chief declared. But the village of Hyde-Ashbury knew that young people in Iowa, Texas, and Ohio were not listening to San Francisco police officials. They were listening to the music, and the music was telling them to fly Translove Airways and Jefferson Airplane nonstop, as Donovan sang, to San Francisco. As the summer approached, it became increasingly clear to the people of the Height that City Hall would not help them. There would be no municipal resources for the new city about to be built on the old. No teenage shelters, food and clothing donations, healthcare assistance, family mediation, or drug counseling. The Height would have to do it all on its own. The Free City. With San Francisco's city government abandoning its obligations, a haphazard collection of clergymen, philanthropists, and activists tried to fill the void. But none of these do-gooders did it with the flair and imagination of a troupe of political provocateurs known as the Diggers. Taking their name from a group of agrarian radicals in Oliver Cromwell's England who seized vacant land and tilled it for the poor, the Diggers created a variety of services for the army of young castaways that began pouring into the Height, including food giveaways in the Panhandle, a network of crash pads, free clothing stores, street theater, and ticketless concerts in the park. But the Diggers were not simply a hippie Salvation Army. They were psychic insiders with much wilder ambitions. They wanted to liberate San Francisco's consciousness. Imagine a life, urged the Diggers, that was not bought and sold in 8-hour increments, but was your own. Imagine a life where everything was free: food, music, love, but most important, you. With the Diggers, it was not about the free food and clothes. It was about the act of giving away the food and clothes. So they not only served their nutritious whole wheat bread and turkey stew to vagabonds in the park, they organized a feed-in at City Hall, handing out picnic plates of spaghetti and meat sauce to municipal employees and even trying to serve Mayor Shelley in his office. The Diggers made sure the press got the point. Their City Hall action was meant to affirm responsibility. They were simply doing what the city government should be. "What do you want City Hall to do?" reporters asked the Diggers that day. "Eat," they replied. The menu for tomorrow would be fried rice. Everything the Diggers did was a provocation. "You can't steal here," they told baffled shoplifters in their free store, "because everything is free. You can have the whole Really store if you feel like it." The Diggers organized a bizarre procession in the Height to celebrate the death of money, with a group of masked mourners made up to look like the animal gods in Egyptian funerary art, holding high a coffin stuffed with bills and coins. On another occasion, they set up an elegant dining table, including crystal glasses, linen, and champagne, on the side of a freeway during rush hour, and inviting the speeding commuters to take a break from their madly regimented lives and enjoy some downtime. The Diggers did not see the Summer of Love as a catastrophe, but as a welcome opportunity to free minds, not only those of San Franciscans, but also of the estimated 75,000 young Americans who were crowding into the Haight-Ashbury that season. Our city has become the momentary focus of a worldwide spiritual awakening, read one Digger's street sheet. The reasons for this do not matter. It is a gift from God which we may take, nourish, and treasure. Recall that St. Francis of Assisi is the patron saint of the city of San Francisco, and that therefore St. Francis is the patron saint of the Summer of Love. The Diggers' street manifestos were among the earliest and most passionate expressions of what would later be called San Francisco values. The leaflet's free ethos, which challenged the public to think of food, shelter, healthcare, and even entertainment as fundamental human rights, not commodities, began to shape the consciousness of the emerging new San Francisco.
Decades later, echoes of the Diggers' philosophy could still be heard in web mantras such as "Information wants to be free" and other slogans of the digital age. The Diggers published a steady flow of such street communiques, greeting San Francisco's young visitors with a barrage of news, advice, poetry, and philosophy on their street pole newsletters. Some of the Diggers' street literature offered concrete legal counsel, such as the best way to be arrested if you fell into the hands of the police. Don't resist. Go limp. Shout out your name while being dumped in the wagon so that bystanders can alert the bondsman. Some lit up the reader's day with flares of erotic poetry, like one by Haight homeboy Richard Brautigan, who became a counterculture literary sensation with his 1967 novel Trout Fishing in America. Pissing a few moments ago, I looked down affectionately. Knowing intimacy had been shared twice today makes me feel beautiful. And some bemoaned the growing strains between white hippies and black residents of the Haight and Fillmore districts. The Spades, dear my brothers, are our spiritual fathers, explained a communique titled Two-Page Racial Rap. They turned us on. They gave us jazz, grass, rock roll. In the early beat days, they provided a community for us. From the beginning, they were our brothers deeper than blood. Now, they don't like each other. If it weren't for the Spades, we would all have short hair, neat suits, glazed eyes, steady jobs, and gastric ulcers, all be dying of unnamable frustration. Diggers put everyone on notice. The hip merchants who were changing the face of Haight Street with their emporia of incense, beads, chimes, rolling papers, posters, LPs, and underground comics were prettified monsters of money lust. Radicals like Jerry Rubin and Abby Hoffman, who took to calling himself a digger, were creep commies on power trips. And counterculture gurus like Timothy Leary, who had lured America's children to San Francisco and then abandoned them to their own devices, were psychedelic charlatans. Have you faced a profound violation? Read one savage street sheet titled Uncle Tim Children. Take acid and everything'll be groovy. Are you ill? Take acid and find inner health. Are you cold, sleeping in doorways at night? Take acid, discover your own inner warmth. Are you hungry? Take acid, transcend these mundane needs. You can't afford acid? Pardon me, I think I hear somebody calling me. The Diggers attacked the commodification of hippie mantras like love and peace. Love by all means, but love people, not money. When a group of promoters calling themselves the Love Conspiracy Commune, who were rumored to be mob-connected, staged a first annual love circus at the Winterland Ballroom, the old cavernous skating rink turned rock arena, the Diggers couldn't resist commenting on the absurdity of it all. The provocateurs greeted the show with picket signs reading, "Suckers buy what lovers get for free," and handed out broadsides declaring, "It's yours. You want to dance in the street. You don't need to buy it back." The Grateful Dead, the neighborhood's most beloved minstrels, were the headliners that night, and the band's manager, a red diaper baby and University of California at Berkeley dropout named Danny Rifkind, took the irony even higher by getting into an argument with digger Peter Coyote, spluttering at one point, "Money is sacred," which no doubt sounded as weird to Rifkin, son of a communist printer, as it did to Coyote, son of a Wall Street stockbroker and later a well-known actor. Reacting against the celebrity mania that was already infecting the counterculture, the Diggers tried to cloak themselves in anonymity. The media wanted photogenic spokesmen, but the diggers led them in circles. When two eager magazine journalists showed up separately at the Free Store, one from Time, the other from Life, looking for the group's Mr. Big to interview, the diggers convinced each reporter that the other one was the diggers' mysterious leader. "Beware of leaders, heroes, organizers. Watch that stuff," the diggers warned in one street sheet. "Sheep? Bah. Any man who wants to lead you is the man. Think, why would anyone want to lead me? Really leaders." But, despite their anarchic rejection of leaders and structure freaks, the diggers were, in fact, led by a cabal of handsome, charismatic rogues. They had met in the San Francisco Mime Troupe, the radical street theater group, and they knew how to command a stage. They called themselves life actors. Emmett Grogan was a former Brooklyn Irish choir boy turned junkie and hustler. With his chiseled features, wavy red-brown hair, gold ear stud, and street swagger, he knew his effect on men and women alike, and he used it all the way. Peter Berg, the only one who actually had read all the anarchist and situationist literature underlying the diggers' philosophy, had a glowering intelligence that didn't let people off the hook. A transplanted nigger-loving New York Jew who had grown up in Florida, Berg liked to call himself a heavy hippie. Now San Francisco was his stage, and Revolution was his theater piece. And Peter Coyote, who had grown up Peter Cohen in New York, was a Grinnell College graduate with lanky, leading man good looks and a rampant lust for women, adventure, and the new. Both Peters were a little in love with Grogan. Everybody was. Emmett was one of the most charismatic people I ever met, and I'm used to charismatic people, Berg said. He really had it. He played dangerous, but he was a little bit sociopathic toward other people. He even stole stuff from me. While the diggers' men staged the spectacles that built the group's reputation, the diggers' women did the grunt work that kept it all going. The women were the ones who woke up at 5 in the morning, got the old truck running, stole or charmed meat and vegetables from grocers, cooked up the hearty stews, lugged the steaming food out to the panhandle in massive steel milk containers, and ladled it out to the hungry flocks. Meanwhile, the diggers' bad boys were becoming Haight-Ashbury stars. With their charisma and street cred, Grogan and his mates could amble easily from one scene to the next. They hung out with Hell's Angels and rock stars, the Black Panthers, and Hollywood actors. Grogan and Coyote began spending time with Janis Joplin in San Francisco and New York. They took her to clubs to see jazz and blues legends whom she had never heard. Coyote and Joplin became occasional companions in each other's passing parade of lovers, as well as dope partners. She liked Grogan and Coyote because to them she was just Janis, not a rock and roll queen. The money people, the managers, were pushing and pulling on her, and her psyche couldn't tolerate it, Coyote said. Janis was not an icon. She was sad. She was confused and used, and really over. She was an ugly girl with bad skin that came out of backwater Port Arthur with this gift, and she flayed herself to death in front of a crowd. While hanging out with rock stars, the diggers made fun of them. The rock star, they sneered, is a man who can sing about the evils of the world while margining profits into war economies and maintaining his comfort on a consumer level of luxury. But the diggers had their own growing contradictions, and they couldn't maintain them for long. In the summer of 1967, at the height of their fame, with people all over claiming to be diggers, the group gave away its last worldly possession, its name. By the time the Summer of Love was over, the diggers' leaders had all drifted off to country communes, celebrity entourages, hard drugs, the Hells Angels, or all the above. The diggers were not very good at institutions, Coyote said. The day-to-day assembly line of feeding and clothing people soon got to be a drag. It's not like you were doing it because you felt sorry for poor people or something.
It was a challenge. Could you feed 1,500 people or 500 people? But as the diggers dispersed, their free virus spread. Now San Francisco had free poetry readings, free concerts, free legal aid, free medical clinics, free shelters. And the city's next wave of life actors proved more adept at running institutions than the diggers. The Lost Children of Windy Feet. After Edward Beggs and his wife Nina experienced the Bethlehem miracle of a new world being born at the human being, the Reverend began feeling like a prisoner of his own life.
None of his daily routine measured up to the skyrocket splendor and purpose of that afternoon in the park. The youth minister enjoyed his rambling conversations with teenage worshipers at First Congregational Church in San Mateo, but the elders at his suburban church were growing concerned about the frank subject matter of those discussions, which included sex, drugs, and adolescents' rights. Even his habit of wearing corduroy coats and driving around in a red sports car began to annoy the church board. Beggs, in turn, felt the church was on life support and was increasingly irrelevant to young people. Churches throughout the Bay Area were grappling with the upheavals of the 60s. Glide Memorial, a venerable Methodist church in San Francisco's seedy Tenderloin, had been taken over by a group of young clerical reformers who took down the cross and turned the church over to community free-for-alls like the Diggers' Invisible Circus, which featured billowing clouds of dope, a pulsating light show, belly dancers, and expressive performances in the basement game room. Meanwhile, clerical San Francisco renegades like James Pike, the Episcopal Bishop of California, compared the Passion of Christ to the revolutionary struggles of the Viet Cong and the martyrdom of Martin Luther King, denounced anti-homosexuality laws, and challenged church orthodoxy so flagrantly that his fellow bishops charged him with heresy. Pike was an electrifying figure to young clergymen like Beggs. He made religion seem urgently personal as well as political, and he turned his private agonies into public dramas. When his 22-year-old son, James Jr., distraught over his growing realization that he was gay, blew his head off with a rifle in a New York hotel room, Pike claimed he communicated with him during a séance that was televised in Toronto. Fellow church leaders expressed outrage, but Pike boldly defended himself. If Christ was resurrected, then we are all resurrected. If Christ talked to his disciples after his death, then why can't we do the same? In this febrile environment, no minister with Edward Beggs' restless spirit could sit in suburban stupor for long. When Beggs heard that Glide Church was establishing a shelter for the growing teenage runaway population in San Francisco, he knew this was his pastoral calling. He left his life in the church and became the founding director of Huckleberry House. The name was Beggs' idea, his homage to American literature's most famous young runaway. Beggs saw Huck Finn as a revolutionary who hit the road with his black friend Jim rather than bow to the cultural values of the day, just like the young people pouring into San Francisco. When Huck decided, all right then, I'll go to hell rather than condemn Jim to a life of slavery, Beggs believed it was one of the great moral epiphanies in the American Odyssey. Had Huck and Jim been living in 1960s America, he surmised, they would have kept heading west, directly for the Haight-Ashbury. Emmett Grogan thought Huckleberry House was as lame as its name, calling it a nice, mild, safe, responsible way for the church to become involved in hippiedom. The Diggers made an effort to take care of the boys and girls washing up on the shores of the Haight. The city was telling all these kids, our age, a lot of them younger, to get lost, Coyote recalled. And our feeling was that they were our kids. You know, this was America. These were our kids. But the Diggers were never very good at housing children on the run. The communal havens in the Haight where the Diggers tried to stash runaways were nervous about sheltering the kids because they knew it increased their risk of being raided by the cops. Running away from home was a crime in 1967 if you were a teenager, and every agency, from Traveler's Aid to the YMCA, and every individual, including family, friends, and school teachers, was legally obligated to turn over runaways to the police. But Huckleberry House was something new. It was founded on the idea that runaways were family problems, not police problems. And if the kids refused to let Huckleberry House contact their parents, the shelter would not hand them over to the cops. They had the right to keep running. Grogan might sneer at Huckleberry's fresh-scrubbed piety, but in the end, Beggs and company had more guts and staying power than the Diggers. At the very first Huckleberry House meeting, Beggs and his staff discussed how to raise bail money in case they were dragged off to jail. They were right to be concerned. The police were constantly hovering around the Huckleberry House shelter, which was housed in a 2-story brown Victorian at 1 Broderick Street, a few blocks from the tumult of Haight-Ashbury. In the early 1960s, running away from home was depicted as a quaint American rite of passage. A 1964 article in the New York Times Magazine titled "Why They Run Away from Home" was illustrated with a picture of a boy toting an overstuffed bag, peering longingly into the kitchen, as his mother, oblivious to his brief fling with freedom, cooks a delicious dinner. But by 1967, running away had become a more deeply disturbing cultural phenomenon. For one thing, girls were doing it, not just boys. And kids were not just hitting the road for a day or two and quickly returning home. They were running somewhere, into a mysterious new world that baffled and terrified their parents. The Underground Railroad often led to San Francisco, and the local press was filled with stories of frantic mothers and fathers trying to track down their missing children on the streets of the city. In January, shortly before the Human Be-In, the Chronicle began running a series under the blaring headline, "Runaway Girls: Life with the Hippies." The newspaper followed the trail of 15-year-old Diana Phipps, a pretty, slender blonde who had vanished from her suburban home into the shadowy beatnik society. The desperation of America's families was fully displayed on the Huckleberry House bulletin board, which was papered with pleading letters and photos of missing teens. "Dad promises to ease up. You can trust Aunt Lou," read one. "Until there is some contact with my daughter, my life will be miserable," read another. Some seemed certain to drive the runaways even deeper into their new world. "Rick Hoyfeld, you have received your draft notice. You've been reclassified 1A. Contact your mother." Beggs would try to reunite runaways with their parents, offering to hold family counseling sessions at Huckleberry House. He wasn't interested in demonizing fathers and mothers, because ultimately the kids were going to go back home. But first he had to grapple with parental rage. By the time they walked in the shelter's front door, the fathers in particular were often ready to blow. "I'd disarm the difficult person right there," Beggs recalled, "and I'd say to him, I'd like to compliment you on raising a son who has the courage to oppose you, because you're one intimidating person." I'd challenge his authority directly, and pretty soon the father is telling the kid his frustrations, and the kid is explaining why he wants to keep his hair long. And by the end of the session, the father might be saying, "You know, our relationship is more important to me than your hair." But the roots of family agony were sometimes so deep and twisted that Beggs had no chance of making it right.
He heard it all: abusive fathers, alcoholic mothers, suicidal children, tendrils of incest, and other worms of corruption that had thoroughly rotted the foundations of the family home. He wasn't going to send kids back to these nightmares against their will. And the boys and girls loved him and Huckleberry House for that. There was something childlike about Beggs himself. He still looked boyish in his early 30s, and he spoke in teen-type bursts of wonder and feeling. If the runaway adolescents were struggling to find themselves in this new world, so was he. Kids poured out their souls to Beggs in letters. They wrote to him from wrecked homes, juvenile halls, mental hospitals. Some of them had crashed at Huckleberry House, some of them longed to. Their hand-scrawled notes were a window into the bleeding heart of the American family in the 1960s. In early September 1967, just before school started, a 13-year-old girl who called herself Deveron showed up at Huckleberry House. She was dressed all in black and was carrying a tiny black kitten and a battered 5-string guitar. The counselor who took down her information noted that she was obsessed with a desire to make it on her own, to enroll herself in school and get a job, a new ID, and an apartment. But at her age, there was no way she could be emancipated. She talked about a boy named Danny, but he never showed up. While walking the city, Deveron was picked up by the cops, who immediately took her to the old city-run youth guidance center on the slopes of Twin Peaks. She had no more tears left, but she cried for the kitten that the cops took away from hers. She had named it after her sister. Despite its name, the YGC didn't offer much in the way of guidance. It was a bleak, overcrowded warehouse for boys and girls who had fallen into the hands of the law, and there were more and more of them every day. Later, Deveron wrote the Huckleberry House staff to tell them what her life at YGC had been like. "San Francisco Juvenile Hall cannot afford to be nice," she wrote. "It is 2 stories up. The rooms are steaming hot 24 hours a day. The windows are half an inch thick, and through the tiny crack at the top, you can maybe see a few lights at night outside of the barbed wire. There are no people there, only animals. If it wasn't time to be let out, they had to wet their floors. The only sounds are, "Be quiet," "All right, girlie, you're on tray," and the sound of rattling trays and doors and keys. One day, some girls stood on their cots, broke the windows of their cells, and squeezed out through the barbed wire. They were torn and bleeding, but for the moment they were free, running through the cool mists of Twin Peaks. Deveron looked out through the crack of her window at the blood-stained girls and began singing the Star-Spangled Banner. Now Deveron was back home, but she couldn't stop thinking about her days in San Francisco. "I worry about the children of Hate Street," she wrote Huckleberry House. "Hate Street is not dead, it never will be, but it will always be dying, so will its children. If someone doesn't help them to help themselves to live. You're helping them," she told Beggs and Company. "You helped me. And mothers and fathers of lost children with windy feet. Just by being there and trying, if nothing more. Please never give up as long as children follow illusions and cities. And if Danny comes back, I love him." Beggs was amazed by the heart and courage of these lost children with windy feet. He knew what it took for them to leave everything behind and end up on his doorstep. Running away, he realized, was an SOS, a flare in the dark, for someone to step in and help resolve an agonizing family situation. The former minister was a godsend to the kids who found shelter at Huckleberry House. But to San Francisco's youth justice establishment, Beggs was a dangerous Pied Piper, a threat to the family structure that the city's heavily Catholic law enforcement hierarchy believed was the moral linchpin of society. The chief antagonist of Huckleberry House was juvenile court judge Raymond J. O'Connor, who ran San Francisco's youth justice system with an iron hand and saw the upstart shelter as a challenge to his authority. Like Mayor Shelley and much of the city's hierarchy, O'Connor was a San Francisco native and a product of local parochial schools. After a long career in private practice, he was appointed to the bench by his old friend, California Governor Edmund Pat Brown, the big government Democrat whose political career was ended by Ronald Reagan in 1966. But despite his Democratic Party affiliation, Judge O'Connor was a crusty opponent of the decade's social activism. In 1964, the Superior Court judge summoned newspaper reporters into his chambers to denounce the civil rights sit-ins sweeping the city as a criminal conspiracy. After he was named chief of the juvenile court the following year, O'Connor quickly made it clear that he was going to crack down on the youthful rebellion and lawlessness he saw spinning out of control in San Francisco. O'Connor began throwing teens and even preteens into the grim YGC citadel at a much higher rate and keeping them under lock and key much longer. He was particularly hard on black youths and even jailed their parents when he felt they were lying to him. About 2/3 of the San Francisco kids behind bars at YGC were black. In 1966, the judge ignited a furor when he tossed a 12-year-old boy into jail for purse snatching, along with several other older boys, none of whom had ever been in trouble before. Family groups and civil liberties attorneys called for O'Connor's ouster, but police and business groups rallied to the youth czar's defense, and he held on to his post. The following year, as San Francisco became a youth magnet, O'Connor scooped up thousands of young vagabonds and locked them up in his juvenile prison. The judge became a notorious villain in the Height, denounced in one underground newspaper as a sham, mentally and morally unqualified to sit in judgment on the young. O'Connor stuffed so many kids into his barbed wire warehouse that they were forced to sleep in their own urine and waste on the floors of their cells and fight to defend their space. At an emergency conference on runaways held in the Straight Theater, a favorite Grateful Dead venue in the Height, one boy explained bluntly what teens on the run could expect when they fell into O'Connor's net. They get beaten up in the paddy wagon, then they get beaten up in jail, and then they get beaten up again when they get home. O'Connor was determined to track down all of San Francisco's Windy Feet children. In his eyes, storefront operations like Huckleberry House were a public nuisance, encouraging kids to defy parental authority and flee home. Raymond O'Connor was a jerk, and he wanted us closed, said Beggs. This hippie minister was threatening his juvenile justice monopoly. That's how he saw it. Throttle the jerk. In those years, you had complete control as a parent to force your kid to do many things. And judges like O'Connor were complicit in this. These brutal alcoholic parents could be gosh-faced drunk all week long, and then put on a suit and appear in O'Connor's court, and the judge would always take their side. He was sending these kids back home to be abused mentally and in other harmful ways. The 57-year-old gray-haired O'Connor was a father himself. He and his wife Mary had 7 children. After one of O'Connor's own teenage sons ran away from the family's home in West Porta, a quiet mom-and-pop neighborhood that even today seems preserved from an earlier era, the boy ended up at Huckleberry House. The youth revolution had literally come home for Raymond O'Connor. It was only a matter of time before the judge slammed down his fist on the shelter. The police raid took place on the night of October 19, 1967, several months after Huckleberry House opened its doors.
An inexperienced night manager gave the cops their opening when she failed to make the obligatory phone call to the parents of a 15-year-old runaway to get permission to shelter their son for the night. Suddenly, there was a crying mother on the Huckleberry House doorsteps and a swarm of cops. The SFPD arrested everyone on the premises, including the runaways, for being without parental supervision, and the adult caretakers for contributing to the delinquency of minors. Beggs, who was home at the time, turned himself in the next morning at county jail. Kissing his 2 young boys goodbye, he had to explain to them why Daddy is going to go to jail now. Sitting in his cell, Beggs reflected gloomily on the fate of Huckleberry House, the nation's first alternative runaway shelter and, he thought, perhaps the last. But San Francisco in the 60s was not simply a bastion of Catholic law and order. There were other shifting forces at work, and it turned out that Beggs' sponsors at the activist Glide Church had some connections of their own. A young, politically ambitious African-American attorney from the Fillmore named Willie Brown was retained to represent Huckleberry House. And, within hours, Judge Joseph Kennedy, a black jurist who strongly supported Glide's social programs, released Beggs on his own recognizance. A couple of months later, the case was dismissed. The raid on Huckleberry House was traumatic for its young staff, but it had a galvanizing effect on the community surrounding the shelter. The overall effect of the bust, Beggs said, was to dramatically communicate to the hate that if we're being attacked by the police and the juvenile justice system and Judge O'Connor, that we were now legitimized as an authentic counterculture operation. High school students went door to door to collect canned goods for Huckleberry. A printing company ran off several thousand promotional pamphlets for the shelter at no cost. An elderly woman in the Glide congregation gathered small soap bars from her residential hotel to donate to the shelter. Parents and former Huckleberry runaways mailed in small cash donations. As word spread about Huckleberry's resilience in the face of official harassment, more and more teenagers showed up on the shelter's doorsteps. When Huckleberry House stood its ground and survived, it was a major victory for the new city growing within the old. The city's establishment didn't give a very about the children on its streets. As an outraged editorial in the Haight-Ashbury Tribune fumed, if an individual treated a child with the disregard for his health, safety, and welfare that San Francisco displayed towards minors, our law would punish that individual as a felon. But in the end, the community took care of its own. They had flocked to San Francisco from all over the world, but they were now the city's children. And you take care of your children, particularly when they are lost and broken. That was the philosophy that took root in the new city during the Summer of Love. Street medicine. As San Francisco braced itself for the Summer of Love tidal wave, a 28-year-old intern named David Smith was working as chief of the Alcohol and Drug Abuse Screening Unit at San Francisco General Hospital. At night, Smith drove across town to his apartment on Frederick Street in the Haight, near a donut store that sold LSD under the counter. The young doctor knew he lived and worked at Ground Zero, and he knew the city's public health system was woefully unprepared for the waves of drug-experimenting kids already washing up on its streets. In fact, Public Health Director Ellis Sox was openly hostile to the growing youth population, mirroring the attitude of Mayor Shelley's administration, which wanted to post "hippies not welcome" signs on the bridge approaches to San Francisco. If food and shelter were the most urgent needs in the Heights' rapidly expanding refugee encampment, healthcare was close behind. None of the medical facilities in the neighborhood wanted to treat hippies. St. Mary's, the big Catholic-run hospital on Stanton Street, had a policy of turning away drug overdose victims. The Diggers once again tried to address the crisis but fell far short. They rounded up a few interns from Kaiser Hospital and an ex-mental patient named Doc who served as a witch doctor to the Hells Angels to care for people at their free stores. But their makeshift emergency rooms were soon swamped with patients and quickly ran out of medical supplies. Grogan and his cohorts began ferrying young people who were hallucinating wildly on LSD and other chemical cocktails to Dr. Smith's small detox center. Smith would try to talk them through their nightmares, or, if necessary, administer a sedative or a more potent antipsychotic like Thorazine. But Smith's unit was open only during weekday work hours, and when high-flying kids were brought to General Hospital at other times, they were dumped across the street at Mission Emergency Hospital, where they were thrown in with alcoholics or gunshot victims, or locked in padded isolation cells. What began as a mildly bad trip could erupt into full-blown psychosis by the time a hallucinating patient made his way through the city's harrowing public health labyrinth. Hippies who fell into the hands of public health doctors and nurses at Park Emergency Hospital on the edge of Golden Gate Park fared the worst. The hospital staff seemed to take pleasure in tormenting the young, disoriented patients, ignoring them or making them suffer through a long registration process. In the end, many of them were shoved into the back of ambulances and, sirens screaming, deposited on Smith's doorstep at SF General. Like Rev Beggs, David Smith felt estranged from his own profession. The truth was, Smith had never seemed at home in his surroundings. He had grown up a jock and a square in Bakersfield, the son of Okies whose families had fled the Dust Bowl for the oil fields and farms of California's Central Valley. Smith's father, Elvin, became a clerk for Southern Pacific Railroad, and his mother, Dorothy, grew up to become a nurse. But she always remembered the humiliations of working in the fields with her mother and sister during the Depression. When the farm boss would ask her mother what kind of work she would do, she answered, anything. Never say you will do anything, his mother told young David. She urged him to become a doctor. In high school, David never tried to date good girls because he felt ashamed by his humble roots and his sickly mother, who was diagnosed with Hodgkin's disease when he was 3. He was a good student and worked hard to make the varsity basketball team, but he always felt like an outsider. When his mother finally died of her illness during his senior year, David and his father, who both liked to drink, began to apply themselves to the bottle more seriously. Within a couple of years, his father had drunk himself to death, leaving David an orphan at 19. Smith continued to drink heavily during the early 1960s as an undergraduate at Berkeley and as a medical student at the University of California campus in San Francisco. But he developed an interest in psychedelics while taking pharmacology courses in medical school, and after experimenting with LSD, he gave up alcohol for acid, mescaline, and marijuana. He would spend most of his professional life studying and treating the powerful effects of drugs, but he would never entirely condemn their dark magic. It started as clinical, but it turned into a religious experience, Smith recalled. I don't want to badmouth LSD because I'd never have done what I did in my life had I not had that spiritual experience on LSD. I was the grandson of farm workers, and all I wanted was academic and financial success. The idea that I would leave the lab and risk everything to help these street kids was so foreign, but I broke on through to the other side.
And it seemed to me like not only should I do it, but I had to do it. Smith began feeling like he belonged for the first time in his life. He was a few years older than most of the ragged young people who roamed the streets of his neighborhood or found their way into his hospital office. But they were his tribe of outsiders. The authorities had tried to block the Okies at the California border, too. As horror stories about the San Francisco public health system spread in the hate, more and more young people refrained from going to city medical facilities, even though healthcare problems in the community were reaching the crisis point. Smith knew he had to do something. Thanks to the Diggers, the idea of free medical service was blowing in the wind. A former girlfriend named Florence Martin, an African-American nurse, had also told Smith about her work at the Watts Clinic in Los Angeles, a community clinic established after the 1965 Watts riots. Before the clinic was built, neighborhood residents had to drive miles for medical care.
Now they had a sense that their healthcare system belonged to them. Smith was also intrigued by the stories that his Haight-Ashbury neighbor Terry Hallinan brought back from the South, where he had worked with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, to set up free health clinics. Brainstorming with a man named Robert Conrisha, a physician-turned-private investigator who had dropped out of the professional world after becoming an LSD initiate, Smith developed the idea for a free clinic in the Haight. "I was pretty naive about health politics then," he recalled, "but the concept of free was all around me. I became the architect of the slogan, 'Healthcare is a right, not a privilege.' That was the founding philosophy of the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic. It was a very radical idea then. Now it's being debated in the mainstream. And it all came out of this area, the street university known as the Haight-Ashbury. I was learning more every day walking around in my neighborhood than I ever learned in the lab." Smith and Conrich recruited doctors, nurses, and hippie volunteers to staff the clinic. They found an abandoned dental office on the second floor of a faded yellow Victorian at 558 Clayton Street, near the corner of Haight. Smith paid the lease out of his own pocket, with a $100 lecture fee and a $500 donation from Rev. Leon Smith, an activist Episcopal minister in the Haight. Smith and his crew then outfitted the office with scavenged furniture and medical equipment, including an X-ray machine so ancient that Smith thought it belonged in the Smithsonian. Despite his growing emotional attachment to the hippie community, Smith was still an ambitious young medical professional who kept his curly hair closely cropped. He tried to keep one foot in the mainstream world while dipping his other into the cross-current. He thought he could be a bridge between the two realities. But it soon became clear to Smith that he was crossing a Rubicon. City authorities immediately resented the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic because it was outside their domain. So bitter was City Hall opposition that it seemed to Smith as if public health czar Sachs wanted to isolate the Haight-Ashbury and let its young residents die. Smith's former medical school mentors and colleagues urged him to abandon the free clinic project, warning him that he was ruining his promising career by treating drug takers and other undesirables. He was even told that someone would try to kill him. But when the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic opened its doors on June 7, 1967, it became instantly clear why the storefront emergency room was essential. A long line of patients in granny dresses, buckskins, and other light clothing stretched around the corner, shivering miserably in the wet fog. Eric Burden and the animals might have fantasized about warm San Franciscan nights, but only newcomers to the city expected to be greeted with summer sunshine. As the patients made their way up the hallway stairs to the clinic, Smith remembers, it soon turned into a madhouse. Overdose victims clawed as phantoms in the air. Runny-nosed babies wailed frantically, unappeased by their hippie mothers. A fever-flushed woman wrapped only in a pink blanket and racked with deep bronchial coughs insisted that she could not be hospitalized because she had to hitchhike to Big Sur the next morning. The air was thick with marijuana, incense, and a rank mix of body odor and patchouli. Patients not utterly depleted by illness rattled tambourines and blew on wooden flutes. The cacophony went on and on. The clinic treated more than 250 patients the first day and more than 350 the next. By the third day, its stockpiles of bandages, antibiotics, and penicillin were depleted. When clinic doctors ran out of tranquilizers, all they could do was encourage patients freaking out on drugs to concentrate on flickering candles. The clinic's small detox room, wishfully called its calm center, was soon an overcrowded bedlam. An 18-year-old girl freaking out on acid was trying to hurl her body through the calm center wall. Another drug patient was behaving erratically through the waiting room. Smith's volunteer staff, including some doctors who had served in the military, were already on the brink of burnout and comparing the beleaguered clinic to a field hospital in a combat zone. The Haight was actually more like Calcutta, with its hordes of beggars and brightly colored rags and its stew of human misery. The free clinic staff treated a bizarre spectrum of infections and aggravations that summer of love, many of them more commonly associated with third-world slums than prosperous American tourist destinations.
The young patients who came through the clinic doors were suffering from pneumonia, hepatitis, venereal disease, illegal abortion complications, skin infections, gum diseases, malnourishment, and intestinal disorders from eating rotten food. Smith couldn't understand why the public authorities had turned their backs on the young people flooding his clinic. Many of these kids came from traditional backgrounds, he recalled. They were the establishment's own sons and daughters. They didn't come to Haight-Ashbury to go to the free clinic. They came for the music, for the freedom. And if you didn't take care of them, they'd get sick and clog up hospital emergency rooms. They certainly wouldn't go home. When David Perlman, the science reporter for the San Francisco Chronicle, showed up to interview Smith for a story on the clinic, he was so stunned by the spectacle of suffering that he put down his notebook and began helping out, taking patient histories for several hours. His story, A Medical Mission in the Haight-Ashbury, ran on the front page, and it produced an outpouring of public support. Checks ranging from $5 to $100 came in through the mail. People arrived at the clinic hauling furniture, food, and medication. Celebrities volunteered to work in the clinic, including Bing Crosby's wife, Catherine, who drove up from the family home in Hillsborough. The Chronicle coverage put pressure on city authorities to support the clinic. But City Hall responded only with smoke and mirrors. Public Health Director Sachs vaguely promised to open a more proper health center in the Haight before the summer was over. And Mayor Shelley announced that in the meantime, the city was funding the free clinic. Both statements were untrue, and whether boneheaded or malicious, they had the effect of instantly drying up public contributions to the clinic and pushing it to the brink of financial ruin. Meanwhile, other dark forces preyed on the struggling clinic. The police were a constant harassing presence. Beat cops periodically roamed through the clinic's 5 rooms hunting for runaways, and narcotics officers came around sniffing for illegal drugs.
A sign posted in the clinic tried to avert police raids, pleading, "No dealing, no holding, no using dope, any of these can close the clinic." It concluded with a cheery, flower-decorated, "We love you," because the clinic tried hard not to alienate its wary young patients. But the sign was a reminder that everyone in the Haight was under surveillance, even in relatively safe zones like the free clinic. Even more troubling to Smith and his staff were the street strongmen who tried to muscle their way into the clinic as it became established in the neighborhood. One such sketchy character called himself Papa Al. A successful speed dealer who lived in a Berkeley mansion, Papa Al roamed the streets of the Haight with a .38 revolver and a burly companion known as Teddy Bear. The two men began volunteering at the free clinic soon after it opened up, passing themselves off as good Samaritans. But it soon became clear that they intended to take over the clinic and use it as the base of their drug operation. When Smith confronted Papa Al and ordered him to leave, the drug dealer responded by putting out a contract on the lives of Smith and the clinic administrator, Donald Reddick. The word spread quickly on the street. Any methamphetamine freak who knocked off Smith or Reddick would get 100 worth of speed. "I freaked out," Smith said. "The neighborhood was so crazy then that if you put out the word like that, it could easily happen." Smith went to the cops at Park Police Station, but they told him they couldn't do anything until Papa Al made a move. So I learned the police were no protection. If Papa Al moved, I'd be dead. The cops' attitude was, "Here's this insane asylum in the Haight, and whatever you crazed animals do in there to each other, we don't give a very. Just don't let it spill out into the rest of the city." Reddick gave Smith a gun and holster, but his only experience with firearms was taking pot shots at bottles on the banks of the Kern River as a kid. In desperation, Smith turned to the Hells Angels, the hard guys in leather who brought a kind of rough justice to the neighborhood. Everyone was afraid of the Angels, including the police. But the bikers had their uses. The Haight had made a devil's bargain with the Angels. In return for protecting them from violent cops, bad drug dealers, and other rogue elements, the neighborhood turned a blind eye to the Angels' own bare-knuckled behavior. Heavy hippies like the Diggers admired the Angels for their outlaw integrity. The Dead and Janice liked their swagger and style. But people knew that bringing the bikers into the equation was like bringing a jungle cat on a leash into a party. It could all be cool or not. This time it all worked out. Smith phoned Hells Angels leader Sonny Barger and told him his plight. The next day, 2 angels visited Papa Al and told him how things stood. "You're David Smith's insurance policy," they said. "If anything happens to him, if he's hit by a car walking across the street, you're dead." The contract on Smith and Reddick was lifted. Papa Al disappeared from the hate. Smith knows everything that has been said about Barger and his gang. He knows that historians of the 1960s will have the final say. But for him, it's not complicated. "If you ask me, they saved my life." If Sonny Barger saved Smith's life, it was another community icon, rock concert promoter Bill Graham, who saved his clinic. By July, the clinic was mired in debt. With the city still withholding financial support, the Frontline Medical Facility was on the verge of closing its doors. But after reading about the clinic's crisis in the Chronicle, Graham phoned Smith, who invited him over to 558 Clayton. They were an unlikely pair. The Okie from Bakersfield and the Holocaust orphan who had raised himself on the streets of the Bronx. In the Heights-free circles, Graham was reviled as a money-grubbing opportunist who was taking the neighborhood's free-floating music and selling it back to the people. But Smith saw the heart of gold, as he put it, under Graham's snarly exterior. He could be extremely tough, but if he decided you were one of his people, he loved you. Graham quickly sized up the young doctor as one of his people. While talking with Smith in the clinic, Graham looked out the window and saw a phalanx of cops sweeping hippies off the street. "These kids have made my business possible," he told the doctor. "They don't deserve this treatment. Now I want to do something for them. We need the clinic. It's humanity, and the least I can do." Graham organized a benefit at the Fillmore Auditorium on July 13th, headlined by Big Brother and the Holding Company, that raised $5,000 for the clinic, a hefty sum in those days. Without Bill Graham, the clinic would not have survived its fragile infancy that summer, said Smith. In October, Graham followed up with a second benefit, this one featuring the Jefferson airplane, that funneled another $5,000 to the clinic. Graham's largesse inspired a wave of other benefits for the clinic, including a free concert in a San Jose park, again headlined by Big Brother. "We literally built this clinic on rock and roll," Smith said. "It was a circular system. Many of the rock musicians who raised money for the free clinic were also its patients. Smith even saved some of their lives. He would get calls in the dead of night, sometimes from Graham, sometimes from friends, lovers, or bandmates. A beloved musician had collapsed and was turning a morgue-like pallor. Smith was needed right away. Years later, watching the movie Pulp Fiction, he instantly identified with the Harvey Keitel character, the man called in to clean up disasters. No one required more emergency attention than Janis Joplin, whose dark romance with liquor and drugs long preceded her musical stardom. She was using up all her lives, one by one. Late one night, Smith got a frantic call from a girlfriend of Janis. The singer had overdosed on heroin and could not be revived. Smith rushed to Janis's house in the Height and injected her with Narcan. This time, Janis came back. When she opened her eyes and saw Doc Smith, she smiled and said, "Thank you." Most of Janis Joplin's soul-wrenching music was ahead of her. Smith kept her going long enough so she could give the world those pieces of her heart. He was no miracle worker, but the young doctor built a haven that summer where America's lost children, from ragged panhandlers to rock stars, were made to feel that their lives were not disposable and that someone cared about them. Murder on Shakedown Street. Before Bill Graham, there was Charles Sullivan. The king of black music promoters on the West Coast, Sullivan signed up the biggest African-American headliners for his concert circuit, which stretched from Vancouver to San Diego. He presented them all, Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, Count Basie, Billie Holiday, and later Ray Charles, Ike and Tina Turner, Little Richard, James Brown, The Temptations. His long reign as a promoter began during World War II, when he opened a joint in San Mateo, south of San Francisco, called Club Sullivan, and extended into the 1950s and 60s when he moved into San Francisco and took over the lease on an old dance hall originally called the Majestic Ballroom, renaming it the Fillmore Auditorium. The Fillmore district was a hopping music scene in those years, with jazz, blues, bebop, and rhythm and blues blasting out of dozens of clubs, bars, and lounges all night long. Fillmore Street became Swing Street, and Sullivan was the ringmaster of it all.
staging big shows at the Fillmore, running a hotel where black musicians felt welcome, and a bar where they jammed until dawn, and making another small fortune on the side from liquor, jukeboxes, and gambling. He was the man to see. They called him the mayor of Fillmore Street. In 1965, Sullivan launched Bill Graham in the concert business, loaning him his dance license, that essential city document, and subleasing the Fillmore to Graham on the auditorium's dark nights.
Without Sullivan, Graham might never have cracked San Francisco's tightly controlled entertainment racket. Then Sullivan was suddenly, violently torn out of the picture. And Graham made his move, taking over the Fillmore lease and turning the old dance hall into a hallowed name in musical history. Behind every beautiful thing, there is some kind of pain. That's how Bob Dylan sings it. And, in the case of the Fillmore, it rings true. Music was at the heart of San Francisco's magical transformation in the 1960s. And at the beginning of the decade, the Fillmore was the music's hot center. They called the Fillmore the Harlem of the West. The streets were filled until the early morning hours with a parade of peacocks. Men with diamond stick pins, satin ties, and long coats. Women in slit dresses and furs. Adventurous white kids like Jerry Garcia would sneak into the Fillmore clubs and dance halls, this forbidden empire of cool, to hear the music they couldn't find on Top 40 radio. And then it was all gone, destroyed block by the wrecking balls and bulldozers of the San Francisco Redevelopment Agency. As Jerry Garcia later sang, "Nothing shaken on Shakedown Street used to be the heart of town." The agency launched the first phase of its massive urban renewal project in 1953, erasing stores, nightclubs, and churches, and more than 25,000 residents from hundreds of city blocks. Geary Street, a bustling commercial center, was turned into an 8-lane expressway so that cars and buses carrying commuters downtown from the predominantly white West Side neighborhoods could hurtle directly through the Fillmore without stopping. 10 years later, the agency kicked off the second phase of its Fillmore blitzkrieg, uprooting an additional 13,000 people and shuttering thousands of more businesses over 60 square blocks. The city called it urban renewal, but to residents of the Fillmore, it was Negro removal. Redevelopment officials promised that dislocated residents would be moved back into the neighborhood. But those who were forced to sell their houses soon found that they were priced out of the Fillmore's rising real estate market. The Fillmore was the heart of Black San Francisco, and redevelopment tore it out. The Harlem of the West now looked like a war-ravaged city, pockmarked with empty, rubble-strewn lots, shuttered storefronts, and dreary street corners inhabited by lost and wasted men. After the middle-class homeowners and business operators were forced out, all that was left was a crime-ridden ghetto. As the wrecking balls turned the Fillmore into a wasteland, an ugly spirit began sweeping the streets. Cab drivers refused to take white tourists there anymore. White teenagers like John Goddard had crossed the Golden Gate Bridge from Marin County to see Little Richard, backed by a scrawny young guitarist named Jimi Hendrix, and other marvels at the Fillmore Auditorium. But now the neighborhood seemed forbidding. It got to the point around 1965 where I didn't feel safe coming to Fillmore Street anymore. People were angry, rightly so, but I didn't feel comfortable. Nothing ever happened, but it was a different vibe. Then, near the end of that year, Charles Sullivan loaned Bill Graham his Fillmore Auditorium dance permit. White kids began flocking to the desolated neighborhood to hear a whole new breed of musicians. The Airplane, The Dead, Quicksilver Messenger Service, Big Brother, Sop with Camel, The Grassroots, Love, Velvet Underground, Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, Van Morrison and his band Them. They all played the Fillmore in the first half of 1966. And suddenly the corner of Fillmore and Geary, the heart of the neighborhood, was jolted back to life with a surge of electric music. The cops were not happy. They had written off the Fillmore as a no-man's land. Now they suddenly had security headaches. More and more children of the white suburbs were venturing into the Fillmore after nightfall, which meant that the police had to patrol the neighborhood again. Like all operators of liquor stores and late-night entertainment joints, Sullivan liked to keep everyone happy, particularly the authorities. Some of his enterprises required licenses from the city and the state. Others, like his after-hour speakeasies, depended on the look-the-other-way leniency of beat cops. Sullivan knew how to spread around the gravy. He always carried a roll of cash in his pants pocket, and he would take it out and peel off the bills whenever he needed to take care of somebody. But this time, Sullivan couldn't smooth it over with the cops. They wanted him to pull his dance permit from Graham. They wanted the rock show shut down, or else they would shut him down. No more booze peddling, no more backroom gambling, no more vending machines. Sullivan caved. The next day, he called Graham into his office and gave him the bad news. "They're leaning on me hard, and I got a business to run, and I got a wife and kids, and I have to pull my permit," Sullivan grimly informed the rock promoter. Graham went home that night and told his wife Bonnie. It was all over. The next morning, Graham returned to the Fillmore to pack up his office. When he arrived, Sullivan was sitting on the steps. The 57-year-old Sullivan always dressed like a gentleman, in suit and tie, and he would insist that his performers always look their best on stage too, picking up their suits after every show to make sure they were cleaned and pressed. But today, Sullivan looked worse for wear. He was a big man, more than 6 feet tall and close to 250 pounds, but now he seemed like a beat-down field worker. He was wearing the same suit, shirt, and tie from the day before, and it looked to Graham like he'd been up all night. "Bill," said the older man, "I want to talk to you." They went upstairs to Graham's cubbyhole of an office, and Sullivan began pouring out his life story to him. How he had grown up on a farm in Monroe County, Alabama, raised by illiterate parents. How he had left home as a teenager and made his way out to the West Coast, washing cars in Los Angeles, and then going to night school to become a machinist. How he had moved to San Francisco in search of work during the Depression, but was barred from the all-white machinists union and was forced to take a job as a chauffeur for a San Mateo socialite. It was only after years of tormented hustle that Sullivan finally began to get a leg up, saving a little money and opening a suburban hamburger stand, then adding a restaurant and a bar. Then, during World War II, as the Fillmore district began to boom, he saw his big chance to move into the city. All those black defense workers with cash in their pockets and few places to spend it, he would become the king of swing. All during his long trek to the top, Sullivan told Graham, the white man had messed with him. Finally, he thought, he had found his place in the sun. He was a wealthy pillar of his community with a booming entertainment business, a pretty young wife, and a comfortable 2-story house with Japanese decor near Alamo Square. But now the men downtown were messing with him all over again, making threats and telling him what to do. "Yesterday, they really got to me," Sullivan said, and the big man began to shake. "Bill, it's my life," he went on. "After I saw you last night, I started thinking about myself and what I've been through and what they're making you do now." His eyes, red from lack of sleep, were fixed on Graham. "I can't do it. I can't. I just can't back off. I can't pull that permit from you." Then Sullivan leaned forward. His voice was choked with pain and rage. "No, no, no. I just ain't gonna let this happen now. You just go back downtown, man, and you beat those white people." Graham did just that.
With typical sharp elbows drive, the rock promoter finally finagled his own dance license out of City Hall, lining up support from the Chronicle, neighborhood merchants, and even the rabbi of the temple next door to the Fillmore who had complained about inebriated rock fans relieving themselves on his holy walls. The smartest move Graham made was reaching out to San Francisco power attorney William Koblenz, who thought that the promoter was getting a raw deal and agreed to represent him for free. Koblenz hired a private eye who snapped pictures of cops going in and out of a disreputable establishment across the street from the auditorium. The lawyer shared the revealing photos with the City Board of Permit Appeals. He pointed out that the beat cops were in no position to charge that Graham was bad for the neighborhood. The board found this a convincing argument, and Graham was back in business. But without Sullivan, nothing would have happened. He was the guy, Charles said later. He was it. "I don't know if I could have ever found another place. Why would I have even tried? That was the place." It should have been a triumphant time for Charles Sullivan, too. He had stood up to the downtown bullies and won. He was at the top of his game, overseeing the West Coast tours for the top Motown Records acts and expanding into Los Angeles. But the Fillmore district, his base of operations since the 1940s, was becoming a dangerous ghost town. He was one of the few major business figures who stood in the way of the neighborhood's elimination. His turf was crowded by enemies and predators. Sullivan took to carrying a chrome-plated .38 in his briefcase. It was a .38 that took Charles Sullivan's life. Sometime after midnight in the early morning darkness of August 2, 1966, someone stuck the gun's snub nose right against his heart and pulled the trigger. He was dead before he hit the ground. The homicide cops found him sprawled on his back at the scruffy corner of 5th and Bluxom Streets, lying next to his rented car, a tan Chevy, with the gun inches away from his outstretched right hand. From the very start, the cops seemed strangely confused about the murder. At first, they put out the word that there was a strong possibility of suicide until the coroner's inquest pointed out that it would be very awkward for a man to shoot himself in the heart this way. Testifying at the inquest, lead homicide inspector Ken Manley, a 16-year veteran of the force, could not be certain whether the gun found at the scene even belonged to Sullivan. And he was at a loss to explain why no fingerprints or gun smoke odor were found on the revolver. The story that finally went down was that Sullivan was killed while being robbed. The promoter was reported to be carrying several $1,000s in his briefcase after having staged a James Brown show in Los Angeles and a Temptations concert in Phoenix that weekend. And the empty briefcase was found in the trunk of his car. But the SFPD never arrested a suspect, and, like the suicide theory, the robbery story never smelled right to the Sullivan family. After the murder, Charles' wife, Fanny, and his younger brother, Marion, found that the promoter had already stashed most of the weekend's receipts, some $25,000, in the safe at his Grove Street home. Marion Sullivan, who had been raised by Charles during much of his adolescence and later went to work for him in his jukebox business, was convinced that his brother was killed by someone he knew. Charles was involved with some shady people, he said. Sullivan's family and the cops were quickly able to retrace his steps that night. He had taken a flight from L.A. after the James Brown show and landed after 9 o'clock at San Francisco International Airport, where he rented the Chevy. Sullivan's wife was out of town, and, unsurprisingly, he was accompanied by an attractive young woman. He loved women, there was no question about it. He'd always find a broad to take with him on his trips, said Marion. Sullivan drove into the city, dropped off the cash at his home, and then checked in at the cocktail lounge he ran inside the Booker T. Washington Hotel on Ellis Street. Later that night, he drove his female companion, a school teacher who lived in Oakland, across the Bay Bridge to her home on 23rd Street. They enjoyed each other's company for about 45 minutes. She later testified that she had served Sullivan watermelon. And then, after midnight, he left. On the street outside her house, he shouted out, and she came rushing outside to see what was wrong. He told her that he had seen a kid going down the street and it had scared him for a minute. He was worried that the kid might have snatched his briefcase, which was on the front seat of his locked car. But nothing had been taken, and he drove off. That was the last she ever saw him, said the school teacher. After that, Sullivan's trajectory became murky. For some reason, he apparently exited the freeway in San Francisco on 5th Street rather than taking the Fell Street exit closer to his home, and he turned left into the Freight District. He was miles from the Fillmore, and he had no business in the neighborhood. But that's where they found him, splayed on the street between the Chevy and a wire fence, his body silhouetted in the macabre glow of his car's headlights. The newspapers got excited for a day or two about the murder. The African-American paper, the Sun Reporter, kept the story going a bit longer, with a 2-page spread on Sullivan's lavish funeral. Belva Davis, a writer for the Sun Reporter who later became a prominent local TV journalist, began digging into the mystery but was suddenly pulled off the story. There were powerful interests behind Sullivan's murder, she was told. Charles Sullivan, despite all his wealth and show business glamour, soon disappeared forever. He was dropped down whatever well there was in those days for colored people, prominent or otherwise, who got themselves shot. Homicide Inspector Jack Cleary, Ken Manley's junior partner on the case, always clung to the suicide theory. And he thought that Sullivan's schoolteacher girlfriend, a broad who had legs 8 feet long, could have been a model, knew a lot more than she revealed at the coroner's inquest. Cleary suspected that she was with Sullivan when he shot himself, maybe accidentally, during a lover's quarrel, and then took off. Cleary confronted the witch, that's how he saw her, after she stepped down from the witness stand. "Come here," he said. "You know what? I'm going down to the DA's and I'm going to get a warrant on you for perjury. You were there when Charlie killed himself, and you left him there to die, and should have got him some help, and you just got up on the stand and lied. You raised your right hand under oath." "No, I didn't," the leggy schoolteacher broke in, cool as diamonds. "I raised my left hand." Neither Cleary nor the coroner had caught that sly move. We were pretty good, but she was better. But the lover-suicide theory, which seemed right out of a B movie, did not find many believers, even in Cleary's own department. There was a lingering scent around Sullivan's murder, something hidden and rank. Some prominent San Franciscans, including a rising young political leader named Dianne Feinstein, took an interest in the Sullivan case. Feinstein, a clean government crusader married to a Pacific Heights neurosurgeon, already had her eye on the mayor's office, and she liked to poke around the city's dark corners. Always intrigued by police affairs, Feinstein collared Cleary at the Hall of Justice one day. "Look, Jack, this is a murder," she told him. "Murder my foot," he shot back at her, insisting on his suicide explanation. Sometime later, after the case was filed away, Marion Sullivan was running an after-hours speakeasy when it got raided by the police. One of the cops recognized him and brought up his dead brother. "He told me that he knew who killed Charles," said Marion. Sullivan's family and the cops were quickly able to retrace his steps that night. He had taken a flight from LA after the James Brown show and landed after 9 o'clock at San Francisco International Airport, where he rented the Chevy. Sullivan's wife was out of town, and, unsurprisingly, he was accompanied by an attractive young woman. He loved women, there was no question about it. He'd always find a broad to take with him on his trips, said Marion. Sullivan drove into the city, dropped off the cash at his home, and then checked in at the cocktail lounge he ran inside the Booker T. Washington Hotel on Ellis Street. Later that night, he drove his female companion, a schoolteacher who lived in Oakland, across the Bay Bridge to her home on 23rd Street. They enjoyed each other's company for about 45 minutes. She later testified that she had served Sullivan watermelon, and then, after midnight, he left. On the street outside her house, he shouted out, and she came rushing outside to see what was wrong. He told her that he had seen a kid going down the street, and it had scared him for a minute. He was worried that the kid might have snatched his briefcase, which was on the front seat of his locked car. But nothing had been taken, and he drove off. That was the last she ever saw him, said the schoolteacher. After that, Sullivan's trajectory became murky. For some reason, he apparently exited the freeway in San Francisco on 5th Street rather than taking the Fell Street exit closer to his home, and he turned left into the Freight District. He was miles from the Fillmore, and he had no business in the neighborhood. But that's where they found him, splayed on the street between the Chevy and a wire fence, his body silhouetted in the macabre glow of his car's headlights. The newspapers got excited for a day or two about the murder. The African-American paper, the Sun Reporter, kept the story going a bit longer, with a 2-page spread on Sullivan's lavish funeral. Belva Davis, a writer for the Sun Reporter who later became a prominent local TV journalist, began digging into the mystery but was suddenly pulled off the story. There were powerful interests behind Sullivan's murder, she was told. Charles Sullivan, despite all his wealth and show business glamour, soon disappeared forever. He was dropped down whatever well there was in those days for colored people, prominent or otherwise, who got themselves shot. Homicide Inspector Jack Cleary, Ken Manley's junior partner on the case, always clung to the suicide theory. And he thought that Sullivan's schoolteacher girlfriend, a broad who had legs 8 feet long, could have been a model, knew a lot more than she revealed at the coroner's inquest. Cleary suspected that she was with Sullivan when he shot himself, maybe accidentally, during a lover's quarrel, and then took off. Cleary confronted the witch, that's how he saw her, after she stepped down from the witness stand. "Come here," he said. "You know what? I'm going down to the DA's and I'm going to get a warrant on you for perjury. You were there when Charlie killed himself, and you left him there to die, and should have got him some help, and you just got up on the stand and lied. You raised your right hand under oath." "No, I didn't," the leggy schoolteacher broke in, cool as diamonds. "I raised my left hand." Neither Cleary nor the coroner had caught that sly move. We were pretty good, but she was better. But the lover-suicide theory, which seemed right out of a B movie, did not find many believers, even in Cleary's own department. There was a lingering scent around Sullivan's murder, something hidden and rank.
But I wasn't crazy enough to ask him to tell me who. There was always a seamy underside to San Francisco, even during the enchanted 60s. But Sullivan's murder did not stop the music. In his place came an even bigger showman, bruising, belligerent, big-hearted Bill Graham. The Napoleon of rock. Bill Graham always seemed everywhere, zooming around town on a motorbike and stapling concert posters to telephone poles, mopping up spilled drinks on the dance floor, struggling with a pack of roadies to heave an amplifier into place, screaming at a band's hapless manager backstage. Now he was prowling the perimeter of the Fillmore Auditorium, his rock and roll bastion in the heart of San Francisco's shrinking black ghetto. The line of ticket holders snaked down Geary Street and around the corner onto Fillmore. Bearded young men with tie-dyed headbands and teenage girls in peacoats and bell-bottoms, carrying the bedrolls they had slept in to secure a good place in line. Graham wasn't young, but he wasn't old. He wasn't big, and he walked with his shoulders slightly hunched. But he always seemed coiled and ready for anything that came his way. He had a brute handsomeness. With his thick, wavy ducktail spilling over his shirt collar and his sideburns, he looked like a guy who'd be cast as one of the sharks in West Side Story if all the parts hadn't been claimed by gay dancers. Now, Graham was patrolling the Fillmore ticket line, counting heads, clipboard in hand. Always a clipboard. When a kid with long, matted blonde hair piped up, "Greedy freaking pig!" Graham spun on his heels like he was ready for it. Who said that? Who the freaking said that? With some weird street radar, the promoter instantly identified where the verbal assault had come from and was in the kid's face. Do you know how much it costs to put on a show like this? Do you have any idea how many people have to be paid? The musicians, the roadies, the truck drivers, the sound people, the light shows? You don't have a frickin' clue. The kid wilted under the harangue. Graham knew how to use his voice like a New York jackhammer, and it was particularly effective against soft Californian ears. Born Wolfgang Grajanka to Russian-Polish Jewish emigrants in Berlin, Graham was a refugee from European history. His mother and one of his 5 sisters were gassed to death by Nazis in Germany. Another sister survived Auschwitz. Sent to an orphanage outside Paris, Graham escaped from the growing inferno at age 9 by walking across Europe with his 13-year-old sister, Tola. When she came down with pneumonia during the trek, he was forced to leave her in a hospital in Lyon, France, and he never saw her again. It haunted Graham for the rest of his life. He was put on an ocean liner in Lisbon, Portugal, and after a torturous voyage to Casablanca and Dakar in Africa, he finally landed in New York. There he was plucked from an adoption agency by a couple, as though they were going to a pet shop, he said. Of the 64 kids who'd set out on foot from the French orphanage 3 months earlier, only 11 made it to New York. At age 18, Graham was drafted and sent to war in Korea. He hated the army and never figured out why we were fighting. But he did his duty, killed a man in combat, and won the Bronze Star and Purple Heart. By going to war, Graham finally gained his U.S. citizenship, enabling him to bring 2 of his 3 surviving sisters to America from Israel. After his discharge, he worked as a New York cab driver and as a waiter in the Catskills. Graham first came to San Francisco to visit his oldest sister, Rita, who had settled there with her husband after arriving in America. Right away, San Francisco made him feel different. The hills, the Golden Gate Bridge, the soft sea light. There were horizons, there were opportunities. He breathed easier. What I liked was that the game was not always on the goal line out there. It wasn't always life and death. There were timeout signs. It was a nicer game. Graham had fantasized about a show business career ever since waiting tables on the likes of Marlon Brando, Eddie Fisher, and Jerry Lewis. But New York and Los Angeles were unassailable towns without the right connections. In 1964, he finally found his opening, in San Francisco's more freewheeling atmosphere, after he became the San Francisco Mime Troupe's business manager. When the actor provocateurs were busted in the park by censorious cops, Graham organized a benefit at the troupe's South of Market loft to raise money for legal fees. The benefit was a runaway success. Graham crammed so many people into the loft that night, it was raided by fire officials. Seeing a new world open before him, Graham held 2 more mime troupe benefits, this time at the Fillmore Auditorium. He wanted to be the next Sol Hurak. But he would become the P.T. Barnum of the greatest show on earth, San Francisco's rock and roll circus. From the very beginning, Graham sparked wildly opposite reactions in San Francisco, where music was still regarded as a public resource. He was a pure business guy out to make a buck, said Peter Berg, who worked with him in the mime troupe. A total square. He didn't even like rock music. He was into Latin dance music. But Berg's mime troupe diggers comrade Peter Coyote saw Graham very differently. It was Graham who repeatedly came to the troupe's rescue when the performers fell into legal trouble, Coyote pointed out. And it was Graham who let the diggers take over the Fillmore for a Stone Your Neighbor night in 1967, an event that could have put everyone in jail. The crowd filing into the auditorium that night was funneled between two rows of diggers who were blowing huge clouds of marijuana smoke from giant cardboard tubes into everyone's faces. Bill walks into the hall, Coyote recalled, looks at this big bong show and goes, "What the? Really?" But then he started to laugh. This was a guy who walked from the gas chambers as a kid. Nothing scared him. He was just authentic. I don't care if he wasn't San Francisco. He was just a great man, a huge-hearted, very bold man. I loved him dearly. Graham had the blustery swagger of a man who didn't give a gosh what anyone thought of him. But it wounded him when he was called a bloodsucker. The Grateful Dead's drummer Mickey Hart is among those who always thought it was a bad rap. Hart remembered the night after a show at the Fillmore East, the concert hall he opened in Manhattan in 1968, when Graham walked block after block in the rain-splattered city, handing out $100 bills to the homeless. Graham wanted to be known as a consummate showman, the impresario who harnessed the uncontrollable musical furies of stoned-out San Francisco and created rock and roll's most magical evenings, from the moment the doors opened and the crowds were greeted with baskets of red apples, to closing time when they exited the hall to the old strains of Greensleeves. Instead, he was widely seen as the music scene's evil necessity, Graham once ruefully observed. Many times someone would tap me and say, "Great show, Bill." Then he'd give me a dig in the ribs. "You really made a killing tonight, huh?" It was almost as if saying, "I wish we didn't need you, but thank God there is a you to put this on." Good Times, the San Francisco Underground newspaper, once attacked Graham as the Napoleon of the rock revolution, ruthlessly driving out competition and staging concerts that were airtight, like a prison recreation yard. Good Times editors prepared for the inevitable Graham eruption and lifelong ban from the Fillmore premises.
Instead, he sat down for a long interview with the newspaper, talking about his maniacal drive to serve the music-loving public, how his marriage had become a casualty of that drive, his disenchantment with the growing corporatization of live music, and how he was the only San Francisco counterculture merchant willing to comply with the Diggers' plan to donate 1% of his gross revenue to fund community projects. By the end of the cathartic interview, the underground reporters were thoroughly disarmed, telling their readers that Graham was not the raging tyrant we had come to expect, but a worn-out and thoughtful man trying to do his best in a monstrous industry. The rock journalists who covered the San Francisco music scene over time had to endure the full Bill Graham treatment: the charm offensives, the tirades, the extravagant gestures of generosity, the threats to end their careers. The thin-skinned Graham had a long-running feud with Rolling Stone magazine's Jan Wenner, once holding the publisher hostage in his South of Market warehouse office for nearly 7 hours while he went line by agonizing line over an article he found objectionable. Throughout the siege, magazine staffers would periodically hear explosions of Graham fury reverberating through Wenner's brick walls. Chronicle rock critic Joel Selvin, who also found himself on the receiving end of Graham's tantrums, discovered a way to plug the volcano one day. I looked at him and I said, "Oh, Bill, don't be disingenuous." He suddenly stopped ranting. There were these moments in dealing with Bill when I suddenly remembered, oh yeah, English is this guy's second or third language. And he's looking at me trying to figure out, hey, was I just insulted or not? Graham could be a vicious business operator, double-crossing partners and bullying music managers, lawyers, and vendors into submission. But he respected the ones who pushed back.
One day, Graham blew up at Brian Rohan, who had built his early association with Halo and the Grateful Dead into a thriving practice as an entertainment lawyer. He was screaming at me, Rohan recalled, and I grabbed him by the throat. I said, "Look, I don't work for you, and I'm not your child. Don't ever talk to me that way." The two men grew to become frequent business collaborators and close friends. Rohan's law partner, Michael Stepanian, also was fond of Graham, calling him the grown-up that the San Francisco music scene urgently needed. Bill was a fabulous character, said Stepanian. He superimposed order on this chaotic world. Yes, he was tough. Yes, he wanted to make money. But the fact of the matter is that his concerts were magnificent. The show started on time, the sound system was great, the musicians got paid, the kids had a good time. Nobody was beat up or stabbed, everyone felt safe. He was almost like a father figure of the counterculture. Everyone was drawn to him. Graham could be an especially intimidating figure to musicians. He expected them to adhere to basic professional standards, to show up for concerts on time, to be sober enough to play, to do encores when the crowds demanded it. He was a self-proclaimed stickler for show business principles. But the musicians he promoted were often unpredictable children, and when booze or drugs were involved, which was often, things could get even more erratic. One night, Graham fumed backstage, waiting and waiting for Jim Morrison to lead the doors on stage. The singer never showed. The next afternoon, Morrison sauntered into Graham's cramped quarters upstairs at the Fillmore and explained that while on his way to the concert, he passed a movie theater playing Casablanca. He couldn't help it. He went to see the movie instead. "I'm a big Humphrey Bogart fan myself," Graham told him, "but you should have called." Morrison thought this over. "Yeah, I could have called, but I saw it 3 times. Musicians quickly learned that excuses didn't cut it with Graham. Bill was great unless you were late, remembered guitarist Jerry Miller of Moby Grape, San Francisco's most talented but most star-crossed band. If you really messed up business, he didn't go for that. I was waiting backstage at Fillmore East when the rest of the band got bogged down in the blizzard, and Bill was coming apart. He felt you should have told it not to blizzard. Graham was the father figure that many rock musicians needed. "I thought he was a strong, good man," said Peter Lewis, Miller's bandmate. "He'd have football games on the hardwood floors at the Fillmore on weekend days. You'd have to play him and his beefy security guys. He wasn't a hippie. We were hippies, and we were upset at him for being a businessman," said David Freeberg of Quicksilver Messenger Service. "That is, until we got paid. He showed us you have to take care of business. Everything wasn't going to be free, not when you have to pay people who work for you." Graham would become closest to the Grateful Dead, even though the band's Barrel of Monkeys ethos seemed diametrically opposed to his clipboard efficiency. He liked their dedication, the way Jerry Garcia would show up at 11 in the morning on the day of a gig to rehearse and check the sound. With their expansive and generous spirit, the Dead came closest to rock and roll utopia in Graham's mind. Garcia, in particular, was, in Graham's words, the big papa bear of what the new music should be all about, but was often grubbily not. Graham thought of the band as his children, particularly mischievous children. Garcia and Hart were always trying to dose him with acid, but the promoter was a control freak. Someone had to stay sober to keep the party in bounds, and he was always on guard against the Dead's antics. "He wouldn't take cookies from my grandma," said Hart. But one day Jerry and me were standing backstage watching Janice rip up the crowd. We had a couple cans of Coke. Bill went rushing by with his clipboard and, without thinking, grabbed the Coke out of my hand and took a gulp. Jerry and I had anointed the lips of the cans. We had him. I yelled, "Bill!" over the roar of Big Brother. He yelled back, "What?" I said, "The road you now travel will not be a familiar one." Later that night, he started taking off his clothes, and he was wrapped around the gong on stage singing "Death Don't Have No Mercy" with the rest of us. Mickey Hart and Bill Graham went way back, to the days when they worked together as waiters in a nightclub at Atlantic City. Hart came to consider him one of his best friends. He and his bandmates trusted Graham, even when they didn't trust him. We always laughed at Bill, even when he stole from us. He did it with such class. One night, the Dead finally caught Graham skimming the proceeds at a Winterland show. The band nailed him by positioning people with counters at the doors. He tried to make up for what he did. He put the money in a paper bag and gave it to us. For years, Hart would find more forgiveness for Graham than he did for his own father, Lenny Hart, the Grateful Dead's business manager, who went to jail for embezzling from the band. Hart never talked to his father again. What was there to talk about? By that point, the band was Mickey Hart's family, and he was the enemy. But Graham somehow received the Dead's absolution. The band members knew how important he was to the temple of sound they were all creating. Nothing would have happened without Bill, Hart said. He made a home for the music. We were outlaws. Nobody trusted us. We were all crazies, and he was the responsible one. He was our big brother. The advocates of free wanted the music to stay in the parks and streets, and it was there. Paul Kantner's favorite place for Jefferson Airplane to take wing would always be the sprawling greenery of Speedway Meadow in Golden Gate Park. Those sunny day afternoons, acid, incense, and balloons would forever be part of the San Francisco mystique.
But the music also needed its sacred chamber, its magical proscenium of swirling lights and sounds in order to resonate most deeply in the city's soul. And that was Bill Graham's Fillmore. Graham was the radio tower that pulled in the sound from the crackling universe. There was a reason that the young crowd's eyes turned to him when he walked the ticket line, as if he were a Garcia or Clapton or Hendrix. He had the power to make it all happen. Without him, the exquisite notes would have drifted away in the fog. The crowds resented and adored him for it, but they never forgot the miraculous evenings he staged for them. Graham's shows had a special alchemy. The Bills mixed English rock stars and American blues masters. He tried to revive Lenny Bruce's career as it was nodding off into oblivion by exposing a new generation to his hipster riffs. He once opened a Jefferson Airplane show with Ferlinghetti and Russian poet Andrei Voznesensky. He combined the sweet folk rock harmonies of the Byrds with a production of Dutchman, playwright Leroy Jones's screed on America's racial tempest. In the summer of love alone, Graham lit up San Francisco with a dazzling galaxy, including Jimi Hendrix, Otis Redding, The Who, Cream, Chuck Berry, Eric Burdon and the Animals, the Yardbirds, the Byrds, Buffalo Springfield, the Doors, Howlin' Wolf, Bo Diddley, Sam and Dave, the Paul Butterfield Blues Band, the Charles Wood Quartet, and the Count Basie Orchestra, in addition to all the best San Francisco bands. Graham turned the Fillmore into holy ground. It was the core of what the city was becoming. For the young men and women who assembled under the old ballroom's chandeliers, it was sanctuary and salvation. This was why they'd trekked to San Francisco. It all came down to the music. They weathered the cold, the cops, the scruff of the streets, just to stand inside the sacred walls of sound. The Daily Circus. San Francisco's Cultural Revolution was not popular in City Hall or the Hall of Justice Fortress at 850 Bryant Street. But it did find some surprising allies downtown, inside the clock tower-topped bunker at 5th and Mission Streets that housed the San Francisco Chronicle. The city's reigning daily was owned by a Republican clan that traced its dynasty back to the Gold Rush founders of the paper. Yet, readers opened the Chronicle on many mornings to find the newspaper championing the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic or Huckleberry House, supporting the legal rights of North Beach topless clubs, defending hippies' pursuit of happiness, and denouncing President Lyndon Johnson's deepening quagmire in Vietnam. All of this serious business came wrapped in a candy box of gossip, Carney Barker promotion stunts, cheesecake photographs, and eccentric musings that San Francisco readers found irresistible. To browse the Chronicle each morning was to enter the portals of an enchanted city that was more than slightly cracked. Fun was the paper's first order of business, and any stuffed-shirt official who picked on the city's clowns and misfits or otherwise rained on its cockeyed parade was to be shunned and ridiculed. The brilliant showman behind the Chronicle's Daily Circus was executive editor Scott Newhall. His button-down boss, publisher Charles DeYoung Cheriot, might not have always seen eye to eye with his editorial antics. But the Cheriot family could not argue with the financial results. After taking over the Chronicle in 1952, when it was a gray New York Times wannabe, languishing far behind the Hearst Corporation-owned Examiner in the circulation race, Newhall promptly began winning over San Francisco with his reinvigorated product and wild promotion campaigns.
He made it his personal mission to defeat the Hearst newspaper empire, which he regarded as something evil, preying on the ignorance and fear of the Catholic, lunchbox San Francisco working man with its yellow peril sensationalism, right-wing demagoguery, and shameless stories about ghosts clanking their chains in English castles. Newhall would offer San Francisco something different, a progressive-minded and witty fish rap that would appeal to the city's cosmopolitan aspirations and libertine tastes. His aim proved true. The Chronicle's circulation soared, finally surging past the Examiner in 1960. Scott Newhall's Chronicle was the perfect match between city and newspaper. The Chronicle did not just give voice to San Francisco, it invented the city. Newhall, who was born and raised in San Francisco, never got over his love affair with his hometown, and the paper was giddy with his passion. He thought of San Francisco as a fairyland, and his newspaper spun what he frankly called fairy tales that added new layers of mythology to the city. Newhall's Chronicle turned San Francisco into a city of fizz and fun. The cool clink of ice in a chrome shaker could always be heard in its pages. There was actor David Niven, spotted in his suite at the Stanford Court Hotel, raising his glass of crystal to a full moon and murmuring to himself, "The moon's a balloon." There was Bobby Kennedy at a rooftop party in the Haight with the Grateful Dead. It was the kind of city where anything could happen. Low-rent glamour girls were reborn as high society hostesses. Square-jawed yachtsmen were inconveniently netted in raids on all-male night spots. When there was no fun to be found, Newhall simply made his own. He ran a story about an eccentric millionaire who was campaigning to clothe naked animals, which turned out to be a hoax. He ginned up an international incident when he launched a crusade to liberate Anguilla, a spit of sand in the Lesser Antilles, from the British Empire. The mischievous editor's most famous stunt, an investigative series on the dismal quality of the coffee that was being served in San Francisco establishments, was actually his most legitimate. Newhall could remember when San Francisco was a coffee town and the air was filled with the earthy aroma of roasting beans. When I was a child, this was a huge shipping port. The ships came in from all over the world. As a small boy, going along the waterfront, you could smell the coffee roasting. Hills Brothers, MJB, Alta Coffee, Folgers Coffee, and it smelled so good, the coffee roasting. You could smell the spices in the old tramp freighters that were tied up along the waterfront, the copra and jute and teakwood logs and all that stuff. But things had gone downhill in San Francisco, and now its citizens were being served watery and rancid brews that were a disgrace to the city's richly fragrant heritage. So Newhall ordered a young reporter to investigate what the hell San Franciscans were drinking today. Went up and down Market Street, he went to the hotels, and my God, he found coffee urns with dead rats in them and everything else, or the coffee was 3 or 4 days old, and the stuff they were selling here was totally junk. Newhall splashed the series across the front page under this opening cymbal crash of a headline: "A Great City's People Forced to Drink Swill." The coffee exposé became infamous in journalism circles, forever branding the Chronicle as a frivolous waste of newsprint. Berkeley media professors took to fulminating about Newhall's antics. Meanwhile, the sad sack Examiner, now consigned to a distant second in the circulation race, scurried around trying to expose Chronicle exclusives as fakes, which, of course, they sometimes were. Scott Newhall could be gravely serious when he had to, but he clearly preferred to live his life in an amusement park of his own making, and much of San Francisco wanted to join him there. "This guy was a complete wacko," remarked William German, who succeeded Newhall as editor of the Chronicle, "but a very talented wacko, and probably right for the time." Newhall's escapades seemed to be his bulwark against life's inevitable veil of sorrows. By the time he made it to the top of San Francisco's newspaper racket, the miseries had piled up around him.
Newhall was born into a pioneer ranching family that had multiplied its wealth in real estate and finance. He knocked around various California prep schools but didn't manage to graduate from any of them. He got himself into UC Berkeley, but, again, found it more amusing to drink and play than study. In search of adventure, he sailed out the Golden Gate with a friend on a 42-foot ketch called the Mermaid. They had 14 cents between them, but Newhall was a budding photographer, and he planned to underwrite the trip by selling freelance shots to the Chronicle, where he had been employed briefly. While tramping through Mexico, he was kicked by a horse, he kicked it first, and developed a bone infection in his leg. The rot went so deep that he nearly died, and he had to have the leg amputated when he returned to San Francisco. Oh well, Newhall thought to himself, he didn't want to be a photographer anyway. The Chronicle took pity on him and gave him a job in the newspaper morgue, filing news clippings. It proved to be a resurrection of sorts. Hobbling around on crutches and filing stories about the city and the world he lived in gave Newhall the education he lacked. And deconstructing the newspaper each day with his pair of scissors taught him something about how to put one together. From there, during the early 1940s, he began his relentless climb up the Chronicle's editorial masthead. Newhall's ascent at the newspaper was interrupted only by a stint as a war correspondent with the Royal Navy. He found it harrowing on board the motorboat flotillas in the English Channel, running the gauntlet of Nazi submarines, and it made him question his own courage. When he took over the Chronicle in 1952, Newhall surrounded himself with other young men from his generation. After the Depression and the war, newspapering seemed like a game. He was a ruggedly handsome, blue-eyed man, and, stalking the newsroom on his artificial leg, he had the swagger of a peg-legged pirate. Even after he got married and had 4 children, 3 boys, including a pair of twins and a girl, Newhall still treated life like a party. His wife, Ruth, whom he had met at Berkeley, was a game sort with her own newspaper career. And the two of them would throw big parties at their ranchito in the Berkeley Hills, with a dazzling view of the bay. Newhall loved jazz music and musicians, and his friend Earl Fodda Hines would often show up to play piano. Sometimes the parties lasted for days. John Newhall, one of the twins, woke up his parents one morning with this sober report: "The dean is asleep under the oleander." One evening in 1955, during the Christmas season, Newhall's 12-year-old daughter was caroling with some friends in the neighborhood. Suddenly, a tow truck, its brakes having snapped, came roaring down a hill, crushing the girl against a house and instantly killing her. "It was the worst day of our lives," recalled John Newhall many years later. Ruth was devastated. Scott kept pushing forward. Sometime after that, he survived a heart attack. He and Ruth stopped going out much after that. Readers of Scott Newhall's Chronicle were not protected from the world's daily onslaught of mayhem and grief. It was all there in easy-to-read packages with bold-faced leads surrounded by lots of white space. But embedded in the paper each morning was an absurdist sensibility that said, "You'd better find a way to laugh at life because it will certainly make you cry." Newhall was a registered Republican, but it didn't mean much to him. He hated politics, and he thought religion was for pious hypocrites. He liked cutting against the grain. He called the Chronicle the country's only mainstream underground newspaper. It was the first major daily to come out against the Vietnam War. Grand newspapers like the New York Times and Washington Post liked to snicker at the Chronicle's lack of gravitas, Newhall observed. But at least his paper got it right on the big issues. Year after year, the Times and Post kept towing the government line on Vietnam, he pointed out, braying about the communists or the domino theory and all this nonsense. The gullibility of the journalistic establishment never ceased to amaze him. Like all lifelong San Franciscans, Newhall was deeply protective of his town. There was nothing about the hippie invasion of his beloved city that he found particularly endearing. He was strictly a jazz and martini kind of guy. But he knew that he didn't like to see the kids given shabby treatment. San Francisco was supposed to welcome free souls and kooks, he thought. And so, as much to stick a finger in the eye of the civic establishment as anything else, Newhall made sure that the Chronicle rolled out the welcome mat for the young pioneers flocking into the city. The paper adopted an affectionate, even solicitous tone toward the hippies. "Editorially, I have always felt that everyone should be free to express himself without any particular restraint as long as he doesn't bother the neighbors," the newspaper editor remarked. Or, as they say, you can do it in the streets as long as you don't frighten the horses. The old expression was as succinct an expression of San Francisco's gold rush philosophy as you could find. Just don't frighten the horses. The Chronicle was the city's water well, as Newhall put it, where everyone in town converged. By setting a tone of tolerance toward the hippies, the newspaper played a critical role in shaping the broader community's views.
If long-haired boys and girls dancing beneath the diamond sky with one hand waving free was the kind of spectacle that ruined your day, the Chronicle told its readers, well, maybe you weren't a true San Francisco. Curmudgeons, blowhards, and bullies were regularly treated to a good swift kick in the pants in Newhall's paper. It was Ralph J. Gleason, the Chronicle's legendary jazz and pop music critic, who brought the newspaper into the rock and roll age. Newhall and Gleason were kindred souls. They roamed the streets of San Francisco together in the 1950s and 1960s, sampling the sweet sounds of the night. Gleason introduced his boss to jazz pals like Duke Ellington and Miles Davis. The music critic was a diabetic, and Newhall was trying to lay off the elixir, so they would drink tumblers of branch water on the rocks. One night, Louis Armstrong, who was maintaining his own strict health regimen at the time, received the two newspapermen in his backstage dressing room at Chez Paris. As the youth wave came rolling in during the 60s, Gleason immediately recognized that something shimmering was happening in the city. The music columnist was pushing 50 when the revolution hit, but he had the spirit of a man who kept bathing his soul in the fountain of youth, said a friend. Gleason was there in 1965 when the Jefferson Airplane made its debut at a small club in the Marina District called The Matrix. And later that year when the Family Dog Collective held its historic dance concert at Longshoremen's Hall, where he met a young fan of his column named Jan Wenner. Gleason used his daily column as a platform to champion the kids' right to dance in Golden Gate Park, and he talked Newhall and the Chronicle editorial board into siding with Bill Graham against the cops. He never indulged in drugs, but he cultivated his own unique personality, with his Sherlock Holmes hat, tweed coat, pipe, and handlebar mustache. He was the patron saint of San Francisco's emerging rock scene. There would have been no Jefferson Airplane without Ralph Gleason, said singer Marty Balin. There would have been no San Francisco Sound at all, added the airplane's manager, a former Chronicle copyboy named Bill Thompson. He was the grown-up who got it, said Wenner, whom Gleason affectionately called Yano. The ambitious Wenner and his mentor would later co-found Rolling Stone magazine. The Chronicle of the 1960s, witty, offbeat, bemused, was a Scott Newhall production.
But Newhall preferred to stay behind the curtain, relying on his colorful menagerie of columnists to vocalize the Chronicle point of view. If he was the impresario, the columnists were his players, and he cast them as carefully as a Broadway producer. Trawling for a sports columnist, he found rewrite man Charles McCabe, who didn't like sports. Exactly what Newhall was looking for. Billed as the fearless spectator, McCabe would become a Chronicle institution. He was pictured above the column in a bowler hat, like a member of the London Stock Exchange. But he churned out his copy each afternoon from his perch at jovial Gino and Carlos's saloon in North Beach. McCabe's column offered up an eccentric goulash of opinions, sometimes royalist, sometimes radical, on public affairs, the human heart, or any other very thing that crossed his mind between scotch and sodas at the bar. For the women's page, Newhall hired a former hairdresser named Mark Spinelli, rechristening him Count Marco, a difficult person queen columnist who scolded women for being too fat and whiny and instructed them how to emerge from a bathtub without looking like a cow. It was weird, even Newhall had to admit. Female readers were outraged, but they couldn't seem to get enough of the Count's acid-tongued Bette Davis routine. Newhall's biggest star by far was three-dot columnist Herb Caen, San Francisco's beloved deadline bard. Every day but Saturday for more than a half-century, Caen spun a yarn about San Francisco and its peculiar denizens that was so enchanting, the city still remains in its thrall years after his death. He called the town Baghdad by the Bay in his column, conjuring the exotic wonders of ancient Babylon. But his San Francisco was more like Oz, Wonderland and Gotham City all rolled together. If much of it was Cain's own creation, it's the city that San Franciscans wanted to live in. The columnist concocted a fizzy drink of a city, full of witty and beautiful people and equally amusing scoundrels. It was a shining metropolis with enlightened values and wide-open sensibilities, where Chinese waiters and black cable car bell ringers were as fascinating as Nob Hill playboys. Most of his columns were birdcage ephemera, Pacific Heights marriages on the rocks, celebrity sightings, and punchlines too good to be true, like the 1962 item about San Francisco's most famous madam. Sally Stanford is off tomorrow for a month in Europe.
"Have you ever been abroad?" she was asked. "Always," she replied tartly. But in between the bold names and the patter, there was an epic poem about San Francisco. John Steinbeck got it. "Herb City is the one that will be remembered," he said. San Francisco's morning kiss. Herb Caen was born in Sacramento, California, a town that combined all the glamour of a farm fair with the dazzle of a state franchise board hearing. But he carried a different story in his genes. His father was a Jew from the Alsace-Lorraine region of France whose American dream turned into a liquor wholesale business. His mother had been an opera singer in Germany. They moved to Sacramento to give their children an all-American upbringing. But even as a boy, Caen knew he didn't belong there. He subscribed to the San Francisco Call Bulletin just to read Walter Winchell's column, that staccato drumbeat of metropolitan energy. San Francisco was a revelation whenever his family visited. Known to everyone in the surrounding hinterlands simply as the city, it rose up on the hills, some of it white and gleaming, the rest wrapped in fog and mystery. Every time Caen came back to San Francisco, it was like he was arriving for the first time. Throughout his life, he carried the Aravistas' desperate love for the city. It always seemed to loom slightly above him, beyond his grasp. Summoned as a young man by the Chronicle for a job interview in 1938, he bought a new suit and hat for the occasion. But as his big white ferry boat steamed toward the city, while Caen once again marveled at the skyline, his hat was blown into the chalky bay. Caen would always worry whether he was sophisticated enough to fit in. The Sacramento Kid, as he humbly anointed himself, found it rough going in the early years. One day the young columnist, playing the suave host, tried to introduce an heiress from the DeYoung family, owners of the Chronicle, to an heiress from the Spreckles family, the wealthy sugar barons. "Oh, we know each other," sniffed the DeYoung heiress. "It's just that we haven't spoken since her daddy shot my daddy." Caen was beaten up twice, both times in the lobby of the Mark Hopkins Hotel, by wealthy playboys who objected to his snappy items on their romantic peccadillos. On another occasion, he was nearly killed by a Mickey Finn heavily laced with horse laxative. The knockout punch was slipped to him by the owner of a secret Turk Street gambling joint, one of the few night spot operators whose business was hurt by a mention in Cain's column. The columnist managed to crawl out of the dive and get home before collapsing on his floor. But Cain ultimately found his groove, working the city more tirelessly each night than Sally Stanford's girls, who, coincidentally, often appeared in the column, in the prim junior league dresses and corsages that the madam insisted they wore as they greeted clients in her Russian Hill mansion. The columnist's nightly circuit changed over the years. In the beginning, he trawled for items at the city's swanky Nob Hill hotels and the more colorful watering holes down below, like Shanty Malone's, whose massive floor was marked out with white lines like a football field, and the Black Cat, where drag diva Jose Soria would lead patrons each night in a rousing version of God Save Us Nelly Queens, sung to the stately tune of the British anthem. In later years, Cain preferred North Beach jazz clubs like El Matador, The Hungry Eye, and Enrico's, where sometimes he sat in on drums. Cain lived and breathed the city. He was so devoted to it that his first wife, Bea, a bright-eyed showgirl with a blonde bubble, threatened to name San Francisco as a co-respondent when she sued him for divorce. In his columns, he was always trying to find the city's heart. His three-dot patter had the swinging rhythm of his friend big band drummer Gene Krupa. He was cool enough to be thrown out of Tosca in North Beach with a barefoot Allen Ginsberg. "You can't throw out Allen Ginsberg," Cain objected. "He's a famous poet." To the Italian proprietors, however, he was just another filthy beatnik. Cain might run with a round midnight crowd, but he always imagined he was writing the column for a simple housewife out on the city's westerly, windswept avenues. Effie Zilch, he called her, and she would read his column after getting her husband off to work and making herself a pot of coffee as she rested her slippered feet on the breakfast table. Cain gave the tourist San Francisco its due, with nods to sourdough aromas, the crab pots of Fisherman's Wharf, and the ceaseless click-clacking of the cables in their slots. But he never stopped looking for some deeper truth about the city.
Maybe he came close late one night in the spring of 1961. The other midnight in a Chinatown bar, he wrote, I met a real San Franciscan. He was a middle-aged longshoreman from the mission, and he wore a zipper jacket and open shirt. While he quietly sipped a scotch, he talked of Harry Bridges, Bill Saroyan, and Shanty Malone. He was curious about Leontine Price and Herbert Gold. He wondered if the Duke of Bedford's paintings were any good. He missed Brubeck, and he discussed Willie Mays down to his last spike. He seemed to know everybody in town by first names, and it was only after he'd left that we discovered he'd bought a round of drinks for the house. For want of a better phrase, he had that touch of class, the touch of a San Franciscan.
Kane found his full stride in the 60s, the decade that began with the jazzy energy of Lenny Bruce and Miles Davis and swung seamlessly into the glorious, furious wails of Janis. San Francisco's bard made the transition to the new, psychedelic city in smooth style. His column pulsed with everything San Francisco was becoming. He welcomed in New Year 1967 at the Fillmore, showing up in a tuxedo with some high society friends to dance to the Jefferson Airplane. Despite his stiff, black tie attire, he was warmly welcomed by the young crowd. "They think you're in costume," said his friend, novelist Herb Gold. Kane genuinely loved the kaleidoscope scenes at the Fillmore in Winterland, and he was a big fan of the Airplane, even after an unfortunate incident at the band's Fulton Street mansion, across from Golden Gate Park. Kane and his young third wife, Maria Theresa, were among the guests one night in the fall of 1968 for a decadent banquet at the Airplane's black-painted Greek Revival mansion. The feast included a roast suckling pig, complete with apple and mouth, and a punch bowl. During the evening, as psychedelic wizard Owsley Stanley repeatedly blared the Beatles' new release, Hey Jude, throughout the Wired Mansion's multitude of speakers, Maria Theresa became overwhelmed by the atmosphere. Maria Theresa remained fond of rock musicians, despite the challenging experience she had at the mansion. A number of them visited the Kane residence, which by then was a Pacific Heights house big enough for the columnist's voluminous book and record collection, as well as his wife and son, Christopher. "When I was growing up, Jim Morrison would drop by," recalled the younger Kane. "He'd drink all of our cognac." 60s San Francisco, as portrayed in Kane's column, was a room full of balloons. There was Golden Julie Christie, in town to film Petulia, adrift in her rainwater pool in Sausalito, and dancing to the Grateful Dead on a ferry boat in the bay. There was Paul McCartney, wandering Haight-Ashbury with girlfriend Jane Asher, carefree and unbothered, and sitting in with the Jefferson Airplane. There were Marshall McLuhan, Tom Wolfe, and Kane doing some sociological research at a bar in North Beach, where the esteemed professor observed that the blushing newspaperman couldn't bring himself to look at the waitresses. And there was ballet dancer Rudolf Nureyev, swanning around the SFPD's Park Station after being rounded up in a pot party raid, serenading the cops with San Francisco in the flamboyant old MGM style of Jeanette MacDonald. But it wasn't all incense and peppermints. The decade also brought out a political edge in Kane that gave his column a new sharpness. He fulminated against the Vietnam War and picketed with Marlon Brando outside San Quentin to protest the gas chamber execution of a 39-year-old rapist and thief named Carol Chessman. "Why isn't Carol Chessman gassed in the middle of Union Square at high noon?" wrote an unusually bitter Kane, who as a young reporter had witnessed a hanging at Folsom State Prison. But no, that would be an indecent spectacle, abhorrent to those who prefer to live by euphemisms. He must be done away with in a gloomy little room surrounded by a protective nest of walls, as though the act itself, the final demonstration of the majesty of law, were some dark and dreadful thing. "And a dark and dreadful thing it is," he scolded the San Francisco snoots who turned up their noses at hippies, Goldilocks and the Three Boars he called them, and the cops who cracked open kids' heads on Haight Street. And, to the dismay of many of his high society friends, he raised a ruckus over the massive high-rise developments that were beginning to overshadow the gleaming white skyline he fell in love with as a boy. Kane had a complicated relationship with blue blood San Francisco. He was a union man at heart, and he had a weak spot for the underdog, walking the picket line during the 1966 newspaper strike and giving Harry Bridges some of the only good press he got in town.
But the Sacramento Kid also longed to be embraced by the swell set. He certainly dressed and acted the part, gliding, not walking, about town in his Wilkes Bashford suits and smoothly tipping 2 light fingers to the brim of his hat to passing ladies. But the WASP types never could fully accept a wisecracking Jew from the Central Valley. And Jewish society was perplexed by an atheist who never went to temple, married only shiksas, and christened his son Christopher. When Kane joined the first anti-high-rise campaign in 1968, aimed at blocking a U.S. Steel office tower on the waterfront, he helped terminate the project but also gained some powerful enemies. Sometimes it's necessary to shame the city's business class, the columnist later remarked, to remind them that a city like San Francisco is more than just a real estate opportunity. It's a precious, special, fragile place. Walter Shorenstein, the wealthy San Francisco developer, was one of those who took strenuous exception to being labeled a money grubber by Kane. The real estate magnate's equilibrium was not improved by the fact that he lost $5 million when the City Board of Supervisors voted down the U.S. Steel project. It was not the first time, and would not be the last, that Kane seemed to wield more power than the city's mayor. A couple of nights after the board decision, Shorenstein, a distinguished-looking gentleman with thinning, silver hair, spotted Kane at a gala event and came charging across the room to throttle him. "I'm gonna run you out of town, you jerk," screamed Shorenstein, while his political sidekick, newly elected Mayor Joe Alioto, tried desperately to peel him off Kane. Throughout the tempest, Kane couldn't stop laughing, which only made Shorenstein more berserk. Kane was no muckraker, and when he vented too much steam about Vietnam or the changing San Francisco skyline, he worried about being a bore, one of the worst sins the 3-Dot columnist could imagine. He knew his job was to gently tickle the morning reader as his caffeine juiced him awake. But every now and then, the column performed a different duty. Amidst the daily assembly of amusements came an important reminder of what San Francisco was all about. Kane was the city's convivial conscience, and the chatty, shameless San Francisco Chronicle was the perfect platform for his disposable, indispensable wisdom. Radio Free America. The 1960s was essentially a cultural dialogue between San Francisco and London. The music, art, fashions, comics, drug experimentation, sexual innovation, it was all driven by the creative interplay between the two cities, with some heavy assistance from Detroit in the music department. In America, if you were young and longing for more, if you felt like a vagrant in your own hometown, if your life seemed elsewhere, then you headed for Gold Mountain, as Chinese fortune seekers once called the city by the bay. Otis Redding condensed all this longing in Sitting on the Dock of the Bay, which he began writing on a Sausalito houseboat in the summer of love, with the city gleaming in the distance. San Francisco beckoned to dreamers and losers everywhere. Many of them found the paradise they were seeking, free of the small voices that had hobbled them. Stuart Brand, Chet Helms, Janis Joplin, Jan Wenner, Hunter S. Thompson, Robert Crumb. More and more rebels arrived every day. They found one another, they formed bands, they started underground enterprises, they made history. San Francisco was Radio Free America, beaming its message of liberation around the world and summoning an endless army of outcasts. Crumb's exodus from the Midwest was fairly typical. His father, a 20-year veteran of the Marine Corps, never got over the fact that he had produced 3 awkward, arty sons.
To escape his old man's anger and bafflement, young Crumb moved in with a friend in Cleveland and went to work doing color separations for a greeting card company. Month after month, he woke up every morning in blank, wintry Cleveland and punched the time clock. In June 1965, deliverance finally arrived in the form of a little blue vial of Sandoz pills that his wife, Dana, brought home one day, courtesy of her psychiatrist. "LSD knocked me on my ass," said Crumb. "It was my road to Damascus. The next day I had to go to work, but it all seemed like a cardboard world to me. People seemed like they were just going through the motions. After a couple years, I fled to San Francisco. I remember showing up in Golden Gate Park. Some guy dressed like Peter Pan was flitting around dropping strange pills in people's mouths." Crumb abandoned his old life, deserted my job, deserted my wife. I was not a good man. I ran away from it all. And he never looked back. In the fall of 1967, a broke crumb sitting in his Haight-Ashbury apartment drew Zap number 0 and Zap number 1 and sold the underground comic books out of a baby carriage on the street. It was the beginning of Mr. Natural, Angel Food McSpade, Fritz the Cat, and other warped creations of Crumb's brilliant, drug-assisted imagination. The legend had begun. Wes Scoop Nisker showed up in San Francisco after coming west in June 1967 to cover the Monterey Pop Festival for a student magazine at the University of Minnesota, where he was enrolled in graduate school. The festival was a celebration of the West Coast and UK musical renaissance, with historic performances by Jimi Hendrix, who was introduced on stage by the Rolling Stones' Brian Jones, Janis and Big Brother, Otis Redding, and The Who. An 8-foot statue of the Buddha greeted festival-goers as they entered the luminous grounds. Nisker was utterly transformed by the colorful, joyous, quasi-spiritual explosion. Afterward, he and some Minnesota friends drove up to the city, along the winding, rocky coast studded with cypress and pines with the Pacific crashing below. In San Francisco, he ambled through the labyrinthine greenery of Golden Gate Park and, as a young devotee of beat culture, made a trek to one of his meccas, City Lights bookstore. Nisker quickly realized that San Francisco was where he belonged. "I knew I'd found my family. I wanted to be part of this tribe." Nisker moved into a coffee baron's old mansion at the corner of California and Franklin Streets that had been subdivided into a hippie warren. He felt he was living in a storybook castle with a sweeping, polished redwood staircase and majestic bay windows. The Victorian house crackled with youthful creativity. "We were remaking culture," he recalled. "The revolution was weeks away." Nisker could hear it when he tuned in to San Francisco's FM radio. San Francisco was the center of the underground radio revolution. Until the late 60s, American radio was dominated by top 40 AM radio, a tightly formatted wall of sound that allowed only the occasional Beatles or Stones song to break through with hints of the musical revolution outside. But then, Tom Donahue, the gargantuan, bearded DJ and music promoter, lumbered into the San Francisco radio world. The big man came west from Philadelphia's pioneering WIBG in 1961, on the run from the radio payola investigations that had destroyed the careers of Alan Freed and other celebrated DJs. In San Francisco, his ears quickly picked up the new hum and thrum in the universe. Listening to the Doors' first album at home late one night, Donahue wondered why the hell radio was not playing this kind of music. In 1967, he issued his revolutionary manifesto in the pages of a new San Francisco magazine called Rolling Stone. AM radio is dead, and its rotting corpse is stinking up the airwaves. Donahue convinced the owner of KMPX, a backwater FM station, to allow him to take over its programming. At that time, FM radio was lunar terrain, a rarely tuned-in world of AM station simulcasts and educational broadcasts. But when Donahue took control of the KMPX airwaves, free-form alternative radio was born, with the DJ promising no jingles, no talkovers, no time and temp, no pop singles. Tuning into KMPX in his room in the coffee mansion, Nisker knew immediately that he wanted to enlist in Donahue's revolution. For Nisker and his friends, underground FM radio was like the dawn of the web for a future generation, a hardwired connection to the essential sounds and secret ideas swirling around the globe. One day in late 1967, Nisker got up the nerve to march down to the KMPX office at Sutter and Montgomery Streets. He talked Donahue into letting him launch an experimental news program on the station. Nisker began creating news collages, cutting up politicians' fatuous pronouncements and laying appropriately ironic music underneath them. He brought counterculture guests into the studio like Allen Ginsberg, Abby Hoffman, and Alan Watts, and gave them the kind of media platform they never had before. He drew on his own unique blend of Marxist, Karl and Groucho, and Buddhist philosophy to create a wacky, spiritually enlightened, politically engaged news program that was a perfect fit for San Francisco's rock audience. He told his listeners, "If you don't like the news, go out and make some of your own." For a brief and glorious moment, the inmates were in charge of the asylum at KMPX, voting on which ads to run and rejecting military recruiting spots. When the station owner suddenly tried to tighten the reins in early 1968, even instituting a staff dress code, Donahue promptly resigned. His DJs began picketing the station, with local bands like the Grateful Dead and Blue Cheer rallying around them. Soon afterward, Donahue, Nisker, and their merry band took their act to rival station KSAN-FM, which recognized the commercial potential in San Francisco's underground sound. Nurtured by FM radio and concert promoters Bill Graham and Chet Helms, San Francisco bands proliferated like fungi in the deep, wet woods. Rolling Stone later estimated that there were about 500 rock groups playing in the San Francisco area during the 60s golden days. "We felt the city was the center of the universe," said Jan Wenner. "It was one great big ball." Most of these San Francisco bands have long since faded into the mists of time. Even some of the great ones, like Moby Grape, a group that many rock fans thought would soar the highest of all. But it's important to conjure the sense of excitement and importance that once swirled around these young musicians. Moby Grape married the sweet folk rock harmonies of the Byrds with the bold rage of the Rolling Stones. They were musicians, 5 men who, after honing their craft in various musical incarnations, created a perfect chemistry when they came together. The quintet began rehearsing together in the fall of 1966 at the Ark, a Sausalito club that had been converted from an old paddle boat. Working all night long, they perfected a slashing symphonic sound composed of intricate 5-part harmonies and 3 distinctive guitar styles. The band members knew from the very start how good they were. There was something about this particular combination of people, coupled with this magical San Francisco environment, recalled singer and guitarist Jerry Miller, who had knocked around Seattle with a young Jimi Hendrix and had played the Southwest circuit with the Bobby Fuller 4, I Fought the Law, before joining Moby Grape. "We knew right away. Everybody in the band knew they'd better start playing better, writing better. We had to pick up our game. Each guy was better than the other guy." The word immediately began to spread in the Bay Area's febrile music environment. Something phenomenal was happening at the Ark.
Other musicians began dropping in to hear what Moby Grape was assembling. David Crosby from the Byrds, Steve Stills and Neil Young from Buffalo Springfield, Janis Joplin and Sam Andrew from Big Brother. They had never heard anything like it. Tightly constructed 2.5-minute songs that came roaring through the billowing psychedelic haze of the day. "Listen, my friends," Moby Grape demanded in its swooping, breathtaking anthem Omaha, a song written by the group's mad genius, Skip Spence, former drummer for the Jefferson Airplane. And the entire San Francisco music scene did listen. "You guys are better than the Beatles," gushed a bedazzled Andrew after taking in one of the band's rehearsals. Right here, right now, there was no other place to be for a young musician in the late 60s. That's how Peter Lewis, the son of screen legend Loretta Young, felt. The feeling came rushing into his heart as the Moby Grape singer-guitarist sat with his bandmates and other musicians on a deck in Sausalito late one afternoon, watching the fog cascade over Mount Tamalpais. He loved the fog. It was certainly more bracing than LA's suffocating smog. He loved that he was no longer Loretta Young Jr. He loved listening to Stills and Young as they sat there playing Mr. Soul and Bluebird and other new songs from their unreleased second album. Like Big Brother, Moby Grape was scooped up by Columbia Records. The band was going to be the next big thing. The young musicians were feted at Columbia parties like Dauphin princes. Columbia president Goddard Lieberson entertained the San Francisco rockers at his home, but the host and his guests didn't know what to make of one another. Lieberson, who sported a Caesar haircut and a gold chain with the letters G.O.D. around his neck, was known for his cast recordings of Broadway musicals. Joplin felt discombobulated by the glittery surroundings. She went into Lieberson's bathroom, piled all his expensive toiletries on the floor, and pissed on them. "Go in there and check it out," she told Peter Lewis and the other musicians when she came out. "I really got this guy good." "It was disgusting," said Lewis, but he understood. Janis had been kicked around all her life, and now the court minstrels were suddenly inexplicably in command. She knew she could put her cigarette out on the king's rug and get away with it. The music had the power. The music was the signal. It called out to young people everywhere. It lured them to San Francisco, if not to the city itself, then to its empire of dreams.
San Francisco was a youth fantasy, not just a 7-mile by 7-mile metropolis on the tip of a peninsula. The city of dreams even called out to Ronald Reagan's children. Reagan was the leader of the 1960s political backlash that came whipping into existence almost simultaneously with the Cultural Revolution itself. The conservative movement's new hero was the product of a dreary Midwestern upbringing, the son of an alcoholic father and a pious mother. He had learned early on to create a fantasy life, a skill that was put to good use in his Hollywood career, but even more so in his political one. In Reagan's storybook America, San Francisco was a freakish outpost. He mocked the young people who idealized the San Francisco way of life. Hippies, he sneered, dress like Tarzan, have hair like Jane, and smell like cheetah. And yet Ronald and Nancy Reagan's own children, Patty and Ron, were among those disaffected teens. Raised in the lush suburb of Pacific Palisades, Los Angeles, in a model home outfitted with the latest gadgets from General Electric, one of their father's perks for working as the company pitchman, the Reagan children fantasized about escaping to the height. My father became governor of California in 1966 when I was 14, just as I was longing to be older and run off to the height and plait flowers in my hair, recalled Patty Reagan Davis. When he got elected, I felt humiliated, devastated. I felt more trapped than ever. I never did get the chance to run off to the height during its glory years. Everything I believed in and wanted in those days was just out of reach because of my age. And then my father was elected governor, and in such splintered times. Reagan was swept into office in Sacramento on a tide of resentment against Berkeley student protests and other youthful rebellion. He threatened student radicals with a violent crackdown. If it takes a bloodbath, let's get it over with. In later years as president, he was known for putting a genial face on his callous policies. But the 1960s brought out Reagan's mean streak. He was a lot more mellow as president than he was as governor, Patty said. He was such an angry Republican in those years. He had that hard set to his mouth that you saw on the anti-war posters at the time. It was Patty who brought the 60s home to the Reagan household. She felt suffocated in the family's quiet, immaculate glass atmosphere and was constantly trying to crash through to something real. In her memoir, Patty recalled that she and her mother, Nancy, fought constantly, volcanic clashes that frequently ended with Patty being smacked across the face. Patty sought emotional solace from her father, but there was nothing there. His presence felt like an absence. Nancy, the future Just Say No anti-drug crusader, used a string of mother's little helpers to get her through each day. Through the years, her medicine chest was stocked with vials of Miltown, Librium, Valium, Seconal, and Quaaludes. Reagan blamed his wife's frayed nerves on his daughter. "Do you think a child can be born evil?" he once asked Ron. He was talking about Patty. Patty was the outcast. She felt that her own parents treated her like a trespasser. She was the daughter who probed the family lies and secrets, who questioned her father's political opinions, who stood up to her mother's bullying. And the Reagans, like so many American families at the time, were utterly incapable of dealing with her. Before Patty could run off to San Francisco like thousands of other kids, the family packed her off to a boarding school. Ron, the younger child, worked out a different stratagem for handling his parents. He avoided the operatic confrontations and tried to finesse the conflicts instead. One day, he put the Woodstock album on the family's state-of-the-art GE sound system with speakers throughout the house, but he made a mad dash to the living room turntable from his bedroom before Country Joe and the Fish could give its really cheer to spare his parents the aggravation. Ron saw his father in a more forgiving light, observing, "My dad did not have a mean bone in his body. He was just completely baffled by the 60s. Both Reagan children found sanctuary in the San Francisco of their dreams. Exiled to a prep school on an Arizona ranch, Patty daydreamed about running off to the height, where she would fall in love with a musician or poet and wander the streets, handing out flowers to tourists. Meanwhile, at home in Pacific Palisades, Ron grew his hair longer, to his parents' dismay, and borrowed his sister's Jefferson Airplane albums. The music sets you free. When the truth is found to be lies, and all the joy within you dies, don't you want somebody to love? The Golden Palace. One spring morning in 1969, a doll-faced teenager named Pam Tent found herself lolling in the grass next to a pond in a remote green cove of Golden Gate Park, surrounded by palm fronds and ferns. She had just hitchhiked to the city from Boulder, Colorado, and was dreamily mulling over her next move. The hike seemed more raunchy than it was during her first trip to San Francisco the year before, and this overgrown corner of the park was an oasis of peace and quiet. Suddenly her reverie was interrupted. "We're having a heat wave!" Pam recognized the song right away. It was the Marilyn Monroe tropical dance number from There's No Business Like Show Business. Pam knew her show tunes. As a kid, after abandoning her original ambition of becoming a nun, she decided to become a showgirl. Now she cracked open an eye and gazed across the pond. 3 young men were folded into the crook of a gnarled cypress tree, making like they were Marilyn's Caribbean chorus boys. One of the men wore lipstick. "Yoo-hoo!" he called out to her. And Pam Tent's life changed forever. He was a stunning apparition, half child, half temptress, Pam recalled. He giggled through glamour girl lips. His blonde hair was a tousled mane, crowned with a garland of wildflowers. Coquettish in dark eyeliner, bare feet, and a white muslin caftan, he looked like a cross between Marlene Dietrich and Puck from A Midsummer Night's Dream. As Pam approached the tree, the man danced along one of the branches in his bare feet like a wood fairy, sprinkling gold glitter in his wake. She was dazzled by his radiance. He called himself Hibiscus, and he invited her home, which turned out to be a commune in a 3-story Sutter Street Victorian mansion on the edge of Japantown that was slated for destruction by the city's redevelopment bulldozers. Pam quickly accepted his offer to move in, and she dropped like Alice down the hole in the earth, disappearing into a world that would grow curiouser and curiouser by the day. Hibiscus was the divine dictator of this world. Born George Edgerly Harris III to a theater family in Bronxville, New York, he began displaying a dramatic flair at an early age, staging backyard musicals and Hollywood epics. "We knew he was gay even as a kid, when he started to give our Barbie dolls transsexual makeovers," said his sister Mary Lou. After a brief romp in the New York experimental theater world, Harris headed west in 1967. He took a detour through Washington, D.C. for the big anti-war demonstration outside the Pentagon, where he was captured in an iconic 60s photo, placing a carnation in the barrel of a soldier's gun. Shortly after arriving in San Francisco, he reinvented himself as Hibiscus, a vision in sequins, glitter, flowers, and diaphanous robes. "He came out of the closet wearing the entire closet," said his friend Nicky Nichols. Hibiscus's Sutter Street commune was led by a short, severe rabbinical figure named Erling Rosenthal, who had dedicated himself to following the Diggers' free philosophy. Nicknamed the Cauliflower Commune after the weekly newsletter published every Thursday in its free print shop and distributed to other San Francisco communes, Rosenthal's group led a disciplined, ascetic existence. Once, Pam brought home a sweet indulgence, a can of lemon pie filling, only to later discover that the cauliflower chef had redistributed the luxury item among the commune's entire ravenous membership while she was gone. If you could live communally and cheaper, thought Rosenthal, you didn't have to bore yourself to death working in an office job. The author of a homoerotic novel, Sheeper, and the sometime publisher of Ginsberg and on-time lover of William S. Burroughs, Rosenthal enjoyed a cultish cachet and was able to bend his hippie communards to his stern will. Everyone, that is, except Hibiscus. Rosenthal agreed to take in Hibiscus as a favor to a good friend, a lover of the hothouse creature who begged Rosenthal to take him off his hands. Rosenthal the disciplinary soon fell before Hibiscus's anarchic charms. He began to indulge Hibiscus as the commune's delicado and allowed him to opt out of Cauliflower's strict regiment of household chores and meetings. "I don't scrub floors," Hibiscus announced merrily as he skipped in and out of the house, collecting colorful rags and trinkets from thrift stores and flea markets and assembling a wardrobe big enough for the cast of Scheherazade. Hibiscus created a circle of magic wherever he went in San Francisco. He dressed like Isadora Duncan and danced in Golden Gate Park. One day, a concerned young man came up to him and warned him that he should move deeper into the park because the police were beating up freaks like him. Hibiscus batted his long false eyelashes at him. "They would do that to me," he trilled in a voice as sweet and delicate as a nymph. Hibiscus staged free kiddie shows in the park with Pam, whom he rechristened Sweet Pam. Together they sang Tender Shepherd from the musical Peter Pan and tunes from The Wizard of Oz and made flower head dresses for the children. He was an angel of light. Wherever he went, he dusted the world with glitter and sequins. His lovers, including Ginsberg, had to accustom themselves to being glitter-encrusted after spending a night with him. It was difficult to sleep on sheets because there was this sort of difficult glitter stuff there, recalled the poet, and it was always in our lips. You couldn't quite get it out. Hibiscus kept an enchanted scrapbook filled with glittery scenarios for future musicals that were taking shape in his florid imagination. He pasted old publicity shots of Hollywood idols in its pages, alongside images of Eastern and Western deities. Many of the pictures were torn out of books from the San Francisco Public Library. Over dinner at Cauliflower on New Year's Eve 1970, Hibiscus shared his vision with Fayette Hauser, a curvy and creamy young artist from New Jersey, and his other guests. It was time to put on a show, a new theater for a new decade, he gushed to Fayette as he operatically pronounced her name. In fact, he wanted to do a dry run that very evening at a late-night movie house in North Beach called The Palace. They would play dress-up, jump on stage, and see what happened. Rosenthal kept a large locked room in the Cauliflower attic that was stuffed with feather boas, petticoats, wigs, and other drag paraphernalia costumes for an underground film he was producing. Since Rosenthal was conveniently out of town at the time, Hibiscus quickly convinced the commune's keeper of the keys to unlock the door. The drag queens fell on the lacy frills like jackals on a fallen zebra. What would they call their troupe? The keeper of the keys pulled Hibiscus aside and whispered, "How about the dazzling performers?" Dolled up like Dorothy L'Amour on acid, Hibiscus and his colorful crew piled into their motley fleet of vehicles and headed for the palace. There was no better venue for the dazzling performers' debut. The post-earthquake relic was a collision of visual fantasies. The old Italian opera house still featured its original gold leaf designs, Art Deco chandeliers, and curved staircases. But overlaid on all this Italian brocade were Oriental design themes that fit the theater's current role as a Chinese-language movie house. In the auditorium, a gilded lotus fresco was splashed across the ceiling, and golden dragons roared fire on the lobby walls. Around midnight, after the Chinese patrons filed out of the final show, the palace was taken over by a very different crowd for the screening of campy Hollywood classics and experimental films. This late-night audience was part of San Francisco's emerging underground culture. Hippies with a taste for more glamour than a Dead concert could provide, sexually flamboyant men and women searching for others like themselves, renegade artists looking for brave new ways of communicating. They were all hungry for something like the dazzling performers. Hibiscus and his dazzling co-conspirators took the stage in a mad rush, aided by the ample hallucinogens coursing through their bodies. Someone put on a record. The exact tune is a matter of hazy dispute, either the Stones' Honky Tonk Women or Jumping Jack Flash, or an old 78 RPM of a French burlesque song. And the dazzling performers formed a rowdy can-can line, kicking up their heels and swishing their skirts. As the troupe finished its performance, the crowd shot to its feet, erupting in cheers and wolf whistles. Now what? The dazzling performers wondered. Hibiscus and Fayette stared at each other. But Hibiscus knew instantly.
He put on the record again, and the dazzling performers began shedding their glittery costumes. A whole new galaxy of San Francisco stars was born that night. Drag queen shows had a long, luxurious history in San Francisco, dating back to the 1860s and 1870s, when vaudevillians like Paul Vernon, wearing lacy gowns and Goldilocks wigs, wowed local audiences made up largely of lonely frontiersmen. At the turn of the century, the city's first openly gay bar, The Dash, featured female impersonators. The club, in the Barbary Coast, managed to stay open until 1908, when city officials shut it down as the most notorious and disreputable establishment in San Francisco. In the 1930s, drag broke into the city's thriving sex tourism market when an Italian immigrant and former speakeasy owner named Joe Finocchio opened a dazzling female impersonator show on Stockton Street, which he later moved to a bigger venue on Broadway. Finocchios became a major tourist attraction, drawing suburban thrill seekers as well as Hollywood celebrities such as Frank Sinatra, Bob Hope, Bette Davis, and Tallulah Bankhead. In the 1940s, night spots like Mona's Club 440 in North Beach, the city's first lesbian club, flipped the Finocchios formula, billing itself as the place where girls will be boys. Mona's biggest star, in more ways than one, was a 250-pound African-American singer-pianist named Gladys Bentley. Advertised as the brown bomber of sophisticated songs, Bentley packed her voluminous figure into white tails and top hat, flirted with women in the audience, and dedicated songs to her female paramour. Jose Sarria, a hometown boy who plucked his eyebrows, slipped into a basic black dress and a pair of Capezio stilettos, and began singing torch songs at the Bohemian Black Cat in the 1950s, was the first to politicize the drag world. In between songs, he started preaching that gay is good, and at the end of each performance, he had the audience stand and belt out a parody of God Save the Queen as a kind of anthem, he later recalled, to get them realizing that we had to work together, that we could change the laws if we weren't always hiding. In 1961, Sarria took his campaign public, running for the city's Board of Supervisors with an early gay pride message. The campaign fell short of victory, but the gay genie was released from San Francisco's bottle. During the 1950s and early 1960s, San Francisco had a blossoming but largely secret gay life. Indeed, the song that would become the city's anthem, I Left My Heart in San Francisco, was written in 1954 by two gay lovers who were pining for the city by the bay after moving to Brooklyn Heights. Tony Bennett made the song famous, singing it for the first time at the Fairmont Hotel's Venetian Room in December 1961, with future Mayor Joe Aliato in the audience. By then, the songwriters, Douglas Cross and George Corey, had moved back to the Bay Area, where Cross died of a heart attack and a grief-stricken Corey later took his own life. By the mid-60s, gay liberation was busting out in San Francisco, with picketers circling the downtown Macy's in 1964 to protest the police entrapment of men in the store's restrooms, and demonstrators rallying outside the Federal Building in 1966 against the exclusion of homosexuals from the armed services. That same year, drag queens ignited a violent blow-up at a tenderloin eatery called Compton's Cafeteria, 3 years before the Stonewall riots in New York that are credited with launching the gay rights movement. The Compton's tempest began when a cop tried to arrest one of the queens who frequented the cafeteria, and, sick of the constant harassment, he resisted by throwing a cup of coffee in the policeman's face. In the ensuing melee, angry queens flung dishes and trays at the police, smashed the cafeteria's plate glass windows, and burned down a nearby newsstand. Despite this colorful history, San Francisco had never seen anything quite like the Cockettes. Hibiscus and Company broke down all the drag queen traditions. They were not clean-shaven men costumed as women, but all sorts of imaginative and often furry creatures. Hibiscus liked to resurrect Jane Mansfield with enormous golden balloon breasts and a glitter-sparkled beard. Fayette once embodied a singing representation of female anatomy. They were pirates and nuns, Betty Boops and motorcycle greasers, dominatrixes and harlequins. The audience at Coquette shows couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman on stage, marveled filmmaker John Waters, who rode the drag troupe's long sequined train to notoriety in San Francisco. It was complete sexual anarchy, which is always a wonderful thing. "We're not queer," explained one Coquette to the press. "We're just chicks with male attributes," which made all the sense in the world once you went through the looking glass. After the Cockettes' impromptu debut at the dawn of the 1970s, the troupe plunged into a frenzy of creativity, mounting 16 different shows in 2.5 years. "Hibiscus's charisma is what brought us together," recalled Rumi Masabu, a Coquette who had grown up on the edges of Hollywood show business. Every month he'd come up with a new theme from his jeweled scrapbook of fairy tales and fever dreams. "We're going to do this next month on LSD," he would announce. The Cockettes were like the Little Rascals in drag doing Busby Berkeley on acid.
Some shows, like Pearls Over Shanghai, the tale of three perky, all-American sisters who fall into debauched white slavery in the Orient, featured well-crafted original scores and the makings of an actual plot. But Hibiscus, who was wedded to his wildly funky theatrical vision, made sure that the shows never could be accused of slick showmanship. He resisted rehearsals, which in any case often had a way of deteriorating into hissy fits and huffy walkouts. And when show business stars started to emerge from the coquette free-for-all, like the future disco queen Sylvester, he had a way of popping their balloons. Once, as Sylvester sang a torrid solo version of Someone to Watch Over Me, Hibiscus wandered on stage in a zebra costume. The furious diva slapped Hibiscus across the face as he stalked off stage. There were no taboos, no politically correct inhibitions. The Coquettes did their version of Gone with the Wind in blackface and Madame Butterfly in Pidgin Cantonese. One afternoon, the troupe performed Pearls Over Shanghai before a stunned audience on the Berkeley campus. The politically earnest young crowd grew increasingly restive as it took in the wild pageant of scheming dragon ladies, desirous coolies, and virginal white victims, until one outraged woman suddenly jumped up and yelled, "This is the most sexist, racist piece of gosh I've ever seen." The Coquettes' nocturnal dream shows at the Palace soon became the talk of San Francisco. Crowds whose peacockery rivaled the drag stars themselves crammed into the 1,200-seat theater. Janis and other local rock stars began showing up. Herb Kahn, a longtime fan of the North Beach drag scene, began touting the Coquettes' gender-bending chaos in his column. Denise Hale and other Pacific Heights socialites dropped by with out-of-town friends like author Truman Capote and film critic Rex Reed. "Hibiscus, we love you!" screamed the crowds, as the leader of the drag queen pack made his grand entrance each night, buoyed by his shiny balloon costume breasts. But as the Coquette's star soared higher, Hibiscus resisted the siren call of commercial success. He may have dressed like Monroe and Mansfield, but he didn't want their gilded cage lives. Hibiscus had taken a vow of poverty during his days at the Cauliflower Commune, and though he finally moved out of its monastic environment, he was still honoring Irving Rosenthal's everything free belief system. No one was getting rich off the Coquette's success. Sebastian, the late-night impresario at the Palace, charged only $2 a ticket.
He was as beautiful as Nancy, a tall, lean man with a strong nose and chin and soft, feminine eyes. His face, which had traces of his Cherokee grandmother, had the romance of a Wild West hero. James came from poor people. His father was a demolition derby driver. He worked young James into his act, tying him to the hood of his jalopy and crashing through a flaming plywood barrier at local speedways. James wore a helmet, but he would be routinely knocked out by the stunt. Once he lost his front teeth, and another time his hair was scorched to the scalp. At age 14, James found sanctuary in a Detroit monastery run by the Catholic Brothers of the Holy Cross. He would live there until he was 18, getting up every morning at 5:30 for church and going to Mass every night before bedtime. "I was brought up in the Middle Ages," he would later say. "It may have kept me from a life of crime. I don't know what I would have gotten into." James also found solace in music. His uncle had a guitar, and he let James play it. He taught himself chords by listening to Lightnin' Hopkins and other blues masters. One night, James heard John Coltrane in a Detroit nightclub, and he tried to make his guitar wail as ecstatically as Coltrane's sax. A man of few words, James let his music speak for him. But he was immediately drawn to Nancy, who was a cauldron of words and feelings. They moved in together in a kind of bohemian rooming house in downtown Detroit, inhabited by artists, philosophy students, and drug dealers. Nancy would return to her family's home for Friday night dinners and always leave loaded down with 2 bags of groceries. She was still in and out of favor with her parents, who didn't approve of James or his family. They thought he wasn't good enough for her, Alex said. They thought she'd come to her senses and marry a nice doctor. But Nancy and James were paragons of cool. They tripped down the streets together, wrapped in each other's arms, the center of each other's story. She carried around a big green stuffed frog with her, wrapped up like it was their baby, just to see people's bug-eyed reactions. They were not made to settle down in Detroit. In 1962, they took off for San Francisco, where James eked out a living playing folk and blues in North Beach cafes. One afternoon in late 1965, Sam Andrew and Peter Albin, the beginnings of the band that would become Big Brother and the Holding Company, were noodling on their guitars in the redwood-paneled ballroom-sized basement of 1090 Page Street, the Victorian rooming house where Albin lived. Chet Helms, the bespectacled, soft-spoken, Texas-born rock promoter who would become the yin to Bill Graham's yang, suddenly appeared with a striking entourage in tow. The handsome young man with Helms was clad entirely in black, and he wore Indian feathers in his heroically long hair. The petite woman who accompanied him was dressed like an Elizabethan lady-in-waiting in velvet and lace. She was wild and noisy, as Sam Andrew recalled. They had a big German shepherd who seemed as untamed as a wolverine, and a baby who appeared almost as feral. The couple were James and Nancy Gurley. They were married by then, and they were about to join shining forces with San Francisco's cultural revolution. James brought his singularly savage guitar style to Big Brother, playing at furious speed with finger picks instead of the one flat pick favored by most guitar players. He soon became known as the fastest guitar slinger in the West. The sonic explosions that James set off with his rapid-fire finger-picking and his primitive effects, which usually involved a swift kick to his amplifier, came to define psychedelic rock. "It sounded like thunder in a Wagner opera when James shook his amplifier," said Andrew. James was the star of the early Big Brother lineup. A photo of him, taken by Bob Sadaman, staring soulfully ahead, wearing a double-breasted Civil War shirt and an Indian feather in his hair, instantly became a popular Height Street poster, the definition of hippie masculinity. But Big Brother was incomplete until the day in June 1966, when Helms, the man who pieced together the band, player by player, brought a fellow Texan named Janis Joplin to the band's rehearsal hall in an old firehouse on Henry Street. At first look, James was not impressed with the band's new singer. "She looked like a punk or something," he recalled. She had Levi's that had the knees turned out, she had Mexican huaracha sandals on, and her hair was pinned up in a bun. She had no makeup, and her face was really broken out. She had a bad complexion, and she had this blue sweatshirt on that was all torn and covered with paint because she had been a painter. Nobody would have looked at her and thought, in a few years, she's going to be the biggest thing on the planet. But then Janis began singing, and it was unlike anything the band members had ever heard. Her voice was a wail from somewhere too deep, the saddest, most desperate sound ever wrenched from a woman's body. It was as disturbing as it was exciting, equal parts sex and death. One day while the band was rehearsing, it was interrupted by loud thumping on the firehouse door. When a man in the band's extended family opened the door, 5 policemen were braced to enter, straining their necks to look inside. "We have a complaint that there's a woman screaming here," said one of the cops. "That's not a woman," replied the man. "That's Janis Joplin." Men never knew what to make of Janis. In early summer 1966, Alex Reisman moved to California. He was going to attend Stanford Law School, but he also wanted to be around his ever-dazzling sister. By then, Nancy and James were living at 459 Oak Street, on the edge of the Panhandle, with their toddler, who was named Hongo Ishi Gurley, after the last of the free Indians. Nancy was an advocate of the Summerhill philosophy of child-rearing and didn't want to place any constraints on Hongo. The boy roamed the house without a diaper, accompanied by the family German shepherd, who also crapped on the floor whenever the need gripped him. Big Brother wasn't making any money yet, and the family seemed to get by on food stamps and various hustles. The Big Brother orbit was becoming an exciting place to be. Nancy kept telling her brother about the volcanic new singer who had joined the band. In June 1966, Janis made her debut with the band at Chet Helms' Avalon Ballroom. It was the first time that Alex had seen Big Brother, the first time he had seen James play rock music, the first time he had seen a light show. Old Betty Boop cartoons and Harold Lloyd silent films flickered on the walls. Nancy was his magic ticket. Before the show, Alex went backstage with his new wife, Dorothy, and smoked dope with the band in their cramped dressing room. Janis was terrified. She had never performed with a rock band before, only in coffee houses with an acoustic guitar. Alex couldn't see what the buzz was all about. I remember thinking Janis was not that great looking, especially compared to someone like Grace Slick. Then she went on stage and opened her mouth, and I thought, I get it. Janis was blasted into air by the band's rocket of sound. What a rush, she felt. A real drug rush.
The music went boom, 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 and everyone was dancing, and I stood there and clutched the mic, and I got it. There in the spotlight, that's where she belonged. It would become the only place she did belong. Janice never stopped thinking of herself as just an ugly chick from Port Arthur with not too much talent. The girl nominated Most Ugly Man on Campus by her stupidly cruel fellow students at the University of Texas. She had what Big Brother drummer Dave Getz called a bottomless hole in her gut that she was forever trying to fill with men, women, whiskey, and drugs. Her hunger swallowed the room. She wanted to suck down everything around her.
She was scary, recalled Fayette Hauser, the young artist and future coquette who had followed Nancy to San Francisco. She was so intense and butch. She'd come right into your face. I was shy. She was way too heavy for me. Within weeks of joining Big Brother, not only had Janice replaced James as the star of the band, but she had also claimed him as her lover. Lanky, soulful James was a magnet for women. After shows, women would often ask me whether James would be in my room later, recalled bandmate Peter Albin. The quiet former Catholic boy was overwhelmed by the sexual attention. James's monastic adolescence had left him feeling, in his words, shy, repressed, and screwed up. He proved an easy mark for voracious Janice. In the summer of 1966, James moved in with the band's new star, leaving Nancy and Hongo back in their Oak Street flat. But Nancy Gurley had her own magnetic power. A couple of weeks later, she came marching into Janice's bedroom with Hongo and the German Shepherd, and she took James back. Nancy and Janice began as sexual rivals, but they quickly became a dynamic duo. They were both strong-willed, whip-smart women who loved to read. Janice always carried around her San Francisco Public Library card with her. And they both grew up feeling like angry and tormented outcasts. Janice was very, very smart, said Getz, and Nancy was one of the few people who was up to her caliber. Nancy was the Big Brother tribe's mesmerizing gypsy queen. In her long gowns of lace and velvet, and with her many, many necklaces draped colorfully from the porcelain gracefulness of her neck, as the band's publicist Myra Friedman described her, Nancy set the standard for femininity in the band's circle. She took the scruffy girl from Port Arthur and made her over in her lushly romantic image. Not long after Janice joined Big Brother, the band and its retinue of wives, girlfriends, and children all moved into an old redwood hunting lodge at the end of a road in woodsy Lagunitas. Nancy and Janice would spend hours together, talking late into the night and stringing bits of antique glass and crystal beads which they decorated themselves with like Christmas tree lights. By this point, Nancy's natural exuberance was further amped by regular injections of speed. Janice was trying to stay away from her hard drug demons. When Chet Helms lured her back to San Francisco from Texas earlier that year, he assured her that the scene had been taken over by psychedelics, which never particularly interested her. But Nancy's speed-driven dazzle was too enticing, and during the band's Lagunitas sojourn, Janice fell back into her old meth habit. Nancy had developed a strong affinity for speed as a girl, after her mother began freely dispensing Dexedrine capsules to all three of her children to manage their weight. The family had a cabinet that was well stocked with prescription drug samples brought home by Dr. Reisman. "We called it the drugstore," Alex said. "The result was that all three of us kids developed a strong liking for uppers." For the rest of her life, Nancy would always prefer drugs that took her fast forward rather than down. In the beginning, San Franciscans felt they owned Janice and Big Brother. They were like the Dead, Neighborhood Minstrels, the Avalon House Band. She was the type everyone knew from high school, the brassy bad girl rejected by the cheerleaders but beloved by losers everywhere. After shows, she would jump down from the stage and mingle with the audience. You could see her down on the panhandle, amid all the harlequins and gypsies, smoking a cigar and swigging from a bottle of Jack. If you hadn't known her intimately, you knew someone who had. But after the Monterey Pop Festival in June 1967, when Janice stole the show along with Hendrix, Otis Redding, and The Who, everything changed. The star-making pressures grew unbearable, and the corporate sirens began wooing Janice away from the band. She couldn't walk her old neighborhood anymore.
"These days, Hate Street is so weird," she told San Francisco journalist David Dalton after the festival. "Remember that Suddenly Last Summon movie where that guy gets eaten by cannibals? Well, that almost happened to me the last time I was there. I got out of my car. 'It's Janis Joplin! It's Janis Joplin! Hey, give me this, give me that!' Pushing, pulling on me, trying to aggravate me." Heroin began creeping into the band's circle. Soon Janice, James, and Sam Andrew were all using. Nancy was more leery of heroin's catacomb lure, but she too started alternating speed and smack. How could people so smart put themselves at such risk? A lifetime later, Fayette Hauser could still see method in her friend Nancy's madness. Nancy and her San Francisco troupe were remaking the world by tapping into the deepest recesses of their souls. Drugs were an essential tool in the process, and each one had its own unique use. It was all about finding the right alchemy. These were people who considered acid trips and speed as their work, she explained. It was a serious matter with them. People had made discoveries through acid that had reshaped them. They were very consciously exploring life. The heroin was the perfect counterpart. It would put you right back to where you were on your last acid trip. But the balancing act proved elusive. The band lost its core discipline, began to get sloppy. Janice grew crazier, becoming dangerous to herself and others. She was so desperate for a fix one time that she drew water from a toilet into her syringe. She could be equally reckless with others. One night, Terry Hallinan dropped by her No Street apartment with Peggy Caserta, a bosomy clothing store owner with whom they were both intimately involved. Janice, already high and burning with jealousy, convinced the young lawyer to sample smack for the first time, and then injected him with an extra stiff shot. Hallinan's eyes immediately rolled upward, and he collapsed to the floor. Caserta was frantic. "Oh, Jesus, Janice, he's going to die on us." But the singer simply engaged in an intimate encounter with Caserta, while Hallinan remained unconscious at their feet. "Aren't we naughty girls?" Janice giggled. After their intimate time together, Janice revived Hallinan with a cold towel. Hallinan never forgave Janice. "I didn't think she was a great person," he smiled wryly many years later. "Of course, we didn't exactly get off on a good foot. She was an arrogant person. She was the queen bee by then." Only in San Francisco could a young man who took a near-lethal dose from Janis Joplin's needle wind up overseeing the city's criminal justice system. But that's precisely what Terry Kyle Hallinan did 3 decades later when he was elected San Francisco's district attorney. Nancy felt that James, too, was disappearing into the heroin netherworld. What began as a conscious exploration of life's mysteries was becoming an endless half-slumber. She was losing the love of her life to drugs and other women. There was always too many of both. It only got worse after Janice left Big Brother to form her own band in fall 1968, just as Big Brother's album, Cheap Thrills, was rocketing the band into the music industry heavens. Janice's abrupt departure was a betrayal that neither she nor the rest of the band ever recovered from. Now heroin was the only organizing principle in James' life. Nancy tried leaving James. She ended up in Colorado for a while, taking up with a hippie surfer on shore leave. It was there that Fayette Hauser met her one day while hitchhiking to Aspen. Nancy and her surfer boy picked up the young art student in their panel truck. There was a whole exotic world in that truck. Dark velvets hung over a double mattress bed. The dashboard was covered with dried flowers and tiny bird skulls. When Fayette opened the truck door, she was greeted by Nancy with a hash pipe. I climbed in, took the pipe, and thought, I'm never getting out. Fayette immediately became another of Nancy's acolytes.
She loved to go walking with her and listen to her discourse on literature and philosophy. Listening to Nancy tell stories was like a walking novel. It was like taking a stroll with Jane Austen. By the time Nancy returned to San Francisco, she had so enthralled the younger woman with stories about the Emerald City, Fayette knew she had to follow her. Nancy installed her in a Victorian flat in the Dubus Triangle neighborhood, where she became roommates with a drug dealer named Paula and a teenage groupie named Patty Cakes, who alternated between Janice and Jimi Hendrix. Nancy taught Fayette how to dress, and she showed her how to fix, warning her never to shoot up alone and always to inject herself. They were both high when they went to see Janice's final performance with Big Brother. Nancy was still trying to stay away from James. James had so many groupies that it drove Nancy crazy, Fayette said. They were so crazy in love. At last, they fell back into each other's arms. Nancy and Hongo moved back in with James. She was euphoric. It was their destiny to be together. Their story had the inevitability of one of her Austen novels. She got pregnant. She cut back on heroin. James was determined to get clean too, to start over. On the 4th of July weekend in 1969, James and Nancy took Hongo and drove up to the Russian River for a family outing. James loved the country. It made him feel healthy. He took along a 100 bag of heroin, but he made a junkie's bargain with himself. This would be his final trip to the underworld. They spent the day floating lazily down the river, drinking wine. By the time they camped outside Cloverdale, James was drowsy with the day's sunny pleasures. Around 10 o'clock, he drifted over to his Toyota Jeep, where he had left his works, to cap off the night with a syringe full of milky sweetness. In his hazy state, he missed his vein on the first try, and, trying again, once more plunged the needle into muscle. Nancy walked over to the Jeep. She wanted to share this final journey with James. She forgot her own lesson and asked him to take care of her too. James didn't realize it because he'd missed his own vein and hadn't felt the injection's full effect. But his heroin was more potent than Nancy was used to. This time, his needle found its mark. Nancy walked back to the campfire to read Hongo a bedtime story. Suddenly, she pitched forward, in front of her little boy. When James came drifting over moments later, he found his wife sprawled in the dirt. The rest of the night was so harrowing that, even in the clinical language of court documents, it reduces the reader to tears. James, jolted out of his haze by the sight of his wife on the ground, carried her and Hongo to the Jeep and went roaring into Cloverdale. He stopped at a gas station, frantically asking where he could find a doctor in town, and was directed to the office of Dr. Lombard's sire. The doctor, having been tipped off by the gas station attendant, arrived at his office shortly after James, who swept Nancy into his arms and took her inside. Dr. Sire quickly realized that Nancy was beyond his help, and he quietly told James that she was dead. But James refused to believe him. He bent over his wife, put his lips to hers, and kept trying to breathe life into her. He didn't stop until 2 Cloverdale policemen, notified by the doctor, showed up and pulled him away from Nancy's body. After being led into an adjacent waiting room by the policeman, James slumped into a chair, with a naked Hondo in his lap, and rocked back and forth, sobbing, "Nancy, Nancy, Nancy, no, no, no." Dr. Sire was so concerned about James's state of mind that he urged the policeman to have him committed that night to a psychiatric ward in a nearby hospital. All during the half-hour ambulance ride to the hospital, James wept over and over to his 3-year-old son. "What are we going to do? Nancy isn't here, Hongo. What are we going to do? Nancy isn't here." The next morning, James was arrested on murder charges. Janice hired the best lawyer she could think of, the rugby tough Vincent Hallinan, school drug attorney Michael Stepanianto, to represent her former bandmate and fellow heroin casualty. Alex Reisman testified at the coroner's inquest, where Nancy's death would be ruled either a homicide or an accident. The hearing was trying to determine whether Nancy could have given herself the fatal injection, and a key question before the court was whether she was left or right-handed. After conferring with his family, Alex testified that his sister was ambidextrous. "We didn't want James to get pinned for giving her the shot," he said later. "We thought the worst thing for Hongo would be to have his father locked up for years." The charges against James were later reduced to heroin possession, and he was given probation. Some regarded James Gurley as a very fortunate man, but the court didn't see it that way. "Some consequences furnish greater penalties than the law can impose," read a court document in the case, a beautifully concise appraisal of the hell that James would go through after that night on the Russian River. James never got over Nancy's death. It was a mournful note that echoed through the rest of his life. It was not the first overdose in San Francisco's hippie community, and it would not be the last. But it quickly took on a darkly mythic quality. People who knew her tried to make sense of it. Some saw it as an early feminist parable, the story of a sparkling hippie Earth mother who overdosed on love for her old man. But others simply saw a young woman who had demanded much from life and then taken her leave.
There was always a brutal toughness in the beat and hippie cultures, a shrugging awareness that casualties were inevitable when you challenged life's limits. One San Francisco poet wrote a dry-eyed requiem for Nancy, which even suggested there was something graceful about her exit. James believed that Nancy's family would never forgive him, but it was never that simple for Alex. I never felt he was responsible. Nancy did these things on her own. James had been a big brother to Alex. Nancy and he had been magical presences in his life, warmly welcoming him into their highly charged force field. For 2 or 3 years after Nancy's death, Alex had no contact with James. Then one day, Alex, by then a young activist lawyer, found himself at a friend's house in Marin, down the hill from where James was living with his new wife and Hongo. Alex dropped acid and found himself being drawn up the hill where he knocked on James's door. When James opened it up, Alex told him he was tripping, and James invited him in. Alex wanted to talk about Nancy. It was still raw, he recalled, and his new wife was uncomfortable. But it was important for me to talk to him. In the final years of his life, James Gurley conjured his long-lost wife in a song called For Nancy, Elegy. It was a sad and wispy blues rock tune, lamenting what could have been. In my life, you were the only one. In my life had just begun. He wrote a couple of bucket list letters to Alex near the end, telling him how much he loved his sister. James died of a heart attack in 2009, 2 days before his 70th birthday. Nancy Gurley, this burning star in a wild firmament as Alex saw her, was not destined to live into a wistful old age. Nor was Janis Joplin, who, after getting word in New York about her close friend's death, said, "Well, I guess I'll go score some smack." Really, death. There's an exhilaration in that kind of recklessness. It takes a reckless kind of soul to tear down monuments and torch bridges, to shake the dead grip of the past. But by the end of the 60s, the revolution was entering its Jacobin phase, and the wreckage was growing wanton. If the revolution liberated the human imagination, it also unleashed humanity's demons. San Francisco, capital of the New World, was descending into its season of the witch.
Lucifer Rising. One night in 1969, Peter Lewis of Moby Grape peered from on stage into the cavernous darkness of the Fillmore Ballroom. A sea of young faces was staring back at him. The faces were not joyous. They looked lost and worried to Lewis. They looked like they were going to freak out. It unnerved Lewis. It disrupted his musical flow. When you're trying to concentrate on a song and the crowd looks at you like they don't know what's going on, you get lost too. There was so much pain in that room. Lewis stumbled through the rest of the show, holding on until the band reached the end. There was always a dark shadow around the San Francisco rainbow. From the very beginning, violence, desperation, and fear stalked the streets of the hate, side by side with the euphoria. "When I hear about the Summer of Love, I say, where was that?" remarked Lewis. It was there, but always lurking below was this seething hatred and fear from Vietnam and the Cold War. There was always this feeling that we were going to die. As the 1960s drew to an end and America's pain intensified, more and more of the suffering washed up in the hate. Runaways who could never go home, strung-out Vietnam vets, draft dodgers terrified of what awaited them when they were caught, teenagers sickened by what loomed ahead of them in adult America. The war was dragging on and on. The country's most promising leaders had been mysteriously assassinated. Racial divisions were growing more bitter. Inner cities were smoldering. San Francisco's Cultural Revolution was launched with the grandest intentions. As the human bee-in visionaries proclaimed, they were giving birth to a new nation, inside the robot flesh of the old. The great notions spawned by San Francisco's revolution, peaceful coexistence, racial harmony, sexual liberation, ecological consciousness, organic food, communal living, alternative commerce, free cultured, did indeed spread throughout the country, where their green tendrils could be seen sprouting here and there in the stony ground. But as San Francisco's revolution spread, carried by the music, the drugs, the underground railroad of wandering youth, the poison in America's soul was also billowing. You could feel it more and more on the streets of the hate. San Francisco was no longer only a haven for the country's restless dreamers, but also for its wrecked and ruined. The 1960s turned sour in large part because of the endless bloodletting in Vietnam. The soul sickness leached everywhere as the war came home, but nowhere more than the hate, where many ravaged veterans sought solace. The music that GIs listened to in Vietnam and the magazine spreads of hippie revelry promised a halcyon world far from the blood and mud. But many of them found it was not easy to leave the war behind. They brought it home with them. Life in the hate grew more violent and disturbing. The drugs got harder. By 1971, 15% of the servicemen returning from Vietnam were addicted to heroin. Smack and speed began to shove aside psychedelics. The harried staff at the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic was seeing more and more hardcore drug abusers. The speed freaks were the most harrowing cases. Amphetamines worked their dark magic on the brain with power drill intensity. Speed freaks were loath to approach the health system when their bodies started breaking down. But one day, a meth head named Randy ventured into the free clinic in search of help for an AWOL soldier who was too wasted to come in. Dr. Ernest Dernberg, a clinic psychiatrist who had won the trust of the meth addict subculture, agreed to follow Randy back to his residential hotel, a Crystal Palace on Haight Street. It was a mission of mercy into San Francisco's darkening drug underworld that only a doctor like the free clinic's Dernberg would have been willing to risk. In the hotel lobby, Randy had to convince the heavily armed and suspicious manager at the front desk to let the doctor enter the premises. Dernberg continued to run a hostile gauntlet as he mounted the staircase to the AWOL soldier's third-floor room. Gaunt and menacing faces peered out from half-open doors, he later told his colleague, Dr. David Smith, and he could see corpse-like figures stretched out on the floors in the furniture in several shuttered rooms. When Randy and Dernberg reached the third-floor landing, they were again stopped, this time by a handful of half-naked phantoms, who grilled Randy about the doctor's identity for a full 10 minutes, and then demanded to see his medical credentials before they were finally allowed to proceed. As Dernberg approached the GI's door, he could hear high-pitched wails. After Randy and his wraith-like companions shouted through the locked door, it was finally opened by another specter with a thin, deathly white female face, the doctor recalled. Dernberg entered and picked his way through a room littered with needles, piles of white powder, filthy bedsheets, sleeping bags, soft drink cartons, and catgosh. The doctor was guided to a bed where the soldier lay. He was once a robust 6-foot-tall young man, but he had been shriveled to a twisted knot of human misery. He was lying in a foul pool of sweat, Dernberg recounted. Beside him was a much-used needle with a broken, rusty tip. His jaundiced face glistened with perspiration and was sunken around the eye sockets. His heart raced. His arms, visible under the shreds of a long-sleeved uniform, were covered with fresh tracks or needle punctures and swollen with abscesses the size of baseballs. Running up to one shoulder was a darkened blood vessel, the sign of septicemia or blood poisoning. He mumbled incoherently and writhed under touch. He screamed, "Let me die! Don't bust me! I've had enough!" This is as good a portrait as any of what the Vietnam War did to the young men who fought in it. Dernberg knew that somehow he had to extricate the young soldier from the meth den and get him immediately to a hospital. He sent Randy back to Clayton Street to fetch the clinic's ambulance, an old Peugeot station wagon. He then picked up the emaciated GI, who was too weak to walk, and carried him to the third-floor landing. Here, Dernberg's path was blocked by a raving young man in a greasy trench coat, who, thinking he was a narcotics agent, assaulted the doctor. Dernberg finally pacified the violent man by again fishing his medical credentials out of his pocket. He continued to run the meth hotel's grim gauntlet with the soldier in his arms until they finally emerged onto the street. By this time, Randy and a free clinic colleague had arrived with the ambulance. But before they could load the wasted man into the back of the vehicle, they were again confronted, this time by a half-dozen Hell's Angels who demanded to know what was going on. One of the angels recognized Dernberg's colleague, who explained the emergency, and the bikers offered to escort the ambulance on their Harleys, plowing through traffic on the way to San Francisco General. And this is as good a picture as any of how counterculture communities like the Haight took care of the war's mangled souls. A doctor from a hippie clinic carrying a dying, emaciated soldier in his arms.
For decades after the war, up to this very day, right-wing politicians and pundits have spread the libel about how peace activists and hippies greeted returning Vietnam vets with gobs of spit and contempt. The truth is that many survivors of the war headed directly to havens like the Haight, where they found more comfort than they ever could in veterans' hospitals or bastions of flag-waving patriotism. Vets and other refugees from the American wasteland continued pouring into the Haight even as its streets grew meaner. Much of the neighborhood's growing craziness was fueled by new waves of drugs. Even the psychedelics were getting more potent and exotic.
Superhallucinogens like STP and PCP, which were developed and tested in military laboratories, were suddenly and inexplicably flooding the Haight. STP made a particularly insidious debut in the Haight, sending users on a 3-day trip that was like being shot out of a gun, according to one unsuspecting victim. The nightmare was intensified for those who were treated with thorazine, the standard remedy for LSD freakouts, which only compounded STP's effects. Some of the super psychedelics coursing through the neighborhood were cut with poisonous additives such as strychnine and insecticide. The Central Intelligence Agency and the military had long been fascinated with LSD and other psychedelics as potential mind control weapons. Beginning in the early 1950s, the CIA became the leading sponsor of LSD experimentation, using agency personnel and civilians as unsuspecting lab rats. The Army followed in the CIA's footsteps, testing drugs at its Edgewood Arsenal and Dugway Proving Ground facilities. The CIA and the military became unwitting birth mothers for the psychedelic revolution when they began expanding their drug test groups to include bohemians, artists, and students. One of the research scientists who administered Allen Ginsberg's first acid trip in 1959 had conducted hallucinogenic drug experiments for the U.S. Navy. Moloch, the vast stone of war, was everywhere. LSD's leading apostle in the 1950s and early 1960s was, in fact, a former OSS, Office of Strategic Services, predecessor to the CIA, officer with strong ties to the espionage establishment, Captain Alfred M. Hubbard. He traveled the world, introducing acid to an elite spectrum of statesmen, corporate chieftains, church leaders, and writers, including Aldous Huxley, who became another influential advocate for the drug. They all thought it was the most marvelous thing, said Hubbard about his acid evangelism among the elite. And I never saw a psychosis in any one of these cases. As psychedelic drugs jumped from agency labs into the general population, the CIA had an ambivalent reaction. On the one hand, it feared that the counterculture might try to use the drugs against the political establishment, including the agency itself. Ginsberg was not the only underground figure who fantasized out loud about turning on the world's warmongering leaders and saving the human race from nuclear extinction. These pipe dreams even made their way into intelligence circles, where Mary Meyer, the ex-wife of high-ranking CIA counter-espionage official Cord Myers, sought Timothy Leary's help to conduct acid experiments in her Washington circle. Among Meyer's circle was none other than her secret lover, President John F. Kennedy. On the other hand, as LSD consumption began spreading widely in the youth culture, the CIA welcomed it as an opportunity to test its mind control techniques. One CIA agent referred to the Haight-Ashbury as a human guinea pig farm. As early as June 1967, the dawn of the Summer of Love, a CIA-sponsored psychiatric researcher named Dr. Louis Jolyon Jolly West set himself up in a safe house in the Haight to monitor the neighborhood's young drifters and their drug intake. Bearded, ruddy-cheeked Jolly West had a peculiar resume. In the 50s and early 60s, as the head of the University of Oklahoma's Department of Psychiatry, he had turned the campus into a center of CIA experimentation on LSD and brainwashing. One of his more notorious stunts was injecting a circus elephant with lethal doses of LSD. In 1964, when Jack Ruby, the murderer of Lee Harvey Oswald, began intimating that President Kennedy was the victim of an ultra-right conspiracy, the CIA dispatched West to examine Ruby in his jail cell. West diagnosed Ruby as paranoid and delusional. In The Haight, Jolly West later wrote, he rented a typical large apartment, or pad, which he cleaned, disinfected, and humbly but suitably furnished and decorated with posters, flowers, and paint.
For the next 6 months, an ongoing program of intensive interdisciplinary study into the life and times of hippies was undertaken. The Haight-Ashbury district proved to be an interesting laboratory for observations concerning a wide variety of phenomena. It is still not fully known what West's research entailed, but one visitor to his CIA pad recalled a bizarre, messy scene with tangles of young people lying about, blasting off on various chemical fuels. After his Haight experiment in the summer of 1967, West predicted the demise of the counterculture. The very chemicals they use will inevitably innervate them as individuals and bleed the energies of the hippie movement to its death. Some counterculture figures thought the death of the movement was in fact a primary goal of the CIA's drug experimentation. The ever stronger drugs, the hollowed-out zombies walking the streets, the violent psychotics. The point, they alleged, was to kill the surge of youth rebellion before it became any more of a threat to the established order. New Left activist Tom Hayden, beat writer William Burroughs, and radical White Panthers leader John Sinclair were among those who denounced the drugs cooked up in CIA labs as instruments of social control. The new drugs were reminiscent of the distribution of alcohol for American Indians, gin for the gin mills of Irish and British workers, and Britain's introduction into China, Hayden later wrote. As hard drugs took their toll on Haight-Ashbury, the neighborhood descended into crime and squalor. By 1969, most of the stores on Haight Street were boarded up and vacant. Cats were said to be hard to find on the streets because starving junkies were hunting them for food. The neighborhood was hit by a wave of grisly drug murders. A 23-year-old biker who claimed he had been high on acid for 18 straight months was pulled over by police one day. He was driving a stolen black Volkswagen owned by an unemployed flute player turned drug dealer. The severed arm wrapped in blue suede that police found in the back of the car also turned out to belong to the flute player. "I'm very, very hazy about that arm," the biker told his lawyer after he was arrested on murder charges. Guns were suddenly everywhere in the neighborhood that had, until very recently, the capital of peace and love. The SFPD reported confiscating more weapons in the Haight than any other San Francisco district. One day, a gunfight broke out between hippie dealers and black teenagers from the Fillmore who were trying to rob them. A long-haired dope peddler blasted away at the teenagers with a .22 pistol as they crouched behind garbage cans. The homicide cops who worked the Haight called it Hippieville. Most of these inspectors were born and raised in San Francisco, like Jack Cleary, a graduate of Archbishop Riordan High School. Cleary wasn't a strict person. In the old days, when he and other cops saw burnouts and rummies on the streets, they'd put them in the back of their patrol cars and drive them home. Young Cleary's sergeant would remind him that a lot of these sad cases were World War II vets. You gotta always remember, they fought for their country. But the Haight was a different world. Cleary saw unspeakable things there, the sort of things a man can't tell his wife. He recalled a particularly gruesome case of violence against a young woman. It was out there in Hippieville. There was a carelessness about life among these young people that Cleary found stunning. One day, he and his partner got a report about a body sprawled outside a big boarding house near Haight Street and Masonic Avenue. It turned out that a young man had plummeted to his death from a third-story window. When Cleary entered the building to investigate, he found a party in full swing.
I go into the bathroom to check it out, and here's a hippie making some kind of Kool-Aid in the bathtub with a freaking oar. This other guy has just died, but there's a party still going on. More and more lost children kept arriving in the Haight, even as the streets grew rougher. Many were looking for the families they never had. One of those who found her way there was Susan Atkins, a sad-eyed, oval-faced teenager from the drab suburbs south of San Francisco. She had a high, sweet, wispy voice, and she sang in her church choir. But when she was 14, her mother died of cancer, and afterward her hard-drinking father sank deeper into alcoholism. Susan herself struggled with depression, liquor, and pills. Her family began coming apart. Her older brother went off to join the Navy, and she dropped out of high school. By the time she arrived in San Francisco, Susan had survived a codeine overdose, an endless string of mensum, some bad, some just faceless, and a hard stretch in county jail for robbery. She was hired as the youngest topless dancer on North Beach's Neon Strip after her boyfriend of the moment talked her into getting on stage for an amateur show. She was girlish and full-breasted, and she knew how to turn off her mind and sink her hips into the music. She did whatever her nightclub boss asked her to do. One afternoon, Susan's boss brought an eerie-looking man into the bar. He was dressed all in black and had glistening black eyes and a devil's goatee, and his shaved head gleamed a ghostly white in the shadowy bar. Her boss introduced the man as Anton LaVey and asked her to dance for him. The name meant nothing to Susan, but LaVey had achieved local notoriety as the Church of Satan's Black Pope. A one-time crime scene photographer and carny musician, LaVey played the calliope and Wurlitzer organ on dozens of midways and in numerous strip palaces. But he found his true showbiz calling as San Francisco's celebrity Satanist. LaVey tooled around town in a black 1949 Citroen and bought a 2-story Victorian mansion out on the windswept avenues, which he covered with a thick coat of black surplus submarine paint. A stream of devil worshippers and curiosity seekers frequented the satanic services and seances at his house, where they were greeted by dangling skeletons, a stuffed werewolf, and a mangy roaring lion named Togar, who roamed the backyard. Among LaVey's followers were eccentric socialites, city officials, artists, and Hollywood celebrities, including the monumental blonde Jane Mansfield. LaVey, like all violators of social convention, also found it useful to cultivate cops. One of the retired police inspectors in LaVey's thrall never forgot the night he dropped by the Black Mansion and saw a memorable scene involving Jane Mansfield. LaVey commented on the B-movie queen's preferences. LaVey recruited Susan Atkins to perform in another of his spectacles, a witch's Sabbath that he staged in the North Beach nightclub where she was working. She played a voluptuous vampire, rising out of a coffin with jet-black hair, blood-red lipstick, and a revealing costume. Susan couldn't bring herself to climb into the coffin until she dropped a tab of acid. During the show, she remained motionless in the coffin, taking in every sound, the audience's footsteps, sighs, and breathing. She found that she liked playing dead. When it finally came time for her to rise up, she freaked out the men and women who were packed into the club. They gasped loudly as she stood up and pointed a long red fingernail at them to mark them as her next victims. To LaVey, Susan was just another hippie burnout, perhaps a bit more drug-befuddled than some, as he later recalled. LaVey had contempt for San Francisco's hippie culture, which he found a mire of ignorance, stupidity, and egalitarianism. His witch's Sabbath was just another carny show. But Susan felt something deeper. She liked the way the gaudy ritual made her feel each night. She liked her role's wicked power to shock and excite. Her new boyfriend thought it was all too creepy. He told her she was losing herself to LaVey, and he moved out. After the witch's Sabbath show closed, Susan once again found herself without a home, with no direction home. Inevitably, she ended up on the streets of the Haight among crowds of other young drifters who shared her feelings that the world was crooked and perverted. By now, the diggers had scattered. There were no more street guardians to look out for the lost children. With no one to guide them, the kids fell into the hands of long-haired fagans and worse. One day, standing in front of the drugstore cafe, a neighborhood institution, Susan was scooped up by an old girlfriend from the suburbs and taken to her communal house at the corner of Oak and Lion Streets. She quickly fell into the house's hazy routine, binging on an endless supply of marijuana, hashish, and acid, and sitting stoned on the front balcony, listening to her next-door neighbor Janis Joplin sing blues arias. It was in the living room of the old 2-story brown house where Susan first met the scrawny, bearded little man who would change her life. He introduced himself as Charles Manson, and as they talked, Susan felt he was seeing right inside her. Even though he was a hardened, 32-year-old ex-con, Manson was just as lost as the other young drifters when he arrived in the Haight after being released from McNeil Island Penitentiary in March 1967. Manson, the son of a teenage prostitute, was the survivor of a childhood even more obliterated than Susan's. He had spent most of his life behind bars. "I still didn't know anything about marijuana or LSD or any kinds of drugs," he said later. "In fact, I didn't really want to come out of jail. I was frightened and didn't know where to go."
The Haight-Ashbury folded Manson into its arms. The ex-con became a well-known figure on the streets, collecting young women like Susan and becoming the father that they and he had never had. They created a nest for themselves in a 2-story building at 636 Cole Street, near the Free Clinic, which he would frequent with his female tribe. Manson never seemed to require medical attention. Sickness is the product of an impure mind, he told the clinic staff. The Manson women were treated for vaginal infections, and they often asked for advice about natural childbirth. As his reputation and strangely obedient family grew, residents of the Haight began to recoil from Manson. "I met Charlie Mason," recalled rock attorney Brian Rohan. "He was a little troll. He kept his girls on drugs all the time. They didn't know what they were doing." Susan later estimated she dropped acid at least 300 times during her days with Manson. Peter Lewis recalled meeting Manson at the home of Los Angeles record producer Terry Melcher. He didn't have an immediately weird vibe because there were a lot of guys like that. There were a lot of people coming back from Vietnam like him, and they headed right for the Haight. They were like the war casualties in Robert Stone's Dog Soldiers. So in the context of the 60s, Manson didn't really stick out. Who the hell was Manson? Maybe the CIA worked on him, with one of its drug programs? I don't know who Manson was. Manson might not have known who Manson was. Susan, though, knew who Manson was, the man she was supposed to follow. I was 18, but older inside. I was free. My father, brothers, and I were irreparably torn apart, it seemed. I had come close, but so far had found no substitute. Charlie had instantly seemed more of a father to me than my own father. He not only preached love, he had power. What he wanted, he could get. He often sounded like God. As time went by, Manson was feeling less comfortable in the Haight. He thought the streets were getting ugly and mean. He didn't feel safe in San Francisco anymore. One day in 1968, he sat down with Susan, whom he called my right-hand man. He said, "Come on, we're going to L.A."
She didn't hesitate. She followed her destiny. A knife down your throat. A year later, the whole world knew Charles Manson and Susan Atkins, too, as the giggling, witchy-eyed, sexy Sadie. "Woman, I have no mercy for you," she told Sharon Tate as the actress begged for her life and the life of her unborn baby. Susan held down Tate as her accomplice, Tex Watson, plunged a knife into her belly 16 times. They both had been snorting crystal meth for the past 3 or 4 days. When Susan and her Manson family accomplices showed up that night at the house off Benedict Canyon, one of Tate's house guests asked them, "Who are you?" Watson replied, "I'm the devil, and I'm here to do the devil's business." Despite all the speed racing through her bloodstream, Susan felt strangely immobile, like even if I had wanted to run, I couldn't. She felt caught in something that I had no control over. It was like I was a tool in the hands of the devil. The media coverage of the Manson mayhem wallowed in satanic hippie mythology. But the most horrific explanation was the one offered by Manson himself. "These children that come at you with knives, they are your children. You taught them. I didn't teach them. You made your children what they are." The Manson family's gory helter-skelter in August 1969 was followed by the bloody debacle of Altamont in December. That's how the 1960s ended, with Manson and Altamont. No more peace and love, reflected Peter Lewis. It was stabbing people 13 times just to see if the 14th time would make you feel funny. By 1969, Lewis's own band was going to hell. Moby Grape was once the tightest, most promising rock group in San Francisco. "For 1 second, they were great," said Mickey Hart. "They had chemistry. I saw them play. They were a powerful band, but they burned out in a second. They were just like a flash." Moby Grape began coming apart as soon as it burst on the scene, a victim of Columbia Records' overhype in a distinctly anti-hype environment, bad management, and perhaps most of all, the band members' own manias and drug excesses. Like the Cockettes' outdown, the band's dissolution took place in New York, where they went to finish recording their second album. The city seemed to infect the band with poisonous spirits.
While they were holed up there, the group began hanging out with the Rolling Stones and their ghoulish retinue, including a group of sex witches, as Lewis described them, who dabbled in black magic and various gosh. The Stones didn't believe any of that, but the chicks really believed the Stones were satanic. Skip Spence, Moby Grape's manic spark plug, fell into the sex witch darkness and never really came back. He went from a jolly, cool guy to a guy with a leather jacket, no shirt, said bandmate Jerry Miller. He looked like he'd shaved with a battle axe. He was sweating all over the place. After lunging at a Columbia executive with a pair of scissors and chopping through drummer Don Stevenson's hotel door with an axe in pursuit of the drummer, Spence ended up in the criminal ward of Bellevue Psychiatric Hospital and was later diagnosed with schizophrenia. Following Spence's breakdown, other members of the band also wrestled with their sanity. Moby Grape released their second album, appropriately titled Wow, and went on to record several other LPs over the years, mostly without Spence. But they never fulfilled the enormous expectations that swirled around them during those long, foggy nights at the Ark. When the music scene withered, so did San Francisco's soul. Sages of dubious distinction began declaring the end of the 60s before the decade was even done. Except that it really wasn't. The 1960s would have many endings and beginnings up to this very day. But, like the Manson bloodbath, the Altamont Festival, if that's the right word for the macabre event, was undeniably a funeral of sorts. The Rolling Stones, inspired by Woodstock and sensitive to the charge that they were rip-off artists, decided to stage their very own free festival at the end of their 1969 U.S. tour. San Francisco was the obvious location. The Stones organization consulted with the right people, the Grateful Dead and what was left of the Diggers. At the Dead's suggestion, Stones tour manager Sam Cutler lined up the Hells Angels to provide security. That's the way it was done in San Francisco. No cops, no professionals, just the badass bikers whom the Longhairs always kept wanting to be their heroes. The free concert was supposed to take place in Golden Gate Park, as usual. But city officials knew that a Stones crowd would strain park facilities, so the venue shifted at the 11th hour to Altamont, a speedway in the remote, tumbleweed hills of the East Bay. Every headlining rock band in those days had its own karmic aura. San Francisco bands like the Grateful Dead and Jefferson Airplane gave off a life-celebrating shimmer that made even the Hells Angels want to dance. The Rolling Stones cultivated a different identity. They played with the dark side. Mick Jagger became the Midnight Rambler, jumping your garden wall. He was in character when he screamed, "I'll put a knife right down your throat, baby, and it hurts." He was a sinuous East End actor with a stage dagger and a crimson cape. But in America, the Savage song sounded like the evening news. He had no idea what he was conjuring. Earlier that year, the Rolling Stones had used a group of self-styled British Hells Angels for security at a free concert in London's Hyde Park. But that crew, which simply liked strutting around in the outlaw bikers' gear, was far from the real deal. The Stones were soon to find out what the real Hells Angels were all about. By the time the world's greatest rock and roll band rolled into San Francisco on its long-awaited 1969 tour, its first in 3 years, Peter Coyote and Emmett Grogan were strung out on heroin, and the Diggers were fading fast. But Grogan, hanging on to his old role as ringmaster of all things free, began lining up the usual suspects for the concert, including the Angels. As the plans for Golden Gate Park began falling apart and the event began spiraling out of control, the Diggers got nervous. "We tried to warn the Stones before Altamont," said Coyote, "but they were too rich, too powerful, and there was too much flow of multinational capital to listen to us. We warned the Dead too. They should have known better. We were the experts at bringing thousands of people together with no violence. But mainly, I blame the Stones, who were planning to make a fortune off the movie rights, for trying to put on a phony free concert with the Angels and all these kids as their extras. And I blame Mick Jagger for really messing with black magic. They reaped what they sowed. So you want to go strolling on the dark side, boys? This is what it really looks like." As the helicopter carrying Jagger and drummer Charlie Watts across the bay from San Francisco hovered over the Altamont Speedway, it looked like the end of the world. More than 300,000 people were packed into a dust bowl ringed by scrub-covered hills. A poisonous-looking vapor blanket, combining the first wisps of Tule fog from the Central Valley and the choking fumes from thousands of campfires and burning tires, hung over the bleak landscape. The copter made a bumpy landing, and Jagger, dressed like a medieval prince reviewing his battlefield, in yellow crushed velvet pants, red silk shirt, and a leather cape, emerged into the crowd. A young, wild-eyed man immediately rushed up to him and hit him square in the face. "I hate you! I hate you!" he screamed at the rock star. Jagger and his entourage pushed their way through the crowd to a trailer behind the low makeshift stage. The scene already crackled with madness. Hell's Angels hovered around the trailer, binging on speed, acid, and red jug wine, and brandishing lead-weighted pool cues. Blood pulsed from the nose of a fat, naked boy. Inside the crowded trailer, guitarist Keith Richards, who had spent the previous night on the festival grounds, dropping acid and smoking opium, was sprawled on a bed, exchanging banter with a 2-year-old girl. "I'm gonna beat you up," she kept telling him. "Don't beat me up," he pleaded. Reports of the growing mayhem kept filtering back to the Stones trailer, of Hell's Angels running amok in the crowd, cracking skulls and bloodying faces with fists, those pool cues, even full cans of beer. They heard that Marty Balin, the Jefferson Airplanes founder and singer, had been knocked out cold by the Angels when he jumped off the stage and tried to stop one of their gang assaults. It was the one heroic act by a performer during the entire sickening spectacle. As the airplane broke into Somebody to Love, Balin looked into the throng and saw the Angels, not known for their racial enlightenment, flailing away at a bare-chested black man with their pool cues. "I saw the whole crowd, this mass, just back up and allow it to happen," Balin recalled. "I said, to hell with the song, this guy needs help. So I went down there and started fighting, helping the guy out. When I woke up, I had all these boot marks tattooed all over me." Afterward, Animal, the angel who slugged Balin, tried to explain himself backstage to the singer. "Really you?" spat Balin, who was promptly knocked out again. Balin's act of courage didn't save the day, but it saved a small piece of San Francisco's soul. "That was a stand-up thing to do," Coyote said. "Brave man." Years later, Balin's bandmate Paul Contner resisted the idea that Altamont was a tragic watershed. It didn't end the 60s, he insisted. It was just a bad day with a bunch of drunken Hell's Angels who couldn't hold their liquor. I thought Marty did the right thing by jumping off. Why didn't Contner plunge into the melee too? Because Marty did. As night fell and the Rolling Stones finally prepared to take the stage, Sonny Barger and the Hells Angels High Command began plowing through the crowd on their roaring Harleys to get to the front of the stage. Rock photographer Michael Zagaris never forgot their terrible entrance. Barger was wearing a bear's head on his head. The crowd parted, people were trying to appease the Angels, offering them bottles of wine as they passed through. You could tell everyone hated them. As stoned as I was thinking, this is like Poland when the Nazis marched in. Everyone hated them but felt they couldn't do anything. Once upon a time, the Angels had offered some kind of protection and rough justice on the Heights' wild streets. San Francisco bikers lived among the hippies, like wolves among lambs. But now the red-fanged realities of nature were making themselves clear. "I used to hear all the time in the hate, 'Hey, the Angels are our brothers,'" said Zagaris. "But I thought most of these guys are killers. They could have hung with Attila the Hun, Genghis Khan. How really are these guys our brothers?" By the time the Stones took the stage, hours late, it was cold and dark, the crowd was surging toward the music's hot center, and the Angels were angry, really messed up, and ready to pounce. As Jagger began singing and dancing in his prissy clothes, Barger glowered at him from his corner of the stage. The top angel was furious at the Stones' diva-like delay, while the crowd grew increasingly frantic and unpredictable. I could no longer picture the Hells Angels playing the part of bodyguards for a bunch of sissy marble-mouthed prima donnas, Barger later remarked. He and his gang quickly made clear who controlled the stage. When some angels began manhandling a fat, drug-crazed, bare-breasted girl who kept trying to crawl on stage, Keith Richards leaned into Barger's face and said, "Man, I'm sure it doesn't take 3 or 4 great big Hells Angels to get that bird off the stage." Barger responded by walking over to the edge of the stage and kicking her in the head. "How's that?" he asked Richards. Then came the final descent into the jungle. Meredith Hunter, a black teenager with a flashy lime green suit and a white girlfriend, was a target for the Angels' resentment all day long. Finally, while he was being roughed up, Hunter pulled the gun he was carrying with him, but only to make them stop and think when they were beating him, said his girlfriend, Patty. I know he would never have used it. An Angels desperado named Alan Pizarro responded the way you do on the street. He spun the teenager around and knifed him in the back with his long blade in one smooth, acrobatic move. And then the other Angels of Death were flocking all over Hunter. They kicked the fallen boy in the face, they smashed him over the head with a metal garbage can, then they kicked his head some more with their heavy boots. His last words came in bloody bubbles from his mouth. I wasn't going to shoot you. On stage, Jagger was the midnight rambler. He was the devil asking for sympathy. As the savage frenzy rose and fell in front of the stage, he broke character to plead for civility. Everyone, just sit down. Keep cool. Let's just relax. Let's get into a groove. Come on, we can get it together. Come on. His voice was pleading, desperate. But it was his singing that waved a deeper spell that night. I'm called the hit and run in anger, the knife-sharpened tippy-toe. He was Charlie Manson invading a family's quiet sanctum. The Rolling Stones were at the height of their artistic power at the time. America wasn't their native country, but they had mastered its roots music and made it uniquely their own. Their songs surged with the country's violent energy. But Altamont shook their souls. It exposed the utter artifice of their bad boy act. At one point during the Hells Angels' bloody carnival, a disgusted Keith Richards walked across the stage to Barger and announced, "Either these cats cool it, man, or we don't play." But star power had no pull in that mad abyss. Barger stuck a gun in the guitarist's ribs and told him to start playing or he was a dead man. He played with fierce intensity, the head angel recalled. After it was all over and the Stones had fled back to the safety of their San Francisco hotel rooms, they tried to make sense of it all. But they simply sounded stupefied, like English schoolboys who'd found themselves in some unspeakably barbaric outpost of the empire. Talking to a San Francisco radio station, Jagger sounded on the verge of tears. I thought the scene here was supposed to be so groovy. I don't know what happened. It was terrible. If Jesus had been there, he would have been crucified. Some heavy hippies shrugged off the bloodshed at Altamont as collateral damage. Stuart Brand was an old merry prankster. He had been around the cosmic block and prided himself on being unshockable. He knew the Angels. They had partied together at pranksters ringmaster Ken Kesey's compound in the hills above Palo Alto. They were fixtures at the early acid test happenings. The counterculture was always a mix of ecstasy and depravity, Brand noted. If you're gonna have a Ken Kesey, you're gonna have a Charles Manson. The one basically gave permission to the other. I went to Altamont and thought it was terrific. The hubris of hiring the Angels to work as security was both daring and bad judgment, but that's what the period was all about, exploring the limits of bad judgment. I remember a woman shrieking and moving with intense passion, losing herself completely into Jagger's performance as the Stones bashed away on stage. It seemed entirely appropriate that there'd be people beating each other to death in the midst of all that. Dionysus leads people to being shredded and eaten. Those were the death-defying leaps we were about in those days, and some people die in the process. But few in San Francisco's underground culture were philosophical enough, or perhaps hard-souled enough, to take Altamont in stride. People were dispirited, angry, dazed.
Everyone was talking about it, trying to sort through it, and figure out what it meant for the future of the counterculture movement. One of the more perceptive commentaries on Altamont popped up in the letters section of Good Times, the underground San Francisco newspaper that began in hippie bliss but became increasingly hard-bitten and radical as the years went by. The letter was written by a 27-year-old reader named John Peters, who had attended the festival. It's worth quoting at length because of the way it captures the darkening mood of Hippieville. What's made Mick and his boys rich and famous and great is their whole fantastic trip of power and violence, and it's a very American trip, by the way. For the power and violence is fantasy, something close to pornographic literature. But Americans just ain't like that. The real Americans want to get their hands and faces in the mud and the blood and the beer. The love generation never made it, except in a few communes way off by themselves, because it had no roots. The pranksters and the angels and the tough blacks, whatever their differences, they all have roots. Put any of them in a frontier town and they'd be running around with the worst, most difficult people around within a week. Their power and violence isn't a fantasy. There was a burning desperation in the Altamont crowd, wrote Peters, like the hollow-eyed mob in the Day of the Locust, crowding desperately around its Hollywood idols, threatening to devour them. The young people jostling with the Hells Angels for the prime turf around Mick Jagger's stage were the craziest of all. At Altamont, Peters wrote, you had to fight your way tooth and nail to the front if you wanted to be where the action was. If I were 18 instead of 27, with a sharp edge of despair in my stomach, I might have done the same. The people up front, in the killing pit, were there because they wanted to be. In spite of what Mick says, sometimes you do get what you want. But when you do, it can hit you in the face. Sensing the strong need of people in the hate to discuss Altamont, Stephen Gaskin, a popular counterculture medicine man, resumed his Sunday morning gatherings at the tip of Golden Gate Park, across the highway from the ocean. Gaskin, a former semantics teaching assistant at San Francisco State College, attracted a large following that spilled out of the classroom and into the park when he began exploring the mysteries of sex, drugs, and consciousness. With his hollow cheeks, long stringy brown hair, scraggly beard, and wiry body, Gaskin looked like a blazing-eyed Confederate cavalryman, still haunting the Tennessee woods long after the war was over. His followers hung on his every word. San Francisco's vibes were seriously damaged by Altamont, Gaskin told his flock. He said the Stones' music was sadistic, and he had stopped listening to it after it sent him spiraling downward during a frightening acid trip. Those who attended the concert were on a death trip, which inevitably ended in the human sacrifice of young Meredith Hunter. The Stones, however, were not to blame for America's wretched state. Let's face it, this country is weird right now. It was an empire reveling in its savage glory. During the height of the British Empire, Gaskin observed, flagellation was a popular sport. Gaskin announced that he would try to counter Altamont's morbid vibes on Easter Sunday in March 1970 with an enormous celebration of life in the polo field, where an eternity seeming 3 years earlier, the human being had ushered in a new era of higher consciousness. But, in the end, Stephen Gaskin gave up on San Francisco, rolling out of the hate with his congregation in October 1970 in a caravan of 32 rebuilt school buses and dozens of other motley vehicles. Gaskin's great exodus ended in Tennessee, where he established one of the most successful and longest-running communes in American history, the Farm. Peace and love no longer held dominion in San Francisco, Gaskin decided. The information we got in San Francisco was that folks were buying into violence in a wholesale lot, he said, in explaining his flock's mass departure. His apocalyptic vision extended to American cities in general. They were falling into brutishness and depravity, and the only solution, according to Gaskin, was to withdraw from their destructive vortex and lead a simple, communal life in the country. Gaskin's declaration of rural retreat marked another key turning point in the San Francisco counterculture's long, strange trip. Most of the hate's original wave of visionary settlers were now gone. The bands were broken up or had dispersed to sunny hillside mansions in Marin. The diggers were no more, and Grogan wound up back in New York, deeply enslaved by his heroin habit. He died on April Fool's Day 1978, nodding into the afterworld on a subway car at the end of the Coney Island line. Without its street-smart leaders, the hate, capital of the counterculture, was at the mercy of the growling packs of hustlers and thugs who began overrunning the neighborhood. Even more ominous, the same powerful redevelopment forces that had erased the Fillmore were now maneuvering to exploit the hate's decay and do the same to that once robust district. The hate now found itself confronted by its most sophisticated antagonist, the new mayor of San Francisco, the brilliant dynamo Joseph L. Alioto. A bridge from San Francisco's old order to the new, Alioto was a strong defender of civil liberties and artistic freedom, but he regarded the youthful rebellion sweeping San Francisco as borderline anarchy, and he was prepared to destroy the hate in order to save it.
The struggle between Mayor Alioto and the street rebels of the Haight-Ashbury became an epic battle for the city's soul. Benevolent dictator Joe Alioto grew up in North Beach in the 1920s and 1930s, when San Francisco was racked by labor violence and civil turmoil. So the upheavals of the 1960s and 70s, many of which shook the city during his 8-year mayoral reign from 1968 to 1976, did not seem to undo him the way they did many political leaders during those years. In 1926, when Alioto was 10 years old, anarchists bombed the majestic Saints Peter and Paul Church on North Beach's Washington Square on 4 separate occasions, rattling the windows of his family's apartment a block away at 572 Filbert Street. To Italian Catholics in the neighborhood, the church, built in Romanesque Revival style, with twin cathedral-like spires and a massive Carrara marble altar, was a towering symbol of their faith and national heritage. But to labor militants, including the anarchists who targeted the church, the looming edifice stood for reaction and superstition. The Catholic Church was a mighty cross of gold that bent the shoulders and buckled the knees of San Francisco's immigrant working families. During the Depression, San Francisco became even more violent a battleground. The Catholic Church and the Communist Party competed bitterly for the hearts and minds of San Francisco's Irish and Italian working class. After Harry Bridges' Longshoremen's Union closed down the waterfront and set off a general strike in 1934, Catholic officials condemned extremism on both sides of the bloody conflict and moved aggressively to mediate an end to it. When the 83-day strike was finally settled, the church stepped up its efforts to counter labor militancy in San Francisco, organizing rival Catholic unions, staging mass rallies at Kezar Stadium, and sharing intelligence information about left-wing activists with the shipping companies, the right-wing American Legion, and the SFPD. Many of these church actions were carried out under the banner of Catholic Action, a global crusade to counter the rise of social democracy and communism and inject traditional church values into civic life. The crusade was embraced by San Francisco Archbishops Edward Hanna and John Mitty.
And it was led by Sylvester Andriano, an Italian-born San Francisco attorney and a tireless soldier for the church. Andriano, a fascist sympathizer with close ties to both the Vatican and the Mussolini regime, was drafted to evangelize among San Francisco's Catholic youth. The Catholic activist told Archbishop Mitty that his goal was to steer young church members from the evil influence of liberalism and laicism, and build in them discipline, obedience, and respect for authority. Among the young men caught up in Andriano's Catholic Action Crusade was Joe Alioto, who, after graduating from Sacred Heart High School in the city, had enrolled at St. Mary's College in the East Bay, Andriano's alma mater. Alioto, a gifted debater, was assigned a prominent role in the church's social campaign, giving speeches against communism, which he denounced as a soulless philosophy destroying Christianity, civilization, and all the sweet fruits which art and culture have bequeathed. This would always be one side of Joe Alioto: Manichaean, implacable, brutal in his opposition. You could see it on display when he became a lawyer, first as a young antitrust litigant in FDR's Justice Department, and later as a wealthy corporate attorney for clients like the wine industry, Rice Growers Association, and Hollywood studios. And it was there in full fury, with his shiny, balding head radiating heat, as mayor of San Francisco, confronting the young militants in the Haight who screamed Mussolini and pig at him, as well as the student radicals who shut down San Francisco State College during the longest campus strike in American history, which dragged on for 5 months in 1968 and 1969. Alioto's religious upbringing had instilled in him a deep sense of sin in the world and also the will to combat it to the end. But there was always another, big-hearted side to Alioto. He was a son of North Beach's rich Italian peasant life, as he called it, a life centered on family, food, and the arts. Alioto came from Sicilian stock. His father, Giuseppe, sailed to America from Palermo alone at the age of 10. When he was 18, Giuseppe met his future wife, 11-year-old Domenica Lazia, in the midst of the 1906 San Francisco earthquake. Fleeing the fiery chaos, young Giuseppe ran down to the wharf where he saw Domenica's father shoving off the family boat into the bay.
"Salta, giovanotto, salta!" yelled old man Lazio at Giuseppe, and the teenage boy did just that, leaping aboard the fishing boat, where he and the family floated for 2 days until the fire subsided. There were 3 Lazio daughters on board. By the time they docked, Giuseppe knew he would marry Domenica. His 2 brothers married the other 2 Lazio girls. The 3 young Alioto-Lazio couples moved into the same Filbert Street building, a different family in each of the 3 flats, and their children began arriving at regular intervals, including baby Joe in 1916. The Aliotos and Lazios built the San Francisco fishing industry, opening wholesale fish companies and restaurants on the wharf. The families were not rich, but they were comfortable, even during the Depression. At home, the Aliotos dined on the sea's bounty, Dungeness crabs, clams, oysters, shrimp, and the red wine they made in their backyard, with the kids stomping the grapes, laughing, and splattering themselves with plummy juice. Prohibition turned many law-abiding San Franciscans into outlaw bootleggers. The mafia was intertwined with Italian immigrant life in North Beach. "My father never forgot where he came from," said his daughter Angela, who later followed him into city politics. But this is one aspect of his North Beach background that Alioto never dwelt upon in public. Joe Alioto grew up to become a symbol of Italian-American success in San Francisco, the political leader who represented the second-generation bridge to the American dream. He might have risen even higher, to the nation's summit, but he could not untangle himself from his tribal past. Alioto was a wealthy 51-year-old antitrust lawyer in 1967 when he was selected by a backroom group of city power brokers to replace Jack Shelley as mayor. He was the candidate of the downtown elite, but he was no shoo-in. Relatively unknown to the general public, he knew he had to win over the city's powerful unions, particularly Bridges International Longshoremen's Workers Union, ILWU, and the Laborers International Union of North America, LIUNA. The political novice was smart enough to hire campaign staffers with strong labor ties, including Press Secretary Hadley Roff, a stocky, glad-handing former newspaperman who was chummy with longshoremen union officials Jimmy Herman and Dave Jenkins. But Roff thought he had picked the wrong horse when he showed up at Alioto's elegant Presidio Terrace house one evening to accompany him to a make-or-break ILW meeting, where the mayoral candidates were to vie for the union's endorsement. Alioto told Roff to pile into his car. To the press flack's horror, it was a shiny, brand-new Rolls-Royce. As the 2 men cruised through a pea-soup fog straight out of Dashiell Hammett, on their way to the Longshoremen's Hall building near Fisherman's Wharf, Roff stared glumly through the Rolls window, which Alioto, unable to decipher his gleaming 747-like dashboard, could not defrost. Finally, Roff voiced his concerns to his new boss. "Jesus, Joe, we're going to the ILW," which, he did not need to remind Alioto, was San Francisco's toughest, most battle-scarred union. "And they'll see you in your pinstripes stepping out of a Rolls-Royce, for God's sake." "Well, what do you want to do? Walk?" said Alioto, fumbling with the knobs on his dashboard. Sure enough, when they pulled up in front of the building and Alioto emerged from his luxury car, he was greeted with a lusty chorus of boos from the rank-and-file stevedores filing into the building. The meeting hall inside was packed, and the air was filled with stale smoke and angry mutterings as the candidate made his way to the stage. Opposing him was Jack Morrison, a balding, bespectacled Adlai Stevenson type, who spoke first. As the leading liberal tribune on the Board of Supervisors, Morrison was articulate, knew the city issues, and knew what mattered to the union. The crowd gave him a big round of applause. Then Alioto got to his feet. He had served on the San Francisco Board of Education, but this was his first real campaign. He had never been in a position of courting hostile voters before, but he did know how to win over a jury. He quickly turned the cavernous room into his own chamber, and he took complete control of it. "Can you guys hear me?" he yelled. "Yeah," came the booming response. "Well then, we don't need this microphone," he said. With that, Alioto jumped off the stage, looking more like a working stiff than an executive, and began prowling the hall. "I had no idea what he was going to do," recalled Roff. "No talking points had been provided, no notes had been made. He talked for about 15 minutes, walking down the center aisle. There must have been over 1,000 people there that night, but he seemed to be talking to everybody like he was talking to them personally. He was talking to the proverbial jury. The next day, we had the endorsement of the most integrated leftist union in town. And through the ILW, he had access to the black community, too. The number of blacks who got involved in the campaign was unheard of in San Francisco. Putting together a formidable coalition of downtown business interests, organized labor, and black voters, along with his base in Italian North Beach, the centrist Alioto swept to victory on November 7, 1967, beating businessmen Harold Dobbs on the right and Morrison on the left. Despite his political inexperience, Alioto proved to be a natural politician. He brimmed over with an infectious passion for the city of his birth, and he moved easily through crowds, touching and loving to be touched.
Joe had an extraordinary physical electricity, Roth said, and I say that not as an express secretary who's strumming the usual violin, but as a fair observer. He was one of those guys who had an open heart to people. He had instant empathy. Once we were walking into the press club, and a couple of ambulance drivers were just coming out with somebody on a gurney, with the sheet pulled over him. The man's wife, or widow, was following behind, and Joe immediately rushed over to her and put his arms around her so she wouldn't have to see her husband's lifeless form being clunked into the ambulance. Joe was crisp. Shiny-headed, bull-shouldered, and encased in sleek suits, Alioto seemed as dynamic as a missile. His intensity was a tonic to the city after the fatigue of the Shelley administration. Charles McCabe, writing in the Chronicle, greeted Alioto's election as a welcome power shift to robust Italian North Beach, away from the tired Irish politicos who have been running this town for practically all of its history. It is an honored tradition to permit the Italian Americans to take over when the Harps have become bored, or otherwise rendered themselves useless. Alioto started fast, promising to lift all boats with redevelopment dollars and federal aid. He also vowed to shower money on the arts and make San Francisco a world-class city. It was still a time when mayors could think big, and he wanted the whole city to share his gusto. Alioto, the immigrant's son, brought a wider spectrum of people into the city's political establishment than ever before, appointing the first African American as deputy mayor and the first Latino and Chinese American to the Board of Supervisors. He also paid off his big campaign debt to the unions that helped carry him into office, especially the Longshoremen's Union, giving their leaders key roles and advisory positions in his administration. Alioto named Harry Bridges to the Port Commission, a long overdue honor for San Francisco's legendary labor warrior, but a move that certainly sent the mayor's old Catholic action mentor, Sylvester Andriano, twirling in his grave. Alioto's boundless optimism about the city was immediately challenged by a series of stormy events. During his first year in office, rioters clashed repeatedly with police in the Haight and on the San Francisco State campus. A lecturer at State named George Murray, who belonged to the Black Panther Party, called publicly for the assassination of slave masters Alioto and Police Chief Cahill. 3 San Francisco policemen were shot after they pulled over a van filled with armed Panthers 3 blocks from the Hall of Justice. A police station in the Richmond district was bombed. Throughout the tumultuous year, Alioto kept his cool. He affirmed protesters' right to express themselves. Persons have the right to use the streets to say anything, no matter how unpopular, he announced in the midst of the Haight-Ashbury riots. But he just as firmly drew the line at violence. There is no constitutional protection for throwing rocks and bottles, he pointed out. Alioto strenuously avoided the provocative rhetoric of Governor Ronald Reagan, with his threats of a bloodbath and other extreme responses to youth protests. But while he tried not to demonize dissenters, the new mayor was not afraid to send the infamous Tactical Squad, a riot control unit, whose black-helmeted, heavily padded members looked like stormtroopers from an Orwellian nightmare, into the Haight or onto the San Francisco State campus when protests verged on chaos. The mayor had a confidence about himself that allowed him to engage with protesters even when they were enraged and foul-mouthed. Some saw it as a cocky Il Duce swagger, but its true sources were his street-tough upbringing in North Beach, his finely honed skills as a Catholic school debater, and his deep love of San Francisco, which he assumed anyone of sound mind must share. When Alioto heard about the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. on April 4, 1968, he immediately called for a memorial service to be held on the steps of City Hall the following day, so that people from all over the city could grieve together in public. Police Chief Cahill was panic-stricken. A crowd could lead to a riot. But the mayor was unswerving. The next afternoon, as thousands of people of all races crowded into the plaza in front of the City Hall steps, a police official came rushing into Alioto's office. "There's a bunch of young kids from one of the high schools in Daly City, and they're all armed," he told the mayor. "Well, invite the leaders up here right now, right in my office," Alioto said. When the 4 African-American students were ushered into the mayor's office, he told them, "I want you to march downstairs with me and sit on the platform." And that's what they did. Alioto and the students sat together on the makeshift stage on the City Hall steps next to a row of priests, ministers, rabbis, and a robed monk. As speaker after speaker offered prayers for King and pleas for the peace and racial harmony for which he had given his life. The crowd, eerily silent, could see police snipers silhouetted on the roof of San Francisco Civic Auditorium across the plaza. The police had informed Alioto that there were many armed people in the crowd, just a few feet from the stage. Everyone seemed ready to explode. A firecracker could have set off a bloodbath. But at the end of the ceremony, people in the crowd joined hands and swayed in unison like a giant wave as they sang, "We shall overcome." San Francisco did not blow up that day. It was one of the few major American cities that did not. Alioto was a loyal, mainstream Democrat, and he supported Lyndon Johnson's war in Vietnam. But he respected anti-war students' opinions, and he engaged in give-and-take sessions with them about the war and the limits of dissent. He arranged for KQED, the local public TV station, to host a 7-hour public forum for all sides in the San Francisco state strike to air their views. He also challenged Black Panthers leader Eldridge Cleaver to a debate on KQED. The ex-convict had become a literary sensation with his best-selling book Soul on Ice. And Cleaver used his badass Black Shades image and his assaultive eloquence to intimidate his critics into submission. But Alioto stood toe-to-toe with him on the studio stage. When everybody else was afraid to talk to this guy, I told him that I had seen tougher kids at Fisherman's Wharf, Alioto recalled years later. He didn't bother me, and what the Black Panthers were doing was wrong. They were espousing violence, and violence was going to be met no matter who was creating the violence. As the 1968 Democratic Convention approached, Alioto's star was on the rise. Just a few months into his job as San Francisco's mayor, he was already being talked up as a potential running mate for presidential nominee Hubert Humphrey. He was an ethnic Catholic with impeccable labor and civil rights credentials, and he also brought a strong law and order reputation that could deflect Republican charges that the Democrats were soft on crime. But the vice presidential nomination went elsewhere, and the party, presiding over a disastrous war and torn by the violence-racked Chicago Convention, suffered a close defeat at the hands of Richard Nixon. Nixon's victory in November did not dampen Alioto's political ambitions. The following year, he began to position himself to challenge Ronald Reagan in the 1970 California gubernatorial race. San Francisco's tough-love mayor would have been Reagan's most formidable opponent. But in September 1969, Look magazine dropped a bombshell on Alioto that knocked him out of the governor's race and shadowed the rest of his political career.
An investigative feature charged that Alioto was caught in a web of relationships with the mafia that dated back to the days of the mayor's father, Giuseppe, who was partners with a San Francisco gangster in a Fisherman's Wharf restaurant. According to the magazine, Alioto himself had provided a variety of legal and financial services to mob figures. The most damaging charge against Alioto was that in 1965, as the board chairman of the newly opened First San Francisco Bank, he arranged a series of loans totaling $105,000 for a notorious mafia executioner and ex-convict named Jimmy the Weasel Fratiano, who was trying to muscle his way into the California trucking business. Alioto, fighting for his family's reputation and his political life, filed a $12.5 million libel suit against the magazine. The legal battle consumed nearly a decade of his life. He finally won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. His political career was finished, and his reputation carried the faint marks of a stain until his dying days. Alioto later claimed that he was a political victim of the conniving Nixon administration, which saw the mayor as a rising threat following his star turn at the Democratic Convention. Alioto said he obtained federal documents under the Freedom of Information Act showing that the mafia allegations were leaked to Look by Nixon officials. But the story grew complicated in 1981 when mafia chronicler Ovid Damaris published Fratiano's life story, The Last Mafioso. In the book, the mobster declared that the Look exposé was basically accurate. Alioto was not a made guy, Fratiano told Damaris, but in the gangster's view, he had impeccable credentials. The mobster described how he would drop into Alioto's offices at 111 Sutter Street unannounced to avoid FBI surveillance, where the two men would discuss various business schemes to enrich themselves. The Weasel's confessions, which were published while he was in the Federal Witness Protection Program, became a bestseller. Alioto later dismissed him as a notorious stool pigeon, who was paid more for being a stool pigeon than for any criminal activities he engaged in. But this time, Alioto chose not to sue. After the Look article exploded, Joe Alioto never seemed to bring the same sharp focus to his job as mayor. Throughout his life, he had wrestled with theological questions about good and evil. Now that he was accused of sin, he became obsessed with absolving himself. The strenuous attention that he devoted to his libel case went beyond the legal requirements. He was a man on a spiritual crusade to define himself. While the mayor was distracted by his legal mission and his lingering political ambitions, his city grew more feral. The Height, in particular, with its hard drugs, crime, and decay, was becoming a no-mo's land. Alioto's responses to the city's growing problems became less imaginative. With protesters, he began using the iron fist more than the velvet glove. One day, Alioto summoned an energetic Fillmore community activist to his office. The day before, the activist had organized a sit-in occupation of the mayor's office. Now, as he walked into the mayor's suite, he was greeted warmly by Alioto, who was flanked by two policemen. "I like your style," said Alioto. "Do you want to come work for me?" "No," the activist replied. His job was on the streets. "Oh, come on, you can do a lot for those kids in the Fillmore by working for me," Alioto pressed. "You're a very bright person." The community organizer held his ground. "You sure?" asked Alioto, giving it one last shot. He was sure. Alioto immediately had the organizer thrown in jail, where he spent the next 90 days for his illegal takeover of the mayor's office. Early in his administration, Alioto attempted a balancing act with protesters, mixing force with reason. But as the civil disturbances spread, he grew more exasperated, and he gave the SFPD's fearsome tactical squad full rein to run riot, chasing down student protesters at San Francisco State and hate hippies and beating them at will. When riot cops roughed up Terry Hallinan, the lawyer for the SF State demonstrators, putting a gash in his head that required 16 stitches, Alioto declared that the young attorney got what he deserved. After the Hallinans threatened to drag the mayor into court, he wisely made a conciliatory gesture toward the famously combative family, saying that he had respect and admiration for paterfamilias, Vincent, and for the spirit of the entire family. But Alioto continued to make war on the young settlers in the Haight, vowing that a few thugs and malcontents are not going to turn the Haight-Ashbury into a war zone. Actually, the mayor's police department was doing exactly that. One evening, the tax squad even laid siege to the free clinic when a group of badly battered young longhairs sought sanctuary there. The police unit, high on its own testosterone and unhinged authority, surrounded the Clayton Street building, smashing the front door and manhandling clinic staff. As far as Alioto was concerned, the Haight-Ashbury was enemy territory, and he was intent on occupying it. Neighborhood activists were convinced that he wanted to go further. They believed that City Hall was allowing the district to sink deeper into decay so that redevelopment officials could send in the bulldozers and erase it from the map, as they had done with the Fillmore. The mayor took the first step toward remaking Hippieville in fall 1970, when he appointed a mayor's committee to restore the Haight-Ashbury, composed of the same business, labor, clergy, and academic types who had given their blessing to the leveling of the Fillmore neighborhood. The mayor boldly decided to venture into the Haight to unveil the committee, sweeping into the Polytechnic High School auditorium across from Kazar Stadium one evening in October, flanked by 27 police bodyguards.
Alioto assured the hostile audience that City Hall would not shove anything down your throats. The redevelopment project would be a grassroots enterprise, he declared. But Hyde activists, some of whom were refugees from the blasted Fillmore, had heard that before. "You wouldn't know a grassroot if you saw it, pig," screamed one heckler. The mayor stood on stage, peering into the crowd of some 500 people as the jeers and catcalls washed over him. Mother, really? Thief, mafioso. That latter dagger found his soft spot. But he kept standing there in the sharp glare of the TV lights with his jaw clenched and his eyes flashing. He was the one in control. His opponents seemed crazed, disorganized. At one point, a group of his loudest hecklers stormed out of the public meeting, a staged walkout that only left Alioto in more command of the battlefield. A reporter from Good Times took note of Alioto's frozen smile, his self-confidence, his empty promises. Patronizing jerk, thought the underground journalist. Everyone knew where this was going to end, with the neighborhood razed and high-rise condominiums and office buildings replacing the old Victorians, with the colorful ragtag circus on the street replaced by white-collar commuters. Only it didn't, not this time. Love's last stand. The Haight was a war zone by the time that Robert McCarthy found his way there on Christmas Eve 1969. But he had seen worse. McCarthy had served in Vietnam as a gunner's mate on a patrol boat on the upper Mekong River near Cambodia. "It was the whole Apocalypse Now experience," he said many years later. "I was terrified the whole time. McCarthy lost a number of mates there, and I killed a lot of people. I never said that until recently." When McCarthy returned to the United States, he was stationed on Treasure Island in the San Francisco Bay. He tried faking mental illness to get a medical discharge, but it wasn't that far from the truth. One time, while way too high on white lightning acid, he considered suicide. The reality was setting in, and it felt good to have a gun, he recalled.
The truly crazy ones at Treasure Island were the guys who clutched pouches they had made from the remains of dead Vietnamese. The Navy patched up their heads and sent them back into action. The Haight beckoned to McCarthy from across the choppy, cold waters of the bay. On Christmas Eve, he went strolling in the hippie haven that he had read about years before in Life magazine. He wasn't looking for sex, but for mystical camaraderie. It was a harder connection to find in those days. As he walked down Haight Street, some ratty-looking speed freaks were hanging out in front of him, hassling anyone who went by. When a hooker passed them, the jitterbugs grabbed at her, trying to pull her into their doorway. She broke away, and the freaks started to go after her. But the Navy man, high on LSD, fixed them with a look of death, and they backed off the woman. After Vietnam, it was a look that came naturally to McCarthy, and it was only enhanced by the acid. 20 yards past the meth head toll bridge, McCarthy heard a loud scuffle behind him, and then the sharp crack of a gunshot. As he spun around, a young man stumbled past him, blurting out, "My God, they shot me!" The kid, who had ventured into the Haight from an outlying suburb to score some drugs, had been shot through the thigh. Snapping into action, McCarthy threw him over his shoulder and carried him to the corner, where his frantic girlfriend was waiting in her father's T-Bird. McCarthy's introduction to the Haight started out as pure misery, but then he got lucky. He stumbled upon a store called the Ever-Lovin' Trading Post, where a swarm of young men and women were caught up in the Christmas Eve mood of celebration, singing and dancing and exuding good cheer. He began talking with them. They had long, flowing hair, and all of them, men and women alike, looked beautiful to McCarthy. Even though he was trying to hide where he was from, they took one look at him and knew he was military. But they received him warmly. They understood, recalled McCarthy. They knew that I was looking for it. McCarthy spent that night in a dilapidated house in the Haight. No vibes, no love, just junkies crashing around. On Christmas morning, he woke up and went back out on the streets, still searching. He ran into Steve Kever, one of the young men he had talked to the day before at the Ever-Lovin' Trading Post. Kever had a strong, compact body, and with his long blonde hair and beard, he looked like Thor. I just wanted to touch that. Not his hair, his vibe. Steve had an enormous open heart. Kever asked the sailor if he had found what he was looking for. He said no. So Kever invited McCarthy for Christmas dinner at his communal house that evening.
When he showed up at 1915 Oak Street, headquarters of the Good Earth Commune, McCarthy instantly felt he was stepping into his dream of what the hate was supposed to be. The ornate three-story Victorian was beautifully kept, with shiny, oiled wooden floors and staircase and heavy velvet curtains. The high-ceiling dining room was dominated by a huge table that looked like it was constructed of railroad ties that had been bolted together. The table was filled with steaming platters of food, roasts, winter vegetables, mashed potatoes, and the room was spilling over with people. Men, women, babies of all races, white, black, brown, yellow, red. McCarthy just stood there quietly in the midst of the festive chaos and took it all in. He knew that he had found home. McCarthy began spending all his free weekends at the Good Earth Commune, and when he was finally discharged from the Navy on October 12, 1970, there was a blue hippie bus filled with his Good Earth mates waiting for him outside the Treasure Island Naval Base. As he left the base for the last time, McCarthy flung off his white cap and the rest of his uniform piece by piece. By the time the sailor reached the bus, he would recall, he was completely naked. Climbing aboard, he was handed a fat joint by a commune member called Kentucky Jim. "It was the beginning and the end," said the Vietnam veteran. Robert McCarthy was gone, killed in Vietnam. From that point on, he would be Mouse Man, a nickname from his childhood days in Chicago. The Good Earth Commune was a central part of the second wave of Haight-Ashbury's hippie settlement. The commune was founded in 1968 by Kever and a fellow ex-convict named Cyril Isaacs, whom he had met in Susanville State Prison, where Kever served 4.5 years for armed robbery. The idea came to Kever while he was on parole and working on the rapid transit tunnel that was being constructed under the bay. He and his ex-con friends would pool their resources and live communally in the Haight. At first, it was just a small group of Kever's and Isaac's friends and the women who loved them, but Good Earth rapidly grew until it was a sprawling network of more than a half-dozen houses in the Haight and a loose, ever-changing membership that was estimated at its height to number over 700 people. The Good Earth communards took up where the diggers left off, but in many ways they were tougher and more resilient. The core group within the commune were life-hardened young men and women, ex-cons, Vietnam veterans, streetwise runaways who knew how to survive. They called themselves a church and claimed pot as their sacrament, and they preached the usual peace and love philosophy. Still, they were no pushovers. They loved their neighborhood, but they knew it was turning into a jungle with violent predators and vicious cops around every corner. Good Earth made it widely known that it was prepared to defend its turf. At first, this self-defense took the form of simply escorting female communards at night from house to house through the Haight's mean streets. But then it became a campaign to clean up the streets themselves. By 1970, the neighborhood was swimming with heroin and speed. A scruffy crew of junkies had moved into a boarded-up house directly across from the Good Earth house at 409 Cole Street. The commune decided that they had to go. Calling the police was not considered an option, since they would probably take the opportunity to raid the Good Earth house too. Besides, the police had closed down nearby Park Station and had apparently abandoned the Haight-Ashbury bestiary to the reddest in tooth and claw. So one day, a group of the commune's tougher members, including Mouseman, McCarthy, simply paid the junkies a visit and convinced them to leave. Good Earth took over the house, fixed it up, and moved in its own members. Heroin dealers still roamed the neighborhood as if they owned it, but Good Earth began to run them out too. One afternoon, a smack pusher named Rico came roaring down the street in his flashy car, nearly running over several commune members, including Kever. The Good Earth crew loudly let the dealer know what they thought of him. 10 minutes later, Rico returned and stepped out of his car with a gun. "What are you going to do now?" he said. Kever and several other commune members began walking straight at him. They had no fear. Rico freaked out and raced away, said Will Wild Bill Huston, a commune member who was there that day. Kever and his posse knew they had backup. Huston, who had grown up in a Missouri Bible-thumping family and had served briefly in the Air Force, was stationed on the roof of the Good Earth house with a rifle. "I was ready to shoot if necessary," he recalled. "I knew how to use a rifle from my military and hillbilly background." Not long afterward, Rico moved out of the Haight, never to be seen again. On another occasion, Sag Dorrell Ferguson and Leo Roncone, who were many Good Earth members, by their astrological nicknames, witnessed a gangster roughing up his girlfriend on the street.
"We stepped in," say Ferguson. "We didn't tolerate that kind of behavior. You beat a girl, and you're going to pay for it." The thug aimed a shotgun at the Good Earth men.
"Big mistake," said Ferguson, who had learned how to handle himself on the streets after being kicked out of his family's house when he was 16. "We chased him like lightning down Haight Street, and he kept pointing it at me like he was going to shoot me. When we caught him, we smashed him over the head with the gun and beat the hell out of him, then dumped him in a trash can and left him for dead." Good Earth became a solid community bulwark in a neighborhood battered by crime and decay and deserted by city authorities. Some longtime residents, like the Free Clinic's Dr. David Smith, credited the commune with saving the hate. Smith said he knew of no other urban neighborhood that had been rescued this way once the scourge of heroin had taken hold on its streets. Good Earth won. They beat the heroin dealers because they were a warrior tribe, marveled Haight-Ashbury activist Calvin Welch. They knew how to fight. Good Earth's biggest fight turned out to be with Mayor Joe Alioto, whom commune leaders accused of letting the hate decay so that he could bulldoze it and turn it over to his real estate cronies. "It was the same old story," said Larry the Hat Lautsker, a savvy Brooklyn-born commune member. "The government basically targets a neighborhood. They pull out the police and let the bad drugs flood the streets. They let crime go rampant. They let abandoned houses fall apart. They let the neighborhood go to hell. And then the redevelopers come in." The commune took the lead in resisting City Hall's redevelopment plans for the hate. It was Good Earth members who had led the heckling and walkout when Alioto showed up at Polytechnic High in 1970 to announce his new Citizens Committee to restore the Haight-Ashbury. Later, they infiltrated the committee and convinced it to disband. In the Fillmore, this kind of grassroots resistance had sprung up too late to save the neighborhood. But because of troublemakers like the Good Earth's heavy hippies, this time the redevelopment juggernaut hit a wall. Alioto was not happy with the commune's pesky interference. "He gave us 30 days to get our hairy asses out of town," recalled Mouseman. When Good Earth didn't budge, the mayor unleashed the police department on the commune, subjecting the tenacious hippies to a withering harassment campaign that would go on throughout the early 1970s. Commune members were stopped on the streets, shoved against the wall, and taken into custody on the slimmest charges. The Everlovin' Trading Post, the Good Earth store on Haight Street, was padlocked by the city. The commune's old vehicles were pulled over and ticketed. The city crackdown on Good Earth culminated one evening in January 1971 when plainclothes SFPD narcotics officers raided the Oak Street house, arresting 23 people on charges of possessing marijuana, hashish, and LSD. Women were dragged onto the streets and babies were torn from their arms. Men were roughed up and some were smacked with billy clubs. The cops confiscated Good Earth property and over $1,200 in rent money from the commune treasury during the raid. They later returned the money, but by then, Good Earth members had been evicted from one of their houses for non-payment of rent. Good Earth leaders, increasingly frustrated by the police harassment, turned their arraignment a week and a half later into a near riot. As helmeted police tightly gripped their batons in the courtroom, Steve Kever and other commune leaders traded barbed comments with the presiding municipal court judge. Kever's heated exchange with the judge, which resulted in multiple contempt citations and jail sentences, began with this frank remark: "Really, the court, you're a bastard and pig and jerk." It spiraled downward from there. Good Earth members briefly considered turning to armed resistance against the police brutality, but they decided that's not who they were. Instead of going down the violent path of the Weather Underground, the Black Panthers, and other armed groups on the radical left, Good Earth found a good lawyer. His name was Tony Serra, and with his long Native American-looking hair, pirate's gold tooth, and stoner aura, he seemed every bit the spacey hippie that the Good Earth hard hippies disdained. But when it came to the legal battlefield, Tony Serra was a brilliant warrior. Serra, a San Francisco native, grew up in the Outer Sunset District in an artistic, blue-collar family that also produced a younger brother, Richard, who would become a world-renowned sculptor. Their father, an immigrant from Majorca, Spain, made jelly beans. Their mother, a Russian-Jewish bohemian aesthetic, later killed herself, walking straight into the ocean at the end of Taravel Street, where she had taken her boys to the beach when they were growing up. Sarah majored in philosophy at Stanford and threw himself into combative sports, joining the boxing and football teams. After graduating from law school in 1962, he tried to avoid his professional destiny, bumming around Morocco and South America and writing bad poetry. It was Vincent Hallinan who convinced him that he had chosen the right profession. 2 weeks after beginning his career as a criminal lawyer, Sarah was walking past a courtroom in City Hall when the doors flew open and 2 men came spilling out like brawlers in a gold rush saloon. One man had the other man, a distinguished corporate attorney type, by the throat. He slammed the unfortunate gentleman against the wall in the hallway and popped him in the mouth with a right jab. "Who's that?" young Sarah asked, staring at the pugilist wide-eyed. "Oh, that's one of the best lawyers in town," a face in the crowd told him. "That's Vincent Hallinan. I'm going to like this profession," Sarah thought to himself. He brought Hallinan's combative style and poetic oratory to the courtroom on behalf of his Good Earth clients. The Hyde-Ashbury communards grew fond of their legal champion, as he repeatedly succeeded in getting charges against commune members thrown out of court. After the Oak Street raise, they hatched a plan with Sarah to fight back against Alioto on his own turf. Good Earth would challenge the incumbent mayor in his November 1971 re-election bid, running none other than the commune's attorney on its platypus party ticket. Alioto faced a typically colorful field of San Francisco opponents in his race for a second term, including one serious challenger, Dianne Feinstein, the ambitious president of the Board of Supervisors who ran against the incumbent from the left, attacking him for his opposition to school busing and courting the gay vote. But Alioto succeeded in slapping the limousine liberal label on Feinstein, who resembled a prim Snow White and was squired around town to political events in a Rolls-Royce. Once Feinstein was marginalized, the race became more entertainment than politics. Scott Newhall, the Chronicle's mischievous former editor, injected a weirdly honest and even literary note into the campaign when he entered the race. But the real fun in the campaign came from Tony Sarah. Good Earth campaign workers scurried around the city, tacking up Sarah posters and distributing the Platypus Party's unique platform, which called for abolishing victimless crimes such as drug possession, prostitution, and all consensual sex acts, and turning San Francisco into a city-state sanctuary against the war and the draft. The party also envisioned transforming San Francisco into an eco-friendly urban model, banning cars from the downtown area and replacing paved streets with green spaces. Good Earth held a rock and roll rally outside City Hall to promote its candidate, who was photographed dancing exuberantly to the music, with one hand waving. Commune members provided security at the campaign events, decked out in long, tie-dyed underwear. The rock fundraisers staged by the Sarah campaign failed to fill the candidate's coffers, but he shrugged it off.
"I've always been non-materialistic, and I don't give a very," Sarah told the alternative press. "Also, I represent a lot of dope dealers, and they lay many thousands of dollars on me." Sarah had no illusions of knocking off Joe Alioto in the race. "I don't expect to win. But before I entered the race, I consulted the I Ching. The Ching referred to the planting of a seed. All I want to do is to make my ideas known. And Platypus Party ideas about greening the city and decriminalizing consensual sexual behavior would indeed seep into San Francisco's political mainstream a few years later. After Alioto was re-elected, he escalated his war on Good Earth. In May 1972, the SFPD launched its biggest raid on the commune, bursting into several Good Earth houses in the Haight in a pre-dawn raid and sweeping off 87 people to jail. Dan Spud Moore, a Vietnam vet from Boston, opened the Cole Street door when he heard the police pounding. "I just stood there. I thought we had nothing to fear. Little did I know." A long-haired narcotics cop came rushing into the house with a small army behind him, yelling, "Let's get these hippies." He began to beat up Moore, breaking one of his front teeth. Sarah again quickly got the charges dismissed against the incarcerated commune members. But when they returned home, they discovered that the cops had trashed their living quarters, smashing guitars and other possessions and overturning furniture. Steve Kever and Tony Sarah held a press conference to denounce the police mayhem and filed suit against the city for $240,000 in damages. Good Earth leaders also rounded up support from community organizations, such as the local Catholic Social Services, which complained in a letter to Police Chief Al Nelder about the raiders' brutality and wanton destruction of property.
Good Earth's pressure campaign put Aliotto and the police department on the defensive. One day, Supervisor Feinstein and Richard Hongisto, the city's maverick sheriff, even showed up at the Cole Street house to inspect the damage from the raid. Wild Bill Houston was still in bed as the political dignitaries were escorted through the house. Hearing a commotion outside his door, a stark naked Wild Bill jumped up from bed and flung open the door to see what was going on, just as the starched and coiffed Feinstein went walking by. "Sorry you had to see that," Wild Bill later told Feinstein, who stayed for the commune's spaghetti dinner. "She said it was fine. She even chipped in a couple bucks for beer when we passed the hat," he recalled. "I thought that was cool." Despite the unrelenting police harassment, Good Earth continued to thrive. The commune was built loosely around Kever's charismatic but reluctant leadership. "I never liked to call myself a leader. It was all somewhat anarchistic," Kever recalled. And yet the commune developed a strong social code and work ethic that allowed it to weather police aggression and neighborhood upheavals while absorbing a steady influx of new members from all over the country. Everyone was expected to share household cooking and cleaning duties while also working to help support the commune. Good Earth ran a trucking business, mechanics shop, clothes store, crafts business, recycling operation, daycare center, and house painting crew. The commune even had its own house band, Osceola, that sometimes featured ex-monkey Peter Tork. "The goal was to do everything ourselves," said Ferguson. "We thought, screw the business world, we have to get off the grid, unplug from Babylon." "I was always trying to disprove the lazy hippie epithet," said Spud Moore, who took pride in his work with the paint crew, sprucing up dozens of old Victorians in the height. Everybody in Good Earth had some type of skill, especially the ex-Navy guys, who knew machinery, carpentry, electricity. If you didn't work hard, you'd be quickly ostracized, and you got the message. We'd call those people energy rip-offs. Sometimes Moore's work brought unexpected benefits. When the Jefferson Airplane hired the Good Earth crew to paint their Fulton Street mansion, Moore couldn't believe his good fortune. After coming home from Vietnam, he had bought all the Airplane albums and listened to them in constant rotation. The work was hard. The crew had to strip years of paint from the mansion's big Greek columns with butane torches, sand them down, and restore the beautiful redwood underneath. But Moore still found it a joy to show up every day. "While we worked, we could hear the airplane rehearsing inside. I thought, here I am listening to Marty Balin's voice soaring out the windows. It was something I could only dream of back in Boston." One of Moore's fellow house painters discovered another perk to the job. While working on the scaffold, he looked into bassist Jack Casati's second-floor bedroom window and spied a big bag of weed. Climbing through the window, he helped himself to the stash. But the work itself was surprisingly rewarding at Good Earth. Didn't matter how laborious it was, garbage or recycling runs, moving furniture, painting, etc. We were doing it for ourselves, said Houston. That in itself was a gas, and to do it with the sense of love and loyalty to one another made it much more special. Self-sufficiency running at full speed. Despite all the hard work, Good Earth was far from a drone culture. Everyone was young, healthy, and fun-loving, and all the houses were charged with sexual electricity. While sex was readily available, predatory behavior was not allowed. Relations between the sexes were incredibly equal, said Donna Jaffe, a beautiful, self-possessed 14-year-old runaway who became Steve Kever's lover. Back then, men really felt like brothers. The guys were tough. After all, some of them came out of prison, some out of the military. But there were not a lot of male conflicts and power games. It felt like a different type of society where everything seemed possible. The Good Earth hippie wonderland, as one member called it, seemed robust enough to survive the 1970s, the graveyard of the 1960s. But in the end, it was hard drugs, what else, that brought down the saviors of the height. Drugs were always central to Good Earth's operation, since most of the commune's revenue came from dealing weed and acid. But in the early years, Good Earth banned members from using, let alone selling, anything harder. Commune members knew that smack had almost killed the community, and they were mortal enemies of the junk trade. But by 1994, cocaine was creeping into San Francisco. Good Earth vigorously debated whether nose candy was a hard or soft drug, but in the end, the commune's leadership made a fateful decision. "We finally decided it was a soft drug," said Jaffe. It was a decision that she, as well as Kever, would come to deeply regret.
"Drugs and money were our downfall," she said. "We became very self-indulgent. We got seduced by all the flash. There was suddenly huge amounts of money from dealing coke, and we had access to a kind of lifestyle that people can only dream of. We had been a hard-working hippie commune, and suddenly people were giving you their flashy cars when they got tired of them because they wanted something flashier. As coke suppliers for the city's rich and famous, Good Earth's royal couple were suddenly in demand, and Kever and Jaffe began showing up at the mansions of San Francisco luminaries, like celebrity lawyer Melvin Belli. Early one morning, a gaggle of Good Earthers ended up at Pam Pam's, a downtown diner favored by the late-night drug crowd. They noticed David Bowie standing in line, and one communart invited Ziggy Stardust outside for a toot, delicately putting a spoon to each one of the rock star's nostrils. Even the grease monkeys in the Good Earth garage started snorting the stuff, and when they did, they noticed that lots of girls from the neighborhood started swarming them. Sex turned from something intimate, from simply enjoying each other, to sex for drugs, said Huston.
One night in 1974, at an Oak Street house party, a pack of beautiful young women whom no one in the commune had ever seen before came strutting through the front door. The beauties headed straight for the long communal dining table, where a crowd was gathering around a man as he cut up generous lines of white powder on a big mirror. The glamour girls couldn't wait their turns. Suddenly, they began crawling over people to get to the coke. "They were like animals," said Houston. "I said to myself, Jesus, this is not good." Along with the coke riches came even more paranoia. Even in the weed and acid days, there was always tension as Good Earth braced for the next raid. Commune members practiced their own version of fire drills in preparation for the police sweeps. Some of those who were assigned to the commune's pot store, which operated in a safe house behind several heavily bolted doors, cracked under the psychological pressure and asked to be reassigned. But the cocaine racket turned up the heat higher than ever. Good Earth members began walking around with guns and looking over their shoulders. "People were afraid, burned out," said commune member Chris Wickman. "We were always fighting the cops, fighting evictions, fighting the utility companies by pouring concrete over our meters. And we were fighting more and more with each other." The Good Earth scene went from being a very mellow, gentle vibe to a hard, reality-based scene. It all had to do with drugs and money. Wickman and other commune members began leaving the city for a more pastoral life in Oregon. Those who stayed behind in the San Francisco drug business, like Kever and Jaffe, faced a grimmer journey. Kever got caught in a U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency coke bust in 1976 and served 17 months in federal prison. After he was released, he became addicted to crack cocaine, and his life skidded downward until, years later, he ended up living in a tent city in Florida. "It was disgusting," he said. "I hated to even take a shower there." He finally picked himself up, put himself through community college, graduating in 2008 on his 70th birthday, and becoming a social worker and activist for the homeless. Jaffe left Good Earth when she was 20 and got deeper into the cocaine trade. She was arrested for trafficking in Colombia, spending 6 months in prison there and another year under house arrest. She too would finally turn her life around, winding up as an executive chef at a 4-starred hotel in the Napa Valley wine country. And like Kever, whom she would always consider the love of her life, she looked back at the Good Earth days with a full heart. "We saved the Height," she reflected. "We helped create San Francisco values. We had and still have real convictions. We weren't nearly as laid back as were pictured in Hollywood movies and the media. Nothing in popular culture has captured the reality of our experience. We were trying to save the world." Kever, Jaffe, and many others from the scattered Good Earth tribe found one another decades later in an online forum, brimming over with feelings for their youthful selves. But before they could reach that serene place in their lives, they, and the utopian city they fought for, had to go into freefall, as Jaffe put it. The freakish and the cruel, the desperate and the cracked, all of San Francisco's darker impulses began to flourish when the final community bulwarks like Good Earth came flying apart. After these neighborhood levees crumbled, anything was possible. The blood-dimmed tide was loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence was drowned. Dungeons and Dragons. By the early 1970s, the revolution was over in America, and San Francisco, its fallen capital, staggered on the edge of chaos. The city was overrun with false prophets and savage messiahs, as well as double agents and police informers. Strange creeds and mysterious leaders developed overnight followings. Inexplicable communiques were issued from the underground. The sacraments of blood and guns replaced peace and love. A wave of bombings rocked the city, striking corporate offices, supermarkets, electrical plants, and neighborhood police stations. The front of Mayor Alioto's house was torn open by an explosive device hidden inside a box of seized candy left on his family's front steps. The anarchy Alioto had witnessed growing up in North Beach in the 1920s was back in full force. The leading players in the bombing craze called themselves the New World Liberation Front, NWLF, and the press speculated about how many secret cells and combatants were involved. One scholarly radical journal heralded the NWLF as the most tactically advanced guerrilla group in the United States, and gushed that its record of success verges on the astonishing, with nearly 50 bombings to its credit. The underground group even boasted its own magazine, The Urban Guerrilla, Tug, which featured esoteric debates about Maoism and armed struggle, and offended gays and feminists with its reactionary positions on sexual liberation. But the New World Army turned out to be nothing more than a front after all, the work of one mad bomber and his above-ground PR man. The bomber finally fell into the hands of the law after he murdered his wife in the Santa Cruz Mountains. They believed in reincarnation, and she wanted to be reborn, so he chopped off her head with an axe, explained Tony Serra, who put his services at the bomber's disposal. His defense? Insanity. What else? But it didn't work. The mad bomber died in prison. There was only so much a lawyer could do, even a brilliant one like Serra. By then, heroic clients were in short supply. Instead, there were axe murderers, terrorists, and drug dealers. As the broader movements for peace and social justice fell into disarray, the left-wing action in the Bay Area shifted to the dark boroughs of prison reform. In the early 1970s, the California penal empire had only a fraction of the staggering inmate population, 170,000 souls, it has today. But it was already on its way to becoming the nation's most dysfunctional prison system, bloated by ever more draconian sentencing laws and filled with grotesquely disproportionate numbers of black and brown men. California maximum security dungeons like San Quentin, Folsom, and Soledad were cauldrons of prisoner rage and official brutality. It was George Jackson who came to symbolize the desperate plight of California's black prison population. Arrested at 18 for a gas station robbery that netted $70, he spent his entire adult life behind bars. One more intelligent young black man whom the state of California could find no other use for. Jackson ensured his lifelong incarceration when he got involved in militant prison politics. As Bob Dylan, one of the many artistic and intellectual figures who came to celebrate Jackson, later sang, "He wouldn't take gosh from no one, he wouldn't bow down or kneel." Jackson saw the prison system, with its cruel conditions and forced labor programs, as a modern form of American slavery, and he refused to be a broken-back field mule. In January 1970, Jackson and 2 other black Soledad inmates were charged with murdering a prison guard, a vengeance killing, authorities claimed, for the deaths of 3 other black prisoners who had been cut down by gunfire from a guard tower. Held in solitary confinement for 23 hours a day as they awaited trial, Jackson and his co-defendants became internationally renowned as the Soledad Brothers. While in the hole, Jackson studied Marxist theory and black liberation philosophy, and wrote a steady flow of impassioned letters about race, injustice, and prison life that were later collected into 2 best-selling books, Soledad Brother and Blood in My Eye. Jackson's life now seemed on some flaming trajectory with a preordained fiery finale.
In August, his 17-year-old brother Jonathan, who had grown up with the legend of his brother but not his brother, burst into a Marin County courthouse brandishing an automatic weapon. He freed 3 prisoners in the courtroom and took several hostages, including the judge, who was led outside with a sawed-off shotgun taped to his neck. The younger Jackson hoped to use the hostages to force the release of his brother.
But as the group tried to escape from the court building in a county van, the vehicle came under a massive hail of fire from San Quentin guards and other lawmen, who clearly had no regard for the lives of anyone in the van, including the judge. Jonathan Jackson and 2 of the escaping prisoners were killed, as well as the judge, whose head was blown off when the shotgun discharged. A year later, just days before he was to go on trial, George Jackson met his own violent end when he was shot down by San Quentin guards during what prison officials claimed was an attempted escape, but which Jackson supporters, such as French writer Jean Genet, declared a political assassination. Jackson's death sparked a wave of furious protests and bombings in the Bay Area and instantly wreathed him in a romantic glow. Black intellectual, unbending political prisoner, resistance fighter. Jackson became the model for would-be revolutionaries inside and outside of California's barbed wire empire. And he became a ghostly nightmare for state law enforcement officials, who feared that his Stagger Lee Marxism would inflame the poor, black, and angry everywhere. Bay Area radicals began looking to rally around other eloquent black prophets in California's penal hellholes. Black prisoners were championed by many on the left as the bleeding edge of the revolution. Meanwhile, police and intelligence agencies began grooming counterfeit leaders and informers to embed inside the volatile world of the prisoner rights struggle. The FBI had been targeting a broad range of anti-war, civil rights, and black power groups throughout the 1960s and early 1970s with its counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, infiltrating the groups and using a variety of subversive measures to disrupt them. At the extreme end, this even included assassination. A charismatic young Black Panthers leader named Fred Hampton was murdered in his bed in 1969 by Chicago police connected to COINTELPRO. And Los Angeles Black Panthers Bunchy Carter and John Huggins were shot down on the UCLA campus in 1969 by members of the rival United Slaves U.S. organization, a murky black nationalist group run by Ron Karenga. The FBI had incited the murderous hostilities between Karenga's group and the Panthers, and, according to one FBI informant, the U.S. assassins were even ferried from the scene of the crime by the Bureau. It was Karenga who ruled his turf with a mixture of Afrocentrist mumbo-jumbo and thuggish violence who went on to give Black America Kwanzaa. He created the holiday after being released from California prison in 1975, after serving 4 years for torturing 2 women he accused of trying to poison him with magical crystals. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover and his secret police clearly understood the dark powers of subversion, and his agency was not alone. In 1967, the FBI was joined in its clandestine war against American activism and radicalism by the CIA, which launched a nefarious Bondian-sounding program called Operation Chaos. A direct violation of the CIA's charter, which forbids the spy organization from engaging in domestic activities, Operation Chaos, among other things, sought to enlist assets in the black movement for purposes that were left unspecified. Finally, the state of California also ran its own intelligence operation aimed at black militants, prison rights crusaders, and other activists, as did the police departments in Los Angeles and other cities. This was the churning froth of black rage and counter-revolutionary cunning from which slithered the Symbionese Liberation Army in late 1973. The group would turn San Francisco and Berkeley upside down and hijack headlines around the globe for more than 2 years, pitting left-wing groups against one another, tarring the prison reform movement, and generally sucking air and light out of the progressive scene. The fantastical group, which invented a completely imaginary world of armed revolution, seemed the hideous dream child of those overheated Berkeley communes and Washington counterintelligence offices, which were the only places where something like the SLA made sense. The true symbiosis in the Symbionese Liberation Army was not between all the oppressed peoples it claimed to be fighting for, but between the SLA and the police agencies that hunted it. The SLA was born in the Black Cultural Association, a behavior modification program masquerading as an African-American consciousness-raising group in Vacaville, the California prison system's medical facility. Vacaville Prison had a controversial reputation as a center of mind control experimentation, and BCA was run by a man with a shadowy intelligence background named Colton Westbrook. A pudgy black linguistics instructor at UC Berkeley, Westbrook had served in Asia with the U.S. military and worked in Vietnam for Pacific Architects and Engineers, a CIA-controlled firm that built the interrogation chambers for the spy agency's notorious Operation Phoenix program, which used torture and assassination to destroy suspect Viet Cong cadres. BCA won favor with prison authorities, rejecting George Jackson-style militancy and offering black inmates classes and workshops that advocated a soothing blend of racial pride and self-help. But black prisoners distrusted Westbrook. Although he tried to keep his military and intelligence backgrounds hidden, stories circulated about the brainwashing techniques he had learned in Asia and how he was applying them at Vacaville. One of the few inmates with whom Westbrook developed a close bond was Donald DeFries, an armed robber and gun runner with a history as a police informer. DeFries had led the charmed life of a snitch for several years, released or paroled time and again after being arrested for stealing and selling enough guns and explosives to fill an armory. In 1968, he was recruited by the Criminal Conspiration Section, a secret intelligence unit within the Los Angeles Police Department, to supply guns and grenades to be used against the Black Panthers. There is evidence that the guns used to kill Bunchy Carter and John Huggins on the UCLA campus were delivered to Karenga's assassins by DeFries. But in 1969, the LAP's patience with DeFries finally ran out when he was wounded during a gun-blazing shootout after trying to cash a stolen $1,000 check at a Los Angeles bank. By the time he was imprisoned in Vacaville in December 1969, DeFries felt that his life had hit rock bottom. At age 26, he was deeply estranged from his wife and 6 children, his only skill was the black market gun trade, and he was facing a long stretch in prison. "I was slowly becoming a nothing," DeFries later wrote a friend. DeFries found a savior in Colton Westbrook. Under the BCA overseer's tutelage, the convict developed his own prison course, which he titled Unicite, and began teaching a bootstrap philosophy lifted directly from the 7 Kwanzaa principles popularized in black circles by Ron Karenga: self-determination, production, cooperation, collective work and responsibility, faith, unity, and creativity. DeFries later emblazoned each principle on the 7-headed cobra that became the exotic symbol of the SLA. At Vacaville, DeFries reinvented himself as Cinque, taking his new name from the legendary African slave who led the 1839 rebellion on board the Amistad. His fellow inmates kept the odd self-promoting Cinque at a wary distance, and Unicite failed to attract a big following. But Cinque's work did win Westbrook's admiration.
"We were a hell of a team in many ways," Westbrook remarked later. Cinque did his job. He wasn't brilliant, but he was smart. He was quite methodical and thorough. He had his gosh together. He was the type of brother who would take a lead. Though Cinque touted Unicite as a mind-liberating tool for the black man, it was young white men and women who filled his prison classroom. The BCA program at Vacaville had become a magnet for white radicals from nearby Berkeley. Inspired by the legend of George Jackson, they signed up as tutors in the program, hoping to become part of the prisoner rights struggle. One of the most active group of tutors came from a Maoist commune in Berkeley called Peking House, including future SLA members Russell Little and his girlfriend Robin Steiner, and William Wolfe. Why a virulent anti-communist like Westbrook would allow avid young followers of Chairman Mao to hijack his program is unclear. Westbrook later explained, rather weakly, that BCA lacked the money to draw tutors other than those people at Peking House. After a while, Westbrook claimed to be fed up with the young self-taught commies, as he called them, and he funneled them into the Unicide course, where he thought Cinque would keep them firmly in check. Instead, Cinque's consciousness-raising class became the seedbed for the Symbionese Liberation Army, an army led by a sketchy black snitch with an even murkier prison patron, and made up of earnest, middle-class firebrands suffering from deep self-loathing and white guilt. In December 1972, Cinque was suddenly transferred to Soledad Prison in the coastal farmlands of Central California. Shortly after, Westbrook followed in the path of his favorite inmate, when he was hired to teach communications to Soledad guards. Cinque seemed to be under the wing of prison officials, and other prisoners suspected that he was an informer. In March 1973, Cinque was given a plum job as a late-night boiler attendant in a remote, unguarded section of the prison grounds. On his first night, Sink was dropped off by a guard at the facility. As soon as the guard drove away, Sink sprinted to the 12-foot fence and scaled it, making his way north up Highway 101 to the Bay Area and his date with infamy. He had escaped from the same area of the prison where Colton Westbrook taught his class. Westbrook realized this seemed to implicate him in Sink's drama, and he claimed that he looked into the strange coincidence to see if I was being set up. As Sink roamed around the Bay Area, prison authorities seemed surprisingly lax about tracking him down. He approached various radical groups and offered his services as a hitman, which the stunned activists declined. Many of them suspected that he was a provocateur. After reuniting in Berkeley with the young white militants who had filled his Unicite class at Vacaville, soon began building his own underground liberation force, which he named the Symbionese Liberation Army. The SLA leader mesmerized his followers with his revolutionary gibberish and his prison-hardened, bull-light physique. He exerted strong influence over the women in his flock, including Patricia Soltysik, Ms. Moon, and Camilla Hall. He swilled plum wine and squatted on the floor, rattling a handful of small bones, mumbling voodoo incantations, and weaving a spell over his acolytes. Chink and his women formed the power nucleus within the group. None of the men ever challenged him. His skin color and prison credentials gave him supreme status. "I crave the power Charlie Manson had," declared Sink, who claimed that he had met the fellow ex-con in Los Angeles. Like Manson's followers, the SLA soldiers were disillusioned children of the 60s, but in contrast to Manson's girls, they came from solid middle-class backgrounds. Angela Outwood, formerly DeAngelis, was a high school cheerleader from a strong Catholic Italian-American family in New Jersey. Camilla Hall, the daughter of a Lutheran minister and missionary, had worked as a social worker in Minneapolis. None of them seemed destined for lives as revolutionaries. Bill Harris, a Vietnam veteran, met his wife Emily at the University of Indiana, where she was an honors student and sorority girl. While at Indiana, Emily and Bill worked for the Indiana State Police Department, setting up drug arrests before moving to Berkeley in the spring of 1973. They were all raised in the bosom of Middle America and were dutifully making their way up the chutes and ladders of life, heading toward their own versions of the suburban family dream in which they had been raised. But something snapped in each of them along the way. Sincere young Americans, they were driven crazy by the 1960s, or more precisely, by what America was becoming in the 60s. There is no other way to put it. Joe Ramiro had been a gentle boy and a good student at San Francisco's Sacred Heart High School, according to his father, Charles. But after Ramiro served 2 tours of duty in Vietnam as a decorated, gung-ho rifleman with the 101th Airborne Division, he was never the same. Nancy Ling Perry grew up in Santa Rosa, a sun-splashed, idyllic corner of small-town America 80 miles north of San Francisco. Her family, the owners of a successful furniture store, were prominent in local business circles and supporters of conservative standard-bearer Barry Goldwater. But something cracked in Nancy at age 16 when she watched the national nightmare in Dallas on November 22, 1963. Later, she explained the Kennedy assassination's impact on her in a letter to the people that seemed more from the heart than most of the SLA's bombastic communiques. "When I was in high school," Nancy wrote, "I witnessed the first military coup against we the people of this country. I saw us passively sit by our TVs and unconsciously watch as the militarily armed corporate state took over the existing government and blatantly destroyed the Constitution that some of us still believed in. I listened to the people around me deny that a military coup had taken place and claim that such a thing couldn't happen here. In 1964, I witnessed these and other somewhat hidden beginnings of the military corporate state, which we now live in. And I heard my teachers and the government-controlled media spread lies about what had happened. I saw the civil rights protests, the killings and bombings of my black brothers and sisters, and the conditioned reactions of extreme racism in my school and home. I told my teachers and family and friends that I felt that we were all being used as pawns and puppets, and that those who had taken over the government were trying to keep us asleep and in a political stupor. I asked my teachers to tell me what happened in Nazi Germany.
I ask them to tell me the meaning of fascism. I ask them to tell me the meaning of genocide. And when I began to hear about a war in Vietnam, I asked them to tell me the meaning of imperialism. The answer to all my questions then was either silence or a reply filled with confusion and lies. This is as clear and concise a summary of the radicalization process in the 1960s as you will find. We've long been conditioned to accept this grotesque sequence of events, to put it all away in a safe time capsule labeled the tumultuous 60s. But for a young person at the time, one with a searching heart and mind, these traumas, assassinations of popular leaders, imperial war, and brutal acts of government repression were crimes against the national conscience. And the longer they went unpunished, they became, to these young people, stark proof that American democracy was a fairy tale. Many young radicals in the early 1970s, faced with the ceaseless gore of Vietnam, as well as the police-state measures employed by the Nixon administration and the FBI against the left, felt that they were engaged in a war with the government.
Groups all over the Bay Area, from Berkeley to the Santa Cruz Mountains, began arms training and munitions making. The looming showdown with the militarized corporate state might end in a suicidal inferno, but the revolutionary vanguard believed that it was its duty to set an example and inspire the people to rise up. A thick air of doom and drama hung over the youth ghettos of San Francisco and Berkeley. But nowhere was this atmosphere of death and glory more pungent than in the subterranean world of the SLA. As fall 1973 approached, Chink huddled with his soldiers. It was time to strike. They pored over the business sections of local newspapers and trawled through business periodicals and annual reports at the public library, searching for suitable members of the corporate state to kidnap or execute. The target selection process had an absurdly macabre quality. At one point, they seriously considered killing Charles O. Finley, owner of the world champion Oakland A's, who had enraged the baseball team's blue-collar fan base by firing popular manager Dick Williams. In the end, Chink zeroed in on Marcus A. Foster, the superintendent of the Oakland public school system. It seemed like an equally bizarre choice. Marcus Foster was a progressive black educator who had committed himself to turning around the city's deeply troubled public school system. Teachers and students did not feel safe going to school in Oakland. Pressures mounted on Foster to increase security after a young elementary school teacher was raped in her classroom in front of an 8-year-old student. In response, Foster announced that he would ask Oakland police officers to patrol campuses and would issue photo identification cards to students. To Foster, creating a safe environment in which to learn was essential for the survival of Oakland's public schools. We are going to have to get away from the rhetoric of the 1960s, where policemen were called pigs and were viewed as enemies of the people and all of that foolishness, he told a community meeting. We are going to have to see policemen as protectors of our society. In response to an outcry from some activist parents and Black Panthers leaders, Foster later softened his security proposal, making it clear that the campus cops would not be armed. But either the SLA news monitors weren't following the story closely enough, or they didn't feel Foster's compromises were sufficient. Chink issued his death warrant. "We are gonna off that nigger," he told his army. "We want to show the oppressed peoples there are black pigs just as there are white pigs." Strong black men like Marcus Foster seemed to push Chink's buttons. One SLA chronicler speculated that authority figures put Chink in mind of his father, a laborer who muscled his family into the middle class but took out his violent rages on his son, whom he beat regularly with his fists and even a baseball bat and a hammer, until the boy finally fled home at age 14. Thurlow Wheeler, another escaped black convict, and Robin Steiner were the only SLA members who questioned Chink's fatal selection of Marcus Foster. "If you were talking about executing a highly positioned black man in Oakland," said Steiner, "you will defeat our objective straight away by alienating the black population." But Chink made Wheeler feel that his life was unsafe, and he fled the group. After the Foster assassination was carried out, Steiner also ran for her life.
Foster was ambushed on the evening of November 6, 1973, as he walked with his deputy, Robert Blackburn, to the parking lot behind the school administration building. Chink fired first, blasting both men with a sawed-off shotgun. Then, Chink's two accomplices, his official bedmate, Patricia Saltisic, and the ever-loyal Nancy Ling Perry, joined in, firing with automatic pistols. It was Nancy, the woman who decried the killings of my black brothers and sisters, who stepped over Foster's wounded white deputy and pumped 8 cyanide-filled bullets into the chest of Marcus Foster. As the SLA assassins ran for their getaway car, she was heard giggling. When Steiner asked Nancy how she felt about killing a person, she said, "He's not a person, he's a pig." After the Foster assassination, a cloud of fear and suspicion fell over the Bay Area. Activists puzzled over the mysterious organization that claimed credit for the killing. To many, Symbionese conjured some exotic overseas guerrilla army. When it became clear that the violent group was homegrown, some radicals immediately suspected a government plot, since Foster, despite his tough security proposals, was a progressive who had shown that he was willing to negotiate with groups like the Black Panthers. The Panthers saw the Foster murder as part of a government campaign to stir up hatred, fear, and disunity in the black community, and to inflame white paranoia. When SLA members Russ Little and Joe Ramiro were caught in a police dragnet in January 1974, many on the left breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that the bizarre drama was coming to an end. It had only just begun. The revolution will be televised. Despite the police noose that seemed to be tightening around the SLA after the arrests of Little and Ramiro, Chink decided that the group needed to strike again to prove to the world the Foster killing wasn't an isolated action. This time, they would rivet the public's attention by kidnapping a high-profile target and issuing demands on behalf of the downtrodden. Chink kept a thick blue journal filled with names of powerful figures in politics, business, and media who were potential kidnap victims, including President Nixon and his daughter Tricia, Governor Ronald Reagan, and Senator Edward Kennedy. But in the end, the group settled on Patricia Hearst, daughter of San Francisco Examiner publisher Randolph Hearst and his wife, Catherine, a Reagan appointee to the University of California Board of Regents. Patty Hearst, a Berkeley undergraduate, conveniently lived, unguarded, just blocks away from the SLA hideout. Like Marcus Foster, Patty Hearst was an indefensible target, both morally and politically. Though the 19-year-old co-ed was born into a family that presided over a vast media empire, whose newspapers were known for their reactionary editorial slants, she bore no responsibility for the Hearst Corporation's hidebound conservatism. As Robin Steiner, who was put in charge of surveilling her, found out, Patty was no rich bitch, but a socially conscious young woman who attended protest rallies on the Berkeley campus. She also was outspoken in her criticism of the Hearst press, including her father's own newspaper, telling him, "Dad, nobody under 80 reads the Examiner anymore. It has become irrelevant to the times." For that matter, neither was Randy Hearst, stamped from the same conservative mold as his father and older brothers. In fact, realizing that his daughter was right, Hearst launched an effort to liberalize and liven up the Examiner, hiring his young nephew Will to shake up the fusty editorial page and pushing his news editors to do a better job of covering the city's overlooked groups, including blacks, Latinos, Chinese, and the young. But Chink was not interested in the moral component of the kidnapping. Ever mindful of how the SLA was playing on the public stage, he was focused on the crime's potential media impact. Once the young Hearst newspaper heiress was in the SLA's hands, Chink knew that he would become the ringmaster of a gaudy media circus. In this respect, it was a brilliant decision. The SLA's mad dash onto the world stage began on the evening of February 4, 1974, when Chink, Bill Harris, and Angela Atwood forced their way at gunpoint into Patty's Berkeley apartment, beat her fiancé, Stephen Weed, gagged and blindfolded her, dragged her down the building's concrete stairs in her bathrobe, smashed her in the face with a rifle butt, and stuffed her in the trunk of a car.
Patty was kept blindfolded in a closet in a Daly City safe house just south of San Francisco. Her captors scorned their prisoner of war as Marie Antoinette and a bourgeois bitch, and she was subjected to weird interrogations by Sink, who grilled her about the stocks that her parents owned, how much money her father made, and whom he visited when he went to Washington, none of which she knew. She endured a terrible ordeal in the closet.
I lay there like a rag doll, my mind a million miles away, she recalled. Afterward, she told herself, well, you're still alive. Sink and his armed band established complete dominion over Patty's body, letting her know when she could eat and go to the bathroom and who would subject her to further abuse. As Patty underwent her ordeal, the SLA gloried in the media explosion sparked by her kidnapping. The revolutionaries glued themselves to the TV and radio, spinning the dials and searching for the latest reports on their exploits. Sink stoked the publicity fires with his strange, militaristic communiques from the underground. In one taped message released in early April, he announced that all corporate enemies of the people will be shot on sight at any time and at any place, setting off more panic in elite circles. Colton Westbrook tried to establish contact with his former prison protege, holding a bizarre press conference on the Berkeley campus during which he read an open letter to Sink in Black English. No rich white man is going to talk to a nigga, especially a pure nigga. But maybe a boozy nigga and a pure nigga can rap a bit, declared Westbrook, standing in front of a battery of TV cameras and microphones. The portly lecturer, wearing an African cap and matching vest, then went on to compliment Sink's brilliant political strategy while cautioning restraint in handling Patty Hearst. Dig it, Sin, I can understand your Symbionese thing and know that you will not harm Patty unless the man makes a bum move. Westbrook then made a puzzling reference to Sink's leader, as if he were someone known to both men. But when asked about this by reporters, Westbrook shrugged it off, saying that he was only referring to a statement made by Sink in one of his taped messages. Finally, Westbrook urged Sink to talk to him man to man, brother to brother, nigga to nigga. He suggested that the SLA leader could relay messages to him through one of a number of convicts and ex-cons whom he listed by their reborn or Swahili names. Was it a comical sideshow in the SLA media circus, or was the former CIA spook trying to send Sink a veiled message? If Westbrook was trying to re-establish a supervisorial role over the escaped con, it obviously didn't work. Sink announced his break with Westbrook in typically dramatic style when he publicly called for him to be shot on sight. On the FBI's advice, Westbrook immediately fled east with his wife and child. As Westbrook noted in his open letter, the most ingenious demand issued by Sink came a week after the kidnapping, when he ordered Randy Hearst to underwrite a massive food giveaway to the poor. The demand, which came with a thinly veiled threat about Patty's health if it were not met, set off an extraordinary chain reaction. The food giveaway would reposition the violent gang as benefactors of the poor, pit left-wing groups that cooperated with the food program against those that rejected it, drive a wedge between press mogul Hearst and his powerful friends, and create a witch's brew of political intrigue. As Patty Hearst's desperate father scrambled to see how he could meet the SLA's food distribution scheme, which California welfare officials estimated would cost a bracing $400 million, it soon became clear that his corporate and political cronies would be of no help. Governor Reagan grimly quipped that he hoped those who took the food were stricken with botulism, and suggested in a more serious vein that anyone who did accept the handouts would have their welfare checks cut off. Ludlow Kramer, a Washington state official whom Randy Hearst appointed to direct the food effort, and the publisher's young nephew, Will, made an urgent call on the chairman of the Bank of America. Kramer and Will Hearst, who was long-haired, unshaven, and wearing sandals, took an elevator to the top floor of the BOA headquarters, a dark tower looming over the San Francisco financial district. "Sir," Kramer told the bank chairman, "what I want you to do is you're the one man who can do it that I know of, call 40 of the top businessmen to meet with me for cocktails this afternoon or breakfast tomorrow morning." But instead of helping the Hearst family raise the ransom money for Patty, the Bank of America chief offered Randy Hearst a $4 million loan, a loan that he was in no financial position to accept. The SLA kidnapping exposed the fact that Randy Hearst and his brothers did not have access to the vast resources of the company founded by their legendary father. In the end, he scraped together a $2 million food budget, wheedling $1.5 million from the surprisingly stingy directors of the Hearst Foundation and putting up the other $500,000, 1/4 of his wealth, himself. The Randy Hearst who emerged at regular intervals during the 57-day kidnapping drama to face the media swarm outside his home was a study in muted agony.
Outside his two-story French chateau in plush suburban Hillsborough squatted a permanent encampment of jostling TV reporters, cameramen, and newspaper scribblers from around the globe. The cacophonous scene must have struck him as some sort of hellish punishment for all those decades of Hearst yellow journalism. But in front of the cameras, tightly gripping the hand of his stricken-looking wife, he appeared resolutely composed and polite in his thick-rimmed spectacles and tailored suits. Hearst displayed more dignified grit than one would expect from a man born into the pampered comforts of his family, with its storied castle, club memberships, and luxurious trips abroad. Will Hearst, who went through the ordeal with his uncle living in the Hillsborough bunker, pointed out that Randy had flown transport planes through enemy flak in World War II and was a man of signature bravery. But life inside the family bunker was a living hell for my uncle, Will recalled. It totally devastated his life. He was never the same again. It changed what reality was to him forever. He had the strength to live through it, but it surely haunted him. Is it enough to have a quiet, comfortable life and have a bunch of sweet kids and live in a sweet place when all that can be blown away? Maybe one has to be more armored and serious in life. Life inside the Hillsborough mansion during the long ordeal was a nightmarish carnival. Randy and Catherine Hearst engaged in heavy drinking bouts, sometimes with Charles Bates, the FBI San Francisco bureau chief who was in charge of the SLA hunt. At the urging of Patty's 4 sisters, the family brought in psychics who attempted to locate the kidnapped victim and her abductors with their extrasensory powers. One of the psychics, whom the Hearst drolls labeled Swami Number 1, Swami Number 2, and so forth, constructed a small altar on the Hearsts' dining room table to perform rituals. Meanwhile, Catherine, a devout Catholic, turned to a steady flow of priests for consolation when she wasn't relying on the bottle. Her drinking unleashed a fiery temper, which she often directed against Patty's weaselly fiancé, whom she accused of not being man enough to die fighting her daughter's abductors. At one point, the agile Colton Westbrook even inserted himself in the Hearst family compound, spending 2 late-night sessions with Randy and Catherine in Hillsborough. Hearing about Westbrook's intelligence background, the distraught parents begged him to use his connections to help track down their daughter. But Westbrook demurred, insisting, "I am no kind of a super agent." Late one night, after Catherine went to bed, Randy and Westbrook shared another round of heavy tumblers of scotch, and Randy asked the question that had long been nagging him. Is it possible that Patty is pregnant by Sinky? This time, Westbrook could provide an answer, though it turned out to be false. "I've heard those rumors," he said with a nod. Patty was her father's favorite daughter. He liked her feisty sense of humor and independent streak. She was known as Randy's spoiled brat. He would do anything to save her life. "I've never put in an honest day's work in my life," the publisher once joked. "I don't really know what it's like out there." But as the ordeal dragged on, Randy began getting a hard education about life. He drifted away from his club society and entered a world vastly different from anything he had ever known. It was a world peopled by the militants and community activists whom he recruited to implement his People in Need (PIN) food distribution program. The anguished father was convinced that somebody in this world could connect him to the underground tunnel where his daughter was hidden. The PIN program got off to a chaotic start in February 1974. Some of the organizations that the SLA requested to coordinate the food giveaway, including the Black Panthers and the United Farm Workers Union, refused to play a role, with Panthers leader Huey Newton proclaiming that he wouldn't be a party to SLA extortion. Many of those groups that did participate used it as an opportunity to steal food and to shake down Randy Hearst for more money. Meanwhile, fewer than half of the 20,000 people whom PIN organizers hoped to feed on the first day actually received food packages, with long lines forming outside distribution centers before daylight, made up mostly of black women, many with children in tow. The bags of food included a frozen turkey, a box of saltine crackers, a small can of tomato juice, a box of biscuit mix, and, occasionally, a quart of milk and some eggs. But as the day wore on and the food supply began running out, frustrations grew. Fights broke out at the East Oakland Center, and a number of people were injured when distribution workers began throwing the frozen turkeys from the back of trucks into the crowd. In the following days, Hearst worked frantically to improve the quality of the food and to appease the community groups involved in PIN. He ordered the Examiner to run flattering stories about activists who were participating in the program. He sat down for a 4-hour lunch meeting at a Hilton hotel in San Francisco with suspicious American Indian movement AIM, Russell Means, and Dennis Banks, who, after first making their bodyguards taste the meal, agreed to help with PIN. Hearst also made a series of generous gestures directly to the SLA, hiring power of attorney William Koblenz to represent Little and Ramiro, and trying to arrange a live national telecast for the SLA's 2 jailed soldiers. Hearst even contemplated turning himself into an SLA hostage to win his daughter's freedom. The SLA drama sent Hearst tumbling down a rabbit hole into the company of vivid personalities with whom he never would have crossed paths before when Sinky's gang upended his life. They circled through his executive office at the Examiner, with the big oil painting of his father staring down at him, Citizen Kane in his prime. He feather-bedded the staff at the PIN headquarters with them. They drifted through PIN's China Basin warehouse building near the San Francisco docks, snarling at reporters, threatening the white administrators, helping themselves to food supplies, and working their shady hustles. There were ex-cons, street-tough detectives, left-wing firebrands, loopy volunteers, undercover cops, FBI informers. Randy's most surprising new friend was Wilbert Poppy Jackson, the iron-pumping, 44-year-old black ex-con who led the radical United Prisoners Union. Like George Jackson, who was no relation, Poppy Jackson had spent a good chunk of his life in prison for robbery, and, despite his soft Louisiana drawl, he exuded a badass charisma that white activists, especially women, found irresistible. Like Sinky, whom he had known behind bars, Poppy Jackson also had a reputation as a police snitch. Randy brought Jackson into the PIN operation and treated him like a prized executive. He offered to underwrite a private school education for the ex-con's son. He made sure that Jackson's prison reform work got glowing coverage in the Examiner, and it was no surprise when the paper editorialized that Jackson should remain a free man, despite a parole violation for drug selling. 2 weeks later, the state parole board agreed. In return, Hearst asked that his new friend tell him anything he heard about the SLA's movements and Patty's whereabouts. They had a gentleman's agreement. Jackson was flattered by all the attention he was getting from his Hillsborough booster. Hearst has great respect for me as a man, and I respect him, the ex-con told friends. But the unusual relationship did nothing for Jackson's reputation on the street. When his parole was not revoked, some Bay Area militants speculated that he was an informer, not only for Hearst, but worse, also for the FBI. In the dark early morning of June 9, 1975, Poppy Jackson drove home from a party, pulling to the curb in front of his Albion Street apartment in the Mission. His wife, who was pregnant with his child, was inside the apartment. But Jackson, accompanied by a woman named Sally Valle, didn't want the party to end. Valle, another one of his white admirers in the United Prisoners Union and also an undercover narcotics agent, was engaged in intimate activity with Jackson when a man walked up to the car and emptied the clip of a 9mm automatic pistol into the couple, killing both of them. Poppy Jackson's murder released another poisonous plume around the SLA case. Frantic claims and counterclaims clouded the air. A letter to the underground Berkeley Barb speculated that he had been killed by the New World Liberation Front because he was a double agent. Jackson loyalists in the United Prisoners Union charged that he was killed by the cops. The SFPD, in turn, zeroed in on the Tribal Thumb, yet another militant Bay Area group led by an alpha male ex-con, Earl Satcher. The cops arrested a Tribal Thumb member who was tried and convicted of the murder. Although it was long kept quiet, Randy Hearst had another strange bedfellow in the PIN subculture. Her name was Sarah Jane Moore. Eccentric even by the colorful standards of the SLA cast of characters, she showed up one day at the food program's warehouse headquarters and announced, "God sent me to help." The scruffy volunteers stared dumbfounded at the middle-aged woman in her preppy peck pantsuit, pearl necklace, and tight-curled salon perm. But Moore soon wormed her way into the heart of the organization, taking over its bookkeeping duties, setting herself as its press spokeswoman, and becoming a confidant of Randy Hearst. Moore had led several different lives before she showed up at PIN. Born in West Virginia during the Depression, she was raised in a traditional Baptist household grimly presided over by her father, the superintendent of a DuPont chemical plant, and her spick-and-span mother. Moore rebelled, running off to join the Women's Army Corps and burning through 2 unhappy military marriages. She gave birth to 3 children, but, clearly not the mothering type, abandoned them with her own parents and disappeared. Moore popped up for a while in Hollywood as a bookkeeper at RKO Studios, where she met and married an Academy Award-winning sound technician and became pregnant with child number 4. But a month after her wedding, Moore again overturned her life and headed for the Bay Area.
Here she would marry husband number 5, a successful doctor, and reinvent herself yet again as a gardening housewife in Danville, an exclusive East Bay enclave. For a while, she seemed to fit into her conservative surroundings, volunteering in the re-election campaign of Republican Senator George Murphy, an amiable old Hollywood song and dance man in the Reagan political mold. But after the inevitable conclusion of her 5th marriage in 1973, the shape-shifting Moore suddenly found herself in the middle of the SLA storm. In April 1974, as the PIN program was winding down, Moore was approached by FBI Special Agent Charles Bates, who was carefully monitoring the food operation and its murky undercurrents. One afternoon, Bates picked up Moore on a designated San Francisco street corner and drove her to Tony Pacific Heights, where he parked the car and asked her to become an informer. In the press, the 54-year-old Bates came off as a lanky, genial G-man with a lazy Texas drawl, but the FBI veteran had a deep history in some of the nation's most sensitive cases, including the assassination of President Kennedy and the Watergate investigation, which he had led for the Bureau. The FBI saw the Bay Area in the early 1970s as a critical battleground in its struggle with the radical left. Sitting in their car that afternoon, Bates and fellow agent Burt Worthington convinced Moore that she could play a vital role in this battle, spying on Popeye Jackson and other activists and finding out what they knew about the whereabouts of the SLA. "These are dangerous people," Worthington told her. "They are out to destroy the country. Many of them are dupes of foreign governments, of the KGB and the Red Chinese." It was Moore who later helped seal Popeye Jackson's fate, circulating a letter among Bay Area radicals that accused him of being an informer for Randy Hearst. Rolling Stone later called it Jackson's death warrant. The FBI men planned to keep Moore busy. They wanted her help not only in probing the Bay Area radical underground, but also in keeping tabs on Randy Hearst, whom Bates suspected was running his own private investigation of the SLA. Moore agreed to work for the FBI, throwing herself into her clandestine assignments so vigorously that the Bureau was soon loaning her out to other law enforcement agencies, including the San Francisco Police Department. But when it came to infiltrating the radical underground, the FBI's judgment was often unsound. Sarah Jane Moore turned out to be one of the most embarrassing informers in the Bureau's history. During her brief career as an FBI snoop, the ever-surprising Moore shifted alliances a dizzying number of times, betraying her G-men controllers and then sweet-talking her way back into their good graces and doing the same with her radical targets. While reporting back to the FBI about Randy Hearst, Moore was developing a close bond with the newspaper publisher. Hearst, in fact, asked Moore to develop secret lines of communication with the SLA. Neither Hearst nor Bates knew that she was acting as an informer for both of them. Meanwhile, Moore was also reporting about Hearst and the FBI to radical friends whom she had befriended while spying on them. The many-lived Sarah Jane Moore had finally found her ideal place in life, inside an utterly bewildering hall of mirrors. All the conflicting forces inside Sarah Jane Moore exploded on the morning of September 22, 1975, when she bought a .38 caliber Smith & Wesson revolver from a Danville gun dealer and drove across the Bay Bridge to assassinate President Gerald Ford as he was leaving the St. Francis Hotel. Feeling increasingly desperate, like a spy without a country, Moore decided to choose the anti-government side in the end, and to prove her allegiance with a dramatic act of violence. Jerry Ford was a bland Washington hack, but he had somehow set off a perplexing firestorm of madness. 2 weeks earlier, Charles Manson devotee Lynette Squeaky Frum had waved a gun in the air in a Sacramento park where Ford was speaking. Moore proved more of a threat, squeezing off a shot that ricocheted off a wall just behind Ford's head. If her revolver sight had not been faulty, as she pointed out later, Moore might have found her target. As she tried to adjust her aim and fire a second shot, a Vietnam veteran named Oliver Sipple knocked down Moore's arm, and a San Francisco cop pried the gun from her hand. Sipple was hailed as a national hero, but when Herb Caen revealed that he was gay, it tore apart the ex-Marine's closeted life. Sometimes, when he was drinking heavily, which happened more and more frequently in his later years, Sipple would wish out loud that he'd never saved Ford's life because of all the torment that fame had brought him. It was one more twisted footnote in these strangest of times. Sarah Jane Moore served 32 years of a life sentence for the attempted assassination. In 2009, after she was released from prison, she tried to make sense of what she had done. "I thought if I didn't try to kill President Ford, someone else would. That was the tenor of the times," she said. "I thought it would trigger a new revolution. We thought San Francisco was the world, and it wasn't." But to the SLA members, it seemed that their ratty safe houses were the center of the universe. In early March, the SLA moved from Daly City to a new hideout in San Francisco, a one-bedroom apartment at 1827 Golden Gate Avenue, in a predominantly black neighborhood north of the Panhandle. Chinko and his 7 soldiers transported their captive in a large plastic garbage can. It was here, in the dreary Golden Gate safe house, with a filthy Indian bedspread covering the bay windows and old mattresses crowding the floor, that Patty Hearst was transformed into Tanya, the SLA's pin-up girl, the reincarnation of Che Guevara's brave companion in the Bolivian jungle. Chinko sat down at the edge of her new closet cell and put the question to his blindfolded prisoner. Did she want to be released, or did she want to join their revolution? She instantly knew the right answer. He was testing me, and I must pass the test, or die. "I want to join you," Patty said into the darkness around her. "I want to fight for the people." In return, she was finally allowed to take off her blindfold and look into her captors' faces. Oh God, she thought, what a bunch of ordinary-looking, unattractive little people. Somehow, after hearing only their assaultive voices for weeks, she had expected them to look bigger, stronger, more commanding. "Well, now that you've seen us, what do you think of us?" burbled Angela Atwood. "Oh," said Patty, forcing a smile, "you're also attractive." Chinko told his soldiers what a stunning propaganda coup this would be for the SLA. They dressed up Patty like a combat doll, chopping off her hair, putting a beret on her head, sticking a sawed-off M1 carbine in her hands, and posing her in front of the serpent-covered SLA banner. They snapped the Polaroid photo of her that would forever change her image. Then they wrote the script announcing her conversion and made her read the words into a tape recorder. It was a bitter farewell to her parents. She called her father a corporate liar who cared more about his wealth than his daughter's life. "One thing I learned," Patty read in a grim monotone, "is that the corporate ruling class will do anything in their power in order to maintain their position of control over the masses, even if this means the sacrifice of one of their own." The Tanya communique, which the SLA released on April 3, set off a new round of media convulsions. It also excited the more romantic ranks of the radical left, which posted photos of the new gun-toting Patty all over the Berkeley campus, with the gushing salutation, "We love you, Tanya." Patty herself hoped that her father would see through the tape recording's stilted language and realize that it was coerced. He did.
"I don't believe it," he told the press, after listening to the tape twice. "We've had her 20 years, and they've had her only 60 days, and I don't believe she's going to change her philosophy that quickly in that time." Meanwhile, Sink plotted an operation that would prove to the world that Patty Hearst belonged to him, not to her family. Day after day, he put his soldiers through their commando drills in their stuffy apartment, and this time Patty was included. As they ran around with their weapons, they were soon sweating and panting in the claustrophobic room, its windows shut tight and draped heavily for security. Sink, who never joined in the exercises, swilled his plum wine on the sidelines and exhorted his troops. "Come on, girls, it's hot. Take your shirts off," he would say. He watched his female soldiers exercise. On the bright, crisp morning of April 15th, the SLA members unveiled their next act, leaving their safe house and piling into 2 cars. Patty felt dazed as she left the darkened apartment, feeling the sun and wind for the first time in 2.5 months. Sink's last words to her before they drove off were, "If you mess up, if you do anything different from what you're supposed to, you're dead." She felt like she was walking to the gallows. Minutes later, the group pulled up outside a branch of the Hibernia Bank, which, ironically, was owned by a friend of the Hearst family, in the quiet Sunset neighborhood. Bursting through its front doors, weapons drawn, they scooped up more than $10,000 in the heist and shot and wounded 2 older bank patrons before driving back to their hideout on Golden Gate. Caught on the bank's security cameras, cradling her sawed-off M1 and wearing a wig, Patty Hearst seemed no longer a victim, but a desperado. Randy Hearst was stunned, but he remained convinced that his daughter was being coerced, and the Examiner reflected his conviction. "Patty a puppet?" a headline in the newspaper suggested. But Hearst's friends in high places now abandoned him altogether. Evel Younger, California's politically ambitious Republican Attorney General, declared that the San Francisco police and FBI had been too timid because of concern for Patty Hearst's safety, but now she was fair game. "I think the moment of truth has long since passed for Patricia Hearst," the lawman intoned grimly. In Washington, President Nixon's Attorney General, William Saxby, weighed in, opining that Patty was not a reluctant participant and lumping her in with the other SLA common criminals. Randy Hearst lashed back, denouncing the irresponsible statements, and even the more buttoned-up Catherine got into the fray, pointing out the assumption of innocence at the heart of our judicial system. But after the Hibernia robbery, the blood was in the water. As Mayor Aliato confidently predicted that law enforcement agencies would soon wipe out the SLA completely, more than 125 federal agents combed the Sunset District and other neighborhoods, going door to door in their search for the outlaws. They waved around hundreds of thousands of dollars in reward money. One person thought to be connected to the SLA was shown an FBI briefcase stuffed with $50,000 in cash. Despite the tightening dragnet, Sink was feeling cocky. One day in late April 1974, he and Emily Harris showed up outside the Pacific Heights home of Angela Veronese, the married daughter of Mayor Aliato. While Sink cased the house from across the street, Harris approached Veronese's 2 young children, who were playing outside while their mother gardened nearby. Harris asked the kids where their grandfather was. "Upstairs," they told her. The mayor, who was having marital difficulties at the time, was staying temporarily with Angela and her family. When Angela came over to ask what Harris wanted, the SLA soldier told her, "None of your business," and quickly walked away with Sink. If the SLA had tried to kidnap the mayor, it certainly would have resulted in a bloody showdown. Aliato, the target of many threats, was being guarded round the clock by the SFPD's tough tack squad. In early May, Randy Hearst offered $50,000 in reward money for the safe return of his daughter, prompting Sink to finally decide that it was time to flee San Francisco. Although Sink was forever reminding his white troops how fortunate they were to have him as their leader, and how he could be leading a whole army of black soldiers instead, the truth is that he could never win the allegiance of black followers. And Sink feared that one of the SLA's cash-strapped black neighbors on Golden Gate Avenue, or later in the Hunters Point ghetto where they relocated briefly, would turn in his army for the tempting reward. On May 8th, Sink and his gang slipped out of San Francisco and headed south for Los Angeles. It was a fatal miscalculation. LA was not the Bay Area, with its underground networks of safe havens, and the Los Angeles Police Department was a more ruthless force than the SFPD. On May 10, 1974, Lake Headley, a Los Angeles private investigator hired by author-activist Donald Freed to dig into Sink's shadowy past, called a press conference in San Francisco. The SLA press pack, tipped off to some of Headley's startling inside information, jammed the event, and the private eye did not disappoint them. Headley, a former Las Vegas cop with good law enforcement connections, ran down Sink's long rap sheet and the special treatment he had received from police and the courts as a multiple offender. He laid out evidence indicating that the escaped convict had worked as a snitch for the LAPD and later as a double agent for Colton Westbrook and the CIA, as well as the state prison system. Headley, whom Manson prosecutor Vincent Bugliosi once hailed as the best private investigator on earth, concluded with a stark prediction about Sink's fate.
"He'll be killed, probably in a shootout," the private eye told the press. Headley was certain that Sink had become a liability to his former sponsors. He could not be allowed to live, he later observed, any more than Lee Harvey Oswald could be allowed to survive and start talking. 1 week later, on the evening of May 17th, Headley was sitting down for Friday dinner at his Los Angeles home when his local TV news show cut away to live coverage of a police showdown in the black south-central part of the city. A massive law enforcement army, including 150 Los Angeles police officers, 100 FBI agents, 100 sheriff's deputies, and an assortment of motorcycle officers, had surrounded a squat yellow stucco bungalow where the SLA was holed up. Moments after issuing a perfunctory warning to surrender, the assault force let loose an awesome fuselage, pouring 5,000 rounds into the little house, as well as a number of highly flammable tear gas projectiles. Only about 50 shots were fired from inside the bungalow, and no officer was hit. When Nancy Ling Perry, Angela Atwood, and Camilla Hall tried to surrender, they were driven back to the house by a hail of bullets. Nancy was later found dead in the backyard with a bullet in her back. When the house went up in flames, police blocked firefighters from putting out the blaze and continued to pour gunfire into the pyre. Clearly, no one inside was supposed to come out alive that day. As Rolling Stone remarked acidly, it was not really a shootout at all. It was a police shoot-in. 6 SLA members died in the flames and the gunfire, including Sink, who put a bullet through his head before he could be burned alive. After the Los Angeles Inferno, there was a rash of press speculation about Sink before he disappeared completely from media view. When he was buried in Cleveland, his hometown, the New York Times ran a story headlined, "Sinke, Still a Mystery." The Times reporter, interviewing a young black mourner outside the funeral home, was told even his family didn't know him.
One reason that Sink might have been a mystery to his family was that his father's savage beatings drove him from home at a tender age, but none of his relatives dwelt on that. Lake Headley probably came the closest to understanding Sink. He was a monster, Headley said, created in the dark criminal netherworld where police and government agencies manufacture their agents of chaos. And when their Frankenstein went rogue and began imagining that he truly was a revolutionary hero, he had to be put down. Sink had a gift for engineering public havoc with the help of a panting press corps. Before it was finally extinguished, his army engaged in assassination, kidnapping, bank robbery, murder, and attempted bombings and executions of police officers. The SLA gave America the closest look it would get at the kind of bloody mayhem that the Red Army faction was capable of producing on a grander scale in West German society during the 1970s. The SLA stumbled on for over a year, kept alive by survivors Bill and Emily Harris and a few more recruits they scraped together in Berkeley. The Harrises, with Patty Hearst in tow, watched the fiery end of their comrades on a motel TV near Disneyland, sobbing and screaming at the television as the sickening spectacle unfolded live and in color. Bill Harris had triggered the chain of events that resulted in the SLA massacre when he shoplifted a bandolier at Mel's sporting goods store in the Inglewood neighborhood of LA and got into a scuffle with a store security guard. When police found the Harris' abandoned getaway van, they discovered a parking ticket in the vehicle with the address of the SLA hideout. "It's all my fault," wailed Harris as they watched the inferno in their Magic Kingdom hideout. "If it weren't for Mel's, I killed them. Oh, I should have been there with them, shooting it out to the end. I wish I were dead too." Patty couldn't stand listening to the TV news cacophony and the Harris' loud lamentations anymore. She crawled into the bathroom and shut the door behind her. All she could think was that she was glad Sink and the others were dead. "They deserved to die for what they did to me," she reflected later. She hated the Harrises too, but felt that she was stuck with them. Throughout that weekend, as the press speculated about her whereabouts, Patty sobbed until her chest ached thinking about her fate. The trigger-happy army that surrounded the SLA bungalow assumed that she was also inside, but that had not stopped the cops from torching it to the ground. She felt that her family and her old life were lost to her forever. As soon as she was spotted, she would be gunned down. "My fear of the police outweighed my hatred for the SLA," she later remarked. Patty and the Harrises soon made their way back to the Bay Area, which they agreed was their true territory and the safe place they never should have left. The threesome made for an odd group marriage. They bickered constantly, arguments that would frequently end with Bill Harris slugging the women in the face and blackening their eyes. The short, vain, hot-tempered Harris was forever trying to assert his masculinity, turning whiny and wheedling when his wife denied him sex. Rejected, he would turn to Patty, who didn't have the will to stand up to him. She later reflected on the difficult and emotionally devoid nature of her existence during that period, often feeling numb from drink. The remnants of the SLA spent their first night back in San Francisco huddled in the crawl space under a dilapidated Victorian. Later, they made their way to Berkeley, where they found a resurgence of support for their cause in the wake of the horrific police bonfire in LA. At a memorial rally for the SLA dead in a Berkeley park, a disguised Emily Harris heard a woman named Kathy Solia mourn the brutal death of her friend Angela Outwood. And then Solia bitterly announced to the crowd, "I am a soldier of the SLA." Afterward, Emily approached Solia, who agreed to help the hotly pursued outlaws. Solia connected the fugitives to sports author and activist Jack Scott, who saw a best-selling book in the SLA story and agreed to find them a safe haven. Scott and his wife, Mickey, transported the Harrises and Patty to a farmhouse in the rolling hills of Pennsylvania, where they spent a quiet summer. After Scott grew disillusioned with the SLA, he dropped the book project, but he arranged for the fugitives safe passage back to Berkeley before he parted company with them. In Berkeley, the SLA trio reconnected with Solia, who decided to join their battle, bringing several new recruits with her, including her sister, brother, and boyfriend. The group began plotting a new wave of bombings and robberies that would prove to be the last stand of the SLA. All during this time, Patty Hearst's family continued to explore every avenue they could to find their daughter. When Rolling Stone reporters Howard Cohn and David Rear began digging up exclusive information about the SLA's subterranean journey using their contacts in the radical underground, the Hearsts regarded them warily, fearing that they would portray Patty as a true convert to the SLA. But in the course of their investigation, the reporters developed a relationship with Will Hearst, swapping information with him, and they got to know Randy as well. Weir saw how the ordeal was turning Randy Hearst's life upside down, alienating him from the authorities, who, in their bloodlust, had been willing to incinerate his daughter along with her kidnappers, and, in the process, turning the SLA dingbats, as he scornfully called them, into martyrs. The Hearst family had grown deeply estranged from law enforcement officials and no longer counted on them for protection. On his lawyer's advice, Will Hearst hired a private eye to guard him, explaining, "Neither I nor my family have any faith in the FBI or the local police." The ordeal was also driving a wedge between Randy and his more conservative wife, who infuriated him by agreeing to let Governor Reagan reappoint her to the University of California Board of Regents, even though the announcement was certain to inflame the SLA. As their torment dragged on, Randy and Catherine went increasingly separate ways. At one point, Randy reached out to Jack Scott, asking him to dinner at a house in San Francisco where they ate roast beef and drank vodka late into the night while the publisher pumped him for information about Patty. On another occasion, Scott met Randy and Catherine at a Mexican restaurant in Ghirardelli Square near San Francisco's Fisherman's Wharf, where he reported to them that Patty was growing increasingly disenchanted with the Harrises' macho style as she developed a feminist consciousness and was talking of secretly visiting her parents. Randy wondered if Patty might agree to return if Catherine resigned from the UC Board of Regents, but again his wife refused adamantly, saying that she didn't trust that little weasel Scott. She was growing increasingly fed up with her husband's dalliances with the radical underground. Randy would meet with anybody who might help find Patty, recalled Weir. He struck me as a very uptight, traditional person, but sincere. When I look back at him through older eyes, the eyes of a father, I feel sorry for what he went through. He would have given away his whole fortune to get her back safely. I think the whole thing broke his heart. The new SLA team was cut from the same all-American cloth as the original members. The Solias grew up in a Southern California high desert town where their father, an ardent Nixon supporter, was a teacher-coach at the local high school.
Their friend and fellow recruit Michael Borton was the product of a typically liberal San Francisco family, half Jewish and half Unitarian, and he graduated from the city's most elite public high school, Lowell.
Borton grew up during simpler times in San Francisco, playing baseball day and night, and hanging around Candlestick Park to talk to his favorite Giants. Willie Mays used to give Borton and his friends rides in his pink Thunderbird. But Borton was raised with a strong social conscience, accompanying his father, a capital punishment lawyer, to San Quentin as a kid. And the events of the 60s only deepened his sense of estrangement from American society. After dropping out of UC Berkeley, he hung around the Haight for a year, taking acid and working a gosh job at Western Union. I started seeing these telegrams that said, "Your son so-and-so," and underneath there'd be 3 or 4 boxes saying, "You can see his remains at the airport," or "It's a closed coffin," he recalled. One of the boxes would be checked, and I thought, what a very of a way to tell people that their kid has been killed in Vietnam. I just tore them up. That's just no way to find out. Later, Borton volunteered in Bobby Kennedy's 1968 presidential campaign, going door to door in black neighborhoods in Oakland. The people were super nice, he said. It seemed like half of the homes had statues of JFK. That had a big impact on me. The night Bobby was assassinated, Borton was celebrating his victory in the California Democratic primary by dropping acid. "You don't want to get bad news like that on acid," he said later. His fury grew in the following weeks as the Democratic Party tried to go about business as usual. Watching the convention in Chicago just kept turning the knife in you more because Bobby wasn't there. Those jerks were trying to substitute for him. Soon after, Borton walked up to a Students for a Democratic Society (SDS) table on the Berkeley campus, declaring, "I'm willing to burn down ROTC buildings." It was a rage that would take him all the way to the SLA. After Bobby was killed, something grew inside me that has been with me ever since. It was the realization that I really hate this country. I hate it totally. When he joined the SLA, Borton took an immediate dislike to the Harrises. They were like Patty's evil step-parents. One time she had a black eye. We put a stop to that. Bill was treating her like a prisoner. I think he had manhood problems. She made the SLA what it was. Everybody respected Patty. Everybody liked her. She didn't play games like the Harrises. She was a pretty together person, in my opinion. Despite his antipathy toward the Harrises, Borton was willing to work with them, plotting bank robberies, cop killings, and other SLA missions. In the end, the SLA was responsible for only one more death, but it haunted Borton the rest of his life. On the morning of April 21, 1975, the SLA gang walked into a bank in a Sacramento suburb, pulled out their guns, and ordered the patrons to hit the floor. When a 42-year-old woman named Myrna Opsahl did not move fast enough for Emily Harris, who was leading the heist, she thrust her shotgun at her to speed her up. The gun, which Harris was warned had a hair trigger, went off, killing Opsahl instantly. The mother of 4 had come to the bank to deposit a collection from her church. Her husband, a surgeon, was later called to his hospital emergency room, where he found his wife dead on the table. "It doesn't really matter," shrugged Emily Harris when she heard about Opsahl's death. She was a bourgeois pig anyway. Patty, who had driven the getaway van, felt sick. "I loathed the Harrises more than ever before. They were violent, evil, unpredictable, incompetent people," she later remarked. She would soon find a way to get away from them forever, moving into a second-floor apartment at 625 Morse Street in San Francisco's Outer Mission with Wendy Yoshimura, a fellow SLA feminist who shared her disgust for the Harrises. Borton, too, pulled away from the group after the bloody bank robbery. "I still have dreams about that day," he said. "It was a sunny morning. As we were going inside the bank, there were these 3 women behind us. I didn't want them to get hurt, so I slowed down and held the door for these ladies. And one of them turns to me with this real nice, warm smile, like, finally, a young person who has manners. And she looked at me and said, 'Thank you.'" He was running to the bank counter when he heard the roar of Emily Harris's shotgun. Spinning around, Borton saw instantly that the bloodied woman on the floor was the same one who had complimented his good manners. Borton eventually served 3 years for the second-degree murder of Opsahl. At his sentencing, he took shared responsibility for the murder, even though he hadn't pulled the trigger. "By our recklessness," Borton told the Opsahl family members gathered in the courtroom, "we killed a woman. Whatever consequences we suffer is of no consequence. I can offer nothing but apologies. I'm sorry."
On the afternoon of September 18, 1975, San Francisco police and the FBI finally swooped down on the Harrises as they returned from jogging in nearby Presida Park. The couple were arrested in front of their safe house at 288 Presida Avenue in the funky, lefty Bernal Heights neighborhood. An hour later, a San Francisco police intelligence officer named Tim Casey and an FBI agent broke through the glass-windowed back door of the house on Morse Street and, with guns drawn, charged inside to arrest Patty Hearst and Wendy Yoshimura. Patty froze in terror, wetting her pants. She couldn't believe it when they didn't shoot her, the end she'd always expected. Why? "Patty," said Casey, who was just as surprised to have finally found her, "what are you doing here?" Returning to San Francisco from Los Angeles turned out to be one of the SLA survivors' few smart decisions. Their long run did not have a fiery finale. Randy Hearst, now comfortable with San Francisco's left-wing milieu, hired Vincent Hallinan and his two-fisted son Terry Cayo Hallinan to represent his daughter. When she was driven to county jail in the police car, she was photographed raising her handcuffed right fist in a power-to-the-people salute, and when she was booked, she stated "urban guerrilla" as her occupation. Reunited with her elated parents and sisters in jail, Patty felt oddly removed from them, as if she were a different person. She was exhausted and just wanted to sleep all the time. But Patty bonded with the curly-haired, roguishly handsome Terry Hallinan. And after Yoshimura told Terry about the ordeal that Patty had undergone in the SLA closet, he began to peel away the Tanya layers. Terry and his father thought that Sinkway had subjected Patty to some kind of drug-induced mind control program that he had learned in Vacaville. The Hallinans wanted to build their case on an involuntary intoxication defense of Patty. But her parents didn't want drugs to be brought up in the trial. And Catherine in particular developed a strong repugnance to the left-wing Hallinans. "She thought of me as some kind of Russian agent," Terry said later with a smile. The Hearsts decided to replace the Hallinans with one of the biggest brand names in the legal profession, Boston criminal attorney F. Lee Bailey. Ironically, Bailey wound up presenting a defense similar to the one proposed by the Hallinans, arguing that Patty had been brainwashed by the SLA. But he gave the argument a different twist, ignoring the drug and sensory deprivation methods that Sinkway might have learned at Vacaville, and contending instead that the SLA leader's mind control program was modeled on insidious techniques developed in Mao's China. The author of this line of defense was none other than Dr. Louis Jolyon Jollywest, the CIA-sponsored psychiatrist who had studied mind-altering drugs in the Haight in the 1960s. At first, Patty was repelled by the too smooth Jolly West, with his creepy, hypnotic voice. But she finally opened up to him, and West became Bailey's leading expert witness. It was another strange intrusion by the psychiatrist into San Francisco's saga.
In the end, however, the jury believed the prosecution's key witness more, Harvard-trained forensic psychiatrist Harry Kozel. He looked like a fuddy-duddy Cupid doll, according to one court chronicler, and had a high-pitched squeak. But his testimony had a ring of truth. After interviewing Patty 5 times in jail, Kozel told the court he concluded that she was a genuine convert to the SLA. Why else would she have sprayed gunfire at the windows of Mel's Sporting Goods to free Bill Harris after he was apprehended for shoplifting, he pointed out. And why else would she stay with the Harrises on their long underground journey, when she had numerous opportunities for escape? In a sense, he testified, she was a member of the SLA in spirit, without knowing it, for a long, long time. A rebel in search of a cause at the time of her kidnapping, who had grown deeply alienated from her suffocating family and fiancé. She was ripe for the plucking, he declared, in his most memorable turn of phrase. As Kozel testified, Patty turned the dead white color of a fish's belly, according to an observer. The truth about Patty Hearst was probably a complex mix of the psychiatrist's opinions. Some type of conversion did occur, but she accepted the SLA's subterranean existence only under extreme duress. At the time of her trial, the Stockholm Syndrome, named after the 1973 Swedish bank robbery during which the hostages became emotionally attached to their captors, was not yet a widely accepted concept. But that explanation probably comes closest to getting at the dramatic transformation of Patty Hearst. After a 2-month trial, she was convicted of bank robbery and sentenced to 7 years in prison. However, her sentence was commuted by President Jimmy Carter in 1979 after she had served nearly 2 years.
Looking back, Patty felt that she had been victimized twice, once by the SLA and then by the court of public opinion, where she became a convenient scapegoat in the increasingly conservative pre-Reagan climate. "So much anger was directed at me," said Patty, "because of the whole 60s generation that had disappointed their parents so badly." Patty married her bodyguard, a San Francisco cop named Bernard Shaw, after she was released, and they moved to Connecticut, where they raised 2 daughters. "Marrying her bodyguard? I don't think that requires Dr. Freud to figure out," remarked her cousin Will. "But I think they like each other, and they have a good relationship." Shaw found a new line of work as a Hearst Corporation security executive. And Patty ended up creating the kind of comfortable suburban family life that she had shunned as a teenager, though her irreverent wild streak came out at times, as when she popped up in John Waters' movies and other campy cameos. Randy and Catherine Hearst divorced after the SLA ordeal. He, too, fled San Francisco, moving back to New York, where at the age of 72, he married 42-year-old socialite Veronica Baracasa. Hearst resumed his life as a media tycoon, splitting his time between a Fifth Avenue penthouse apartment and a mansion in Palm Beach, Florida. The days of late-night meetings with ex-cons and left-wing militants and CIA spooks were long behind him. He led a more cautious life, surrounding himself with bodyguards until his death in 2000. While the Hearsts found calmer lives elsewhere, San Francisco continued to be racked by demons. Contemplating the Symbionese Liberation Army's morbid legacy years later, sociologist Todd Gitlin observed that the SLA was the graveyard of the 1960s New Left. But after the SLA, the city continued to be haunted by ghouls and gravediggers. Black and white and red all over. On the evening of December 13, 1973, Art Agnos, an administrative aide to California Assemblyman Leo McCarthy, was leaving a community meeting near his home on Potrero Hill, a racially mixed blue-collar neighborhood overlooking the downtown San Francisco skyline. At 35, Agnos retained the sense of Kennedy-era optimism that had drawn him into public service in the 1960s, first as a social worker and later as a Democratic political operative. San Francisco was still his dream city. After growing up in tradition-bound Springfield, Massachusetts, where his Greek immigrant father toiled as a shoeshine man, Agnos was eager to fill his lungs with San Francisco's bracing sea drafts when he disembarked from a Greyhound bus at 7th and Mission Streets in 1967. The clean, chill wind smelled like freedom to him. It immediately felt like the kind of city where you could be whatever you wanted to be, he recalled. Agnos felt good that night as he left the meeting of predominantly black activists. He had come to reassure the neighborhood, which was a few blocks away from the bleak housing project where football star O.J. Simpson had grown up, that a long-anticipated community health clinic was finally making its way through legislative channels in Sacramento. It was one of those golden moments when the system seemed to be working. As he walked down the 900 block of Wisconsin Street to his parked car, Agnos was stopped by a couple of women from the meeting who wanted to follow up on an item of business. While they were chatting, Agnos suddenly saw their eyes grow wide. A split second later, he felt 2 deep, dull thumps to his back, as if a boxer had delivered a 1-2 kidney punch. Agnos spun around to face his attacker and saw a tall, handsome, well-groomed young black man with a smoking .32 automatic pistol in his hand, and he knew that he hadn't been punched. The gunman gazed directly at Agnos, as if in a trance, and then turned and ran into the night. The women were running in the opposite direction, screaming. Agnos, strangely calm, hurried after them to reassure them that they would be all right. "It's not us, it's you," they shouted, pointing at the widening red splotch on his shirt. Now Agnos was surrounded by a cluster of people from the meeting, who helped him across the street to a house, where he knocked on the front door. "Excuse me," he told the startled middle-aged African-American man who answered. "I've been shot. Can you call an ambulance?" By now, Agnos was having trouble breathing, so he lay down on the man's floor. "Hey man," said the homeowner, staring down at the gravely wounded Agnos, "you're bleeding all over my rug." Agnos was fortunate to be shot near San Francisco General Hospital, with the city's most skilled trauma unit at treating gunshot victims. The emergency medical team was waiting for him on the ambulance dock. It immediately began cutting off his suit coat and shirt. A young female resident surgeon was straddling Agnos, her dress riding up her thighs. "For someone I just met, you're getting to know me really well," said Agnos, slipping into shock. The resident laughed and told Agnos she was just trying to identify his wounds. The bullets had ripped through his insides, damaging his spleen, kidney, lungs, and colon. But the SF General Trauma Team saved his life that night on the operating table. After surfacing from his chemical slumber, Agnos realized how fortunate he was. He learned that he was the 6th victim in a mysterious carnival of blood that was rolling through the city, and only the 2nd survivor. As Agnos recovered from surgery at Kaiser Hospital, where he was transferred, his room was guarded by San Francisco cops. One day, 2 homicide detectives showed up to see the shooting victim, fellow Greek-Americans named Gus Correras and John Fontanos. The inspectors, who'd been friends ever since they played football against each other in high school, were a tight team, 2 ethnic outsiders in a department filled with multi-generational Irish and Italian cops. "It was all Gaelic and garlic, no Greek," said Correras. "We had to prove ourselves." Standing over Agnos's bed, the detectives began speaking to him in Greek. What they told him was so explosive they didn't want it to be overheard by any nurses or hospital orderlies.
They informed Agnes that he was the victim of a black Muslim death cult that was randomly shooting and slashing white men and women in the city. Agnes couldn't believe his ears. Ever the good liberal, he immediately thought that they were overplaying the race angle. "You cops are all the same," he told them. The detectives were flabbergasted by Agnes's uncooperative attitude. But in the months to come, as the soon-to-be nicknamed Zebra Killers claimed a total of 23 victims in 179 days, Agnes realized that Correras and Fototinos were right. San Francisco was in the grip of a bloody nightmare that tested the very threads holding it together. Cities are frighteningly fragile social enterprises, built on the tacit compact that one racial or religious group or neighborhood won't start warring on another. Gang violence within the same community is generally shrugged off by the civic establishment as an unpleasant fact of urban life. But when blood is spilled across turf lines, an electric charge of alarm surges through a city, particularly within urban boundaries as tight as 7 Mile by 7 Mile San Francisco, where racial, class, and ethnic